Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story Vol 1 Part 3. Chapter 17 Part 3. Chapter 17. Disguise 3. If he had just one more permit to God's secret shop, he would've used it without any hesitation. However, Li Xin Wu only had one permit right now, and he didn't know how much he could sell this wine for, so he couldn't take the risk so easily. Li Xin Wu clicked his tongue and muttered, "Senior Sarer is a prophet. A prophet. You seem to be getting along with our seniors. If you're jealous, then why don't you enter the channel too?" D don't want to. Whenever he told Jin, who was jealous of his relationship with other people, to do something about it and go into the chatting channel, he would always say that he didn't want to. Li Xin Wu just laughed. He could roughly understand how he felt. Normally, the less self-confidence one has, the more passive they become in terms of maintaining relationships with other people. Needless to say, since Jin was a skeleton horse, it was obvious how low his self-esteem was. For starters, let's pack all of the wine into our inventories. Since we don't need to pack food in our inventories, it might have been a waste of space if we hadn't leveled up to 5. As the two rose to level 5, their inventories suddenly doubled in size. They, who didn't really have any necessities in their inventories, possessed inventories that were uselessly large. They managed to fill at least half of their inventories with the wine barrels in the ripening room. This one's 25 liters, and this one's 47 liters. It wasn't a problem with the ripening magic, but there was a difference in the fermented wine's condition at the beginning of the ripening process. Because of that, they all taste different, despite being produced in the same year and being the same age. This might be some sort of craftsmanship as well. So how many liters in total? 1,965 liters. Wow. Though they weren't bottled, it was a truly large amount of wine. If his seniors saw this, they would've fainted. Since they would cheer whenever they found a single wine bottle intact in a dungeon or a city. This was all due to Li Xin Wu, who miraculously found this dungeon, and him nonchalantly releasing the seal, which was a highest rank lock that could only be released by those of the Care Century Winery. Of course, Li Xin Wu trusted that this was something that all of his seniors could do as well. Steelworker, we've found other areas as well. Oh wow, he had expected them to be here somewhere, and one of the iron golems scattered around, looking out for any potential danger, had found a location that stored bottled wine. Though they weren't stored as perfectly as in the ripening room, and there were several that couldn't be used, Li Xin Wu and Jin marveled at the fact that they could recover 30 bottles of luxurious wine. Had only suffered ever since being dropped into the Empire, yet only now did he feel like he was actually performing the task of a hero. Isn't it a hero's duty to clear out an empty home? I wonder if there's more stuff here. Probably not. We checked all the facilities outside of the winery. Yeah, you're right. We checked all the fermentation facilities. But the businessmen had set such tight security on the entrance. So how would the grapes have gotten in? Li Xin Wu briefly thought about it, and his goblin fire swayed unconfidently. The inventory. The inventory isn't part of this world, it only belongs to the heroes. Did they use assassins? The businessmen raised assassins to protect the wine. Then a secret passageway. Yeah, it was highly likely that they brought the grapes in through a secret passageway, as the security at the entrance was so tight. And hypothetically speaking, If the secret passageway was a direct link to the orchard might be a dungeon too, though it shouldn't be as impenetrable as this place. How do you even grow grapes underground? This entire empire is underground. Why couldn't they if they had the skills? That's right. Li Xin Wu led Jin and the golems, searched the winery, and ultimately succeeded. He released a few more hidden locks and examined the clearings while he broke through the wall, and though it wasn't the size of Golem's railway, it was a quite bright and clean underground railway. It really did exist. Definitely. Though there was only a single wall dividing the underground passage and the winery, the air was quite different. There were several layers of magic applied to the winery to act as a smokescreen so that it couldn't be found, but the railroad, which was outside of the spell's range, wasn't largely protected. What do we do if there are monsters, or people aiming for the wine? Take a look around. All right, huh? Jin looked back and was shocked. The winery they had just left had disappeared, and the railway just kept going on and on. Jin trembled, and Li Xin Wu explained firmly. This railroad probably goes through other facilities. They went so far as to make a smoke screen, so normally you wouldn't be able to tell it was a winery. Rather than impenetrable security, they chose to hide it naturally. You saw through that. What the hell were you before all this? Just a normal salaryman. Let's go. You guys, get smaller and follow behind me quickly. I understand. Reducing body size. Li Xin Wu ordered, and the golems compressed their bodies. Though they were a lot smaller than when they had first entered the dungeons, but now they were shorter than 2 meters tall, a small size mode. Through this special mode, which sacrificed their bulk and weight to reduce the size of their tough bodies, their destructive power that came from their weight would be reduced, but their speed would overwhelmingly increase, and was better when they needed to move quickly, like right now. Of course, this wasn't originally a command from the limited order Bone Car, but Li Xin Wu possessed a senior administrative authority, and was able to unlock the command. There are a lot of forked roads. This way. They went as far as to so seamlessly hide the location of the winery, so it wasn't surprising that there was an absurd amount of forked roads. However, whenever they came across one of them, Li Xin Wu would boldly choose a path. Jin couldn't help but be curious as he followed behind him. How are you making a decision so quickly? There are periodically some traces of where humans and vehicles went. Actually, to be exact, there are traces of mana being used to erase those tracks. The traces were erased by magic to conceal the tracks. But what did it even mean to grasp the traces of that very mana being used to erase those tracks? It felt as though the businessmen several dozens of years ago were playing in the palm of his hand. Compared to finding the traces of Anti-Skull, this is nothing. 10 minutes of running and following Li Xin Wu's perfect navigation through the railroad, Li Xin Wu suddenly stretched his palm towards the sky. The lightning tooth appeared, spun round, and shot forward. The lightning tooth flew through the darkness and for a few seconds remained silent. Then, for a moment, sparks scattered through the air. Jigwark. You have hunted a LV3 root eater. Farsight was affected by agility, so Jin could see it this time too. There was a large and hideous insect stuck to the ceiling. Several kilometers in front of them the insect emitted an unpleasant sound and approached them, but the lightning tooth cut through it and it fell to the ground. However, that was only the beginning. After it cleaved through the monster, it easily turned directions, and whilst maintaining its full power, found a new target and rushed towards it. The insects that came crawling towards them fell one by one. He began to hunt them resolutely. Kaik, Shar, As the group dashed towards him, they emitted a sound aside from that. The underground passage had been completely quiet before, without even the sound of a rock rolling on the floor. However, the underground passage was soon filled with screams. Li Xin-Wu remained focused on the battlefront, and Jin wondered whether he should start running or not, and eventually half-heartedly ran. At that moment Jin, "Stop." "Okay," Li Xin-Wu ordered, and at that very moment, the final forked road appeared. It divided into 3 paths, and while nothing came out of his objective, the middle path, monsters poured out of the left and right paths as if they were waiting for him. He felt repulsed from the sight of these insects, which had never seen on Earth and were bigger than humans. They were all level 3 or 4. He also saw some elites. Kik had never absorbed their bones before, so he wasn't sure, but it seems like they were uneasy. They weren't even humans they could eat, but bones, so they must have been uneasy that nothing good came. The moment when those picky eaters gathered in the middle passageway, he burrowed the lightning tooth in the middle of their group. It pierced through a few gigantic insects and burrowed deep into the ground. Intense sparks were discharged from it, paralyzing all of the bugs in the area. Lightning and acid, they both have their advantages. Li Xin-Wu thought and willed the lightning tooth at that moment, without giving the bugs a chance to recover and move. The lightning tooth exploded fiercely. Critical hit. The rule of bone skill has become LV5. All stats have increased by 3. The lightning cloud engulfed the passage. Various parts of the passageway collapsed and emitted an awful sound. Fortunately, the ceiling didn't collapse. Since so many bugs screamed at once, it sounded like dozens of blackboards being scratched at once. Charge. Just keep the right side open. Following your command. Assault mode. Li Xin-Wu commanded the golems to charge, summoned the drake horn lance, and gripped it. He targeted the insects that were still intact and running out of the explosion, and charged with a force that would rip them to shreds. What about your Marner? Fine. The wakey, cane-shaped lance discharged dark blue sparks. The entire weapon was clad in a fierce lightning. He couldn't do anything about the weapon's element, but Li Xin-Wu was already able to comfortably wield the lightning element, so doing this much was extremely easy for him. The weapon tinged with lightning established an even greater harmony with bursting thunder, and was naturally able to release more destructive power. This was what it meant to wield the power of an element with one's own effort. Preparing for collision. Switching to thorn gloves. Destroying all enemies in front. Around the time Li Xin-Wu had finished his preparations to attack, the 3 golems simultaneously dashed into the front. Regardless of what lay before them, they pushed through it and lived up to their name as level 5 golems, which were more powerful and tougher than other level 5s. None of the bugs could pierce through them. Shark. The insects, which were running around flusteredly due to the explosion, weren't able to avoid the golems properly. Because of that, the bugs escaped to the right corner, the only location which the golems couldn't cover. But naturally, Li Xin-Wu rushed over there. He used the iron golems, which were akin to an impregnable fortress, in order to lead the bugs into one place. Kashark. Jigururu. Hew up. Compared to when he had pierced through an iron golem in a single blow, this group of bugs was nothing. Li Xin-Wu grabbed the drake horn lance, which was roughly discharging electricity, with both hands and thrust forward, speeding forward with Jin. It was lightning that ran atop the earth. Ground lightning. Critical hit. The primarily discharged sparks made it so that the bugs couldn't move very well, and the following lance thrust brutally tore through their bodies. The blue sparks that came from the cone-shaped lance's cutting edge made them look like a falling star. Then, they followed behind the golems and pushed through the passageway. The passageway was filled with the sound of screams, sparks, and reeked of a nutty smell. Had never been so relieved that he could stomach this. 1. We have destroyed all of the enemies in the area. Releasing thorn gloves, the golems said mechanically, and right after they stopped, Li Xin, Wu and Jin stopped as well. He thought there might be more, so he turned around, but all he saw were the bugs' corpses. Why did you throw your weapon at the beginning if you were just going to go through them? I wanted to provoke all the guys on the ceiling. There's no reason to do the same thing twice, right? But after saying that, Li Xin Wu clicked his tongue. I guess we do have to do the same thing twice. Golems, collect all of the bones and Pyrium. I understand. Following command. You seeing Li Xin Wu treat the golems like slaves, Jin's goblin fire narrowed. However, Li Xin Wu actually muttered something even more brazen. Should I bring along a few golems? Even though they're a bit slow, there were insects hidden within the remaining passageway as well, but Li Xin Wu and the golems thoroughly trampled them. Even if pest exterminators went at it, Li Xin Wu was sure that they wouldn't do a more perfect job than them, and Li Xin Wu ultimately ended up arriving at his destination. It was a vineyard. 1 En even though he doesn't have a stomach. Chapter 17 Part 4. Chapter 17. Disguise 4 End of Volume 3. From the start, he had expected the vineyard to be intact. Regardless of how prosperous the underground empire had been, living vegetation couldn't be expected to last when neglected for so many years. It was different from ripening and storing alcohol. There's no way the vineyard could have been maintained. There was a time I thought so as well. It's still growing though, isn't it? That's right. The field, so vast that it felt unmeasurable, was filled with grapevines that emitted a fresh vigor, and large grapes hung upon each vine. Li Xin Wu, who didn't know much about the development of plant life, just knew that this wasn't normal. Xin Wu, look. The fields goes on and on. Yet there isn't a single dead vine. Does this mean the underground empire possesses the greatest magic on the planet? But while marveling at the vineyard, Li Xin Wu discovered an unusual trace. Contrary to the vineyard, there was no sign of magic involved, but there were traces of the ground being unearthed just a short while ago. That wasn't all. There were traces of the nearby grapevine's unnecessary branches being cut off, as well as signs that grapes were harvested from the other grapevines. Xin Wu. It couldn't be an undead. Of course, that didn't mean an undead could come into a dungeon, since there was an instance of him killing a hero that had turned undead and gone into the dungeon. But if that's the case, there should be traces of the death energy that they emitted, but he didn't see it at all. That meant there was only one possible answer. There was a living being managing this field. Yeah, now that I think about it, there was a bulkhead protecting this field from the undead insects. Even though the insects had become undead, they had a tendency to instinctively seek out fruit and move according to that instinct. They were only gathered in the underground passage, and the fact that they couldn't enter the orchard meant that someone was protecting the vineyard. Golems, stealth mode, concealing magic and standing by below ground level. Li Xin Wu said one line, and the three golems instantaneously burrowed into the ground and crawled in. In the blink of an eye, the golems concealed themselves. Seeing that, Jin just blinked his eyes and Li Xin Wu called for him. Jin, why are you calling me so seriously again? You can cover yourself up with that magic armor, right? Magic armor, steel heart, yeah, probably. Then use it right now. Use it so that you don't look like an undead. Why do you want me to? Never mind, I got it. Jin knew that there was no way Li Xin-Wu's intuition was wrong, and wordlessly covered his body with steel, making it so that no one would be able to tell he was a skeleton from the outside. Confirming that, Li Xin-Wu activated the Joker's innate skill, disguise. Using the disguise skill, you are disguised as someone you are completely familiar with. He had originally planned to primarily train this skill after parting ways with Kreischer, but now that it's come to this, there was no helping it. Immediately after acquiring the disguise skill, he had thought about this. Had already dispelled the misunderstanding between him, Kreischer, and Yi Jin and become friendly with them, but it wouldn't be this easy from now on, so he decided to act like he was human through the disguise skill. How did you? It only changes my exterior appearance. Calm down. Jin looked at him in shock, but Li Xin-Wu just calmly replied and examined his body. His arm, which had been composed of black bones, was covered in skin. That's right. He was currently disguised as a human being. It was his first time using the skill, so even he himself was a bit surprised. It was truly a perfect disguise from the outside. Hey, how are you so calm right now here? Li Xin-Wu placed his human-looking hand atop Jin's head, who was agitated and about to scream. At that moment, Jin really calmed down. Though it had the exact same feel of a human hand, it was extremely cold. Are you the exact same on the inside? Yeah. Of course, if I were to use fire, I could mimic human temperature, but in the end, it's still a disguise. I see. Li Xin-Wu replied bitterly, and Jin replied in an almost dreary voice and drooped. Li Xin-Wu could understand him. Since Jin saw a chance of turning back into a human from his undead state in Li Xin-Wu's disguise skill. As he thought, he should've told Jin about the skill before using it. Li Xin-Wu slightly regretted it. Especially because the skill is so imperfect right now. I'd originally wanted to disguise myself as an extremely ordinary human being originally. The disguise skill possessed some really troublesome conditions. Since he could only mimic the appearance of someone who he was completely familiar with and remembered. Right now, he could only disguise himself as a few types of skeletons, a golem, and his own appearance when he was alive on Earth. Amongst them, the only one that looked like a hero was his human appearance. But when you were still on Earth, was your face Xin-Wu fair coming? Yeah. Li Xin-Wu never knew when the person managing this field would arrive, so he had disguised himself beforehand just in case. However, Jin, whose 5 senses and agility had grown, confirmed that there was a living being coming. At that moment, Li Xin-Wu stopped thinking about anything else and started to act as if he were just a normal human hero. You there, stay where you are. Around the time he heard Jin and braced himself, he heard a voice carried by the wind from afar. Li Xin-Wu realized that this was a high-level wind technique. They would actually be far away, but the technique allowed them to speak as if they were close by. Calm down. They haven't figured out who we are yet. I'm glad we're not too late. Sorry, but you have to start acting like a horse from now on. Li Xin-Wu used his assimilation skill to inaudibly converse with Jin, and told him to calm down physically and mentally. Then, the voice continued speaking. It was a refreshing and clean girl's voice. Who are you? Are you human? A hero? It's nice to meet you, Senior. My name is Li Xin-Wu. Li Xin-Wu. As soon as Li Xin-Wu disclosed his name, the woman's voice became noticeably relieved. Li Xin-Wu suddenly realized that it was a voice he'd often heard in the chatting channel, Irian Rupert's voice. He thought someone other than a hero was managing the field, but this made things easy. That was one less unnecessary variable. It was a relief that he was able to learn and use his disguise skill before it was too late. He'd like to avoid saying stop friendly fire like he had against Crasher from now on. It's nice to meet you, Senior Rupert. In many ways, Li Xin Wu felt relaxed and turned around to greet her as calmly as possible. At least, he wanted to, but when he saw her, he ended up stuttering. You're as handsome as Jin said. Is it your first time seeing an elf? Yes. There weren't any elves in my world, Li Xin Wu replied powerlessly, and she lowered her bow that had been aimed at him, smiling sweetly. She was garbed in simple colored clothing, but that simplicity seemed to accentuate her beauty. She was dozens of kilometers away from them, but Li Xin Wu could see her with just one glance. Seeing her longish rising ears, Li Xin Wu couldn't hide his astonishment. She was really an elf that he'd only seen in comics before. I'll go to you. I understand. Though Li Xin Wu looked like a human, he felt fundamentally different from the start. She felt like a heavenly beauty that couldn't be reached by a human. If Li Xin Wu were a normal man, he would have been surprised by her beauty and either faint or go crazy over her. However, his heart was calm like a beach without even a single gust of wind. On the contrary, Jin was surprised. She's really pretty, Jin. You really are a man. Hey, wait. I didn't make fun of you this time. Hey. Jin shook his back up and down for no reason, and Li Xin Wu protested Jin's bullying. Irian Rupert suddenly leapt towards them here and there, and approached them. He perceived elves as being extremely nimble, but it seemed like that was actually true. Considering her short-term speed, it seemed as though she could even compete with Jin. It seemed like her staying power wasn't bad either, as she quickly arrived in front of them. Hewitt, you've come so far, Mr. Li Xin Wu, so you must come from a world that's developed magic, but it must be quite a peculiar world to not have elves in it. It's nice to meet you. My name is Irian Rupert. As I've said, my name is Li Xin Wu. This guy's a horse. I was lucky enough to get here. He. Jin was trying his best. Fortunately, Irian Rupert didn't notice that Jin was strange. It's a miracle that you found a living horse in a dungeon, but you also trained it. You must have been a knight, Li Xin Wu, right? It's quite embarrassing, but yes, in my original world I was a knight. Li Xin Wu naturally lied and started to wonder whether he needed to learn more about how to act like a knight. No, that wasn't important right now. As I thought, you were managing this field, Senior. Of course. It'd be difficult to create a field so teeming with life, but not for an elf. A peculiar facet of elves was that they were extremely prideful. Li Xin Wu decided to keep this in mind. Irian Rupert spoke with a friendly smile to the nodding Li Xin Wu. Take as much as you want. I'm planning on leaving this area soon. Thank you. I knew you were in a danger level 2 zone, but I didn't think we'd meet like this. Jin is always talking about you, so it feels like I already know you. Li Xin Wu, I had a lot I wanted to tell you if we met. Of course. I'd like to hear what Jin said about me as well, Senior. You can call me Irian. Li Xin Wu harvested the grapes with Irian's help, and they started to speak about various matters. She planned to leave here and join up with Lloyd HK, and Li Xin Wu told her about how he got here. It was obviously a lie, and about other corresponding matters. Li Xin Wu subtracted roughly 80 of his achievements until now and relayed the remaining 20 to her, but even that 20 put Irian in a state of unceasing admiration. Just by telling her about how he defeated a few elites a higher level than him caused her eyes to shine. What amazing courage! I already heard about it from Jin, but I didn't think you'd be that good. Aren't you afraid of death? I wonder. That fear makes me want to challenge myself even more. If I'm not a bit courageous now, I feel like I'll face off against an unstoppable foe later on. Splendid. I'll remember that. From the very beginning, Irian's perception of Li Xin-Wu was pretty much the highest it could be. He could understand why, but whenever he said something, her response would contain Jin in it. Have you contacted Jin? Jin would be happy if she knew that. Jin is always before long. Li Xin-Wu realized that Irian had completely mistaken his relationship with Yi Jin, and that misunderstanding was probably for good reason. After all, there's no smoke without a fire. He clutched his aching head and replied as calmly as possible. I did private chat with her before, but I see. Thank you very much. She's kind, but the one who caused that once weak girl to diligently work hard is you, Li Xin-Wu. Har. Li Xin-Wu's inventory was soon completely full, and he then acted as though he was putting the rest of them into his own inventory while he was actually putting them in Jin's inventory. It was possible because he was using his assimilation skill to its maximum potential. He couldn't reveal that he was a skeleton, and he was packing them because he had no other choice, but it did feel truly pointless. Kreischer was the only one doing something important. Who? It felt regrettable just leaving this field, but it's a relief that you're here. Thank you again. I'm the one who should be thanking you. Since I grew the fruit to be eaten. Around the time the vineyard was completely cleared out, Li Xin-Wu figured out that while Irian was aware of the vineyard, she was completely unaware of the winery. As expected, she only took the route to the vineyard. Furthermore, he figured out that Irian seemed to like Lloyd, but hated the prince. However, that wasn't really important information. To be honest, the moment I saw you, I wanted to entrust this orchard to you, but Senior. That would be a pain in the ass. Kreischer might want it, but Li Xin-Wu didn't need grapes. However, when Li Xin-Wu thought about how to refuse, Irian said something that caused him to prick his non-existent ears. However, that's impossible. Honestly, I wanted to tell you this from the very beginning. A large force of undead is coming this way. We have to leave this area before we encounter them. Chapter 18 Part 1. Chapter 18. Core Destroyer 1. The large force of undead probably consisted of wandering skeletons from outside the commercial city. Li Xin-Wu acted calm, and spoke whilst nodding his head. Is the reason that you're leaving now because, to be honest, even after becoming level 6, I couldn't completely give up on this field. However, once I learned of the impending undead force, I completely gave up on it. I asked Lloyd for his opinion, but he thought that this force may be troops under the 12 generals' command. You see, a force that large and disciplined is not that common. Not only is a corps under the 12 generals' command dangerous, but there's also the possibility that they could get involved with the 12 generals themselves if something went wrong. Therefore, it would be a good idea to avoid them for now. When Li Xin-Wu heard her say all that, he honestly couldn't believe it. They're pretty much giving us an opportunity to find out more about the 12 generals, but you're just going to throw that all away. If he fought against the corps under the 12 generals' command, he'd not only gain a ton of information, but he might cause some sort of change amongst the 12 generals by facing off against their force, which would be a huge advantage in and of itself. There was nothing he could do if there were other heroes nearby, but he could at least consult the chatting channel once beforehand. Li Xin Wu thought about mentioning it, but ultimately didn't express his doubts aloud. Irian's vibe wouldn't permit it. Fortunately, we still have some time before they arrive. I'm not bragging, but we elves have sharp eyes, so I could tell early on that they were on the move. Since it's a huge caw, they should take at least 4 days before they pass by here. What direction are they coming from? Soar, share your minimap with me. They should be around here. Li Xin Wu just laughed when he saw the coordinates shed marked on his minimap. It did feel like this was what was happening, but those coordinates were extremely close to the commercial city, Keheb, that he had left from. I see. We should leave before we encounter them. That's a relief. I was concerned that you might say you'd fight them. I'm well aware of my limitations. I know the difference between courage and foolhardiness. I'm glad. It seems like I'll be seeing you for a very long time. Despite sounding somewhat pissed, Li Xin Wu nevertheless replied as though he'd made up his mind. Hearing that, Irian was genuinely relieved and smiled simply. She also proposed a place worth going to. There's a highlands in the west that's filled with level 4 bronze golems. To be honest, I wanted to hunt them, but they aren't a good match for me. Moreover, I want to join up with Lloyd as fast as possible, so I'll give up the spot to my junior. You're probably already well aware of this, but one golem is connected to all the others in the group, so lure them well and destroy them. Thank you. This was likely extremely generous for a hero who wandered around looking for strong foes. Of course, Li Xin Wu knew more about these highlands than anyone, but he just acted like he was thankful for now. Irian nodded her head in satisfaction and extended her hand to him. I pray that we meet again someday. It'd be nice if Jin was with us then. Yes, I hope we all stay safe until that day comes. Li Xin Wu unhesitatingly stretched his hand forward and shook her hand. Irian felt the warmth of a human from his hand, as well as the sense of comfort and peace she would feel whenever she came across another hero. She smiled once again in relief, feeling that she wasn't the only one clinging onto life and struggling in this world filled with death. Seeing that, Li Xin Wu responded with his own smile, confirming that he had indeed fooled her, and the two parted ways amicably. Li Xin Wu, what are you going to do now? Do you think that girl's already left? Irian led them outside and parted ways. Li Xin Wu and Jin ran towards the West Highlands, and when they were sure that they were outside the range of Irian's hearing, Jin spoke. Naturally, he was talking about both her and Crasher. I feel like Crasher will just butt heads with anyone who comes her way. Yeah, it's a relief since it would've been difficult to hunt with just the two of us. Jin spoke nonchalantly, and Li Xin Wu chuckled. From the very beginning, he never intended on simply running away like Irian had suggested. Jin was already well aware that there was no way Li Xin Wu would back off without even knowing their enemy's number and levels. Then don't we need to hurry back to the city? That girl wouldn't know if we changed directions now. We don't know how long Crasher will be able to hold them off. You don't need to worry about Crasher, since I already sent reinforcements. The moment Li Xin Wu realized that an undead corps would invade Keheb, he ordered the 3 iron golems to use the underground passageway to return to the city. If the golems were there, it wouldn't be too difficult for her to protect herself and fight off the undead. But we don't know how large the core is, so I'm thinking of sending over some shields as well. Shields? What are you? As expected, Jin was quick on the uptake. When he thought about it, they were headed towards the highlands, where the bronze golems lay dormant from the start. The reason Li Xin-Wu had followed Irian's words to the letter was because of that. We'll arrive soon, so get ready. It doesn't even feel like it's been a few minutes. You're frighteningly fast. No matter how often he experienced Jin's speed, it was always a thrilling and new experience. They arrived in the highlands instantly. The nearest bronze golem noticed them and stood up at that moment. The steelworker seal floated atop his palm, as if he were an inspector taking out his badge. "Welcome, steelworker. Welcome." At the same time, he heard the golems' voices resound in various parts of the highlands as expected. They seemed to be exactly the same in this one aspect when compared to the iron golems. Li Xin-Wu saw all of the numerous bronze golems speak in the same voice and stand up. He then immediately commanded them. Sprint mode, release Marner limiter. Releasing Marner limiter. Miniaturizing body as much as possible in order to use sprint mode. Unfortunately, the bronze golems didn't have the ability to significantly downsize their bodies like the iron golems. Instead, there was a command that caused them to remove their armaments and run faster than before. He placed those armaments into Jin's inventory since he still had space. That speed was truly quick. It was as if they were running a simulation. Jin was speechless and just kept his inventory open. After placing all of their armaments into Jin's inventory, Li Xin-Wu turned around and yelled vigorously. "Nice. Then let's go to the city now." Following steelworker, "You're always going beyond my expectations." Hundreds of bronze golems were forcefully following behind a running horse whilst Li Xin-Wu maintained a human disguise. That's because there was the possibility that Irian Rupert could be following behind them. However, around the halfway point, they were absolutely sure that Irian Rupert had completely left the area, so Li Xin-Wu released his disguise. Seeing that, Jin asked, "Xin-Wu, are you going to keep acting like a human from now on? At least when we encounter heroes, yeah. Wouldn't it be easier for us if I acted like a human in front of them?" So long as he possessed a means to disguise himself as a human being, there was no need to approach as an undead and make them feel repulsed. Instead, it would be better to pretend like he was a human. It was fine to interpret that as their inferiority complex. He was doing well as a skeleton hero, and was satisfied with himself now. If someone else sympathized with him in this regard, he wouldn't be able to take it. He didn't want nor need pointless hostility or consideration. Yet, he didn't want to feel inferior to the other heroes. Though there's nothing I can do about people like Kreischer or Jin who already know, but I suppose I've been lucky. Whether it be good or bad, the two of them both were unaffected by the underground empire. Well, they were newbie heroes, so it made sense that he could meet them. While he was on the topic, Li Xin-Wu requested a private chat with Jin, and told her that he not only met Irian Rupert, but also successfully fooled her and hid his identity. Hearing that, she got worked up and bothered him by asking how he managed to fool her, but he didn't have the time to respond. I feel a living being's energy. There's an impudent living being occupying a castle of the Empire. Attack for our ever-glorious Empire. That living being. Ugh, we must kill any who rebels against the Empire. Jin had already arrived at the castle walls, where an intense battle was taking place. The 3 iron golems were spread out in a line and in the center of the castle gates, and were taking a beating. Countless undead were charging at them and attacking them in order to get into the city. Wo Jin, who'd confirmed the size of the enemy force, spoke discouragingly. It was a huge force of more than 10,000 troops, though they had defeated about 10,000 soldiers inside the city. The quality of these soldiers was worlds apart. It makes sense that Irian ran away. That's Li Xin Wu could understand why she assumed it was a force directly under the command of the 12 generals. He couldn't believe his eyes. Unbelievably, they were all at least level 3. There was one level 4 skeleton knight in command of every 100 level 3s. Also, 10 of those knights were commanded by one level 5. He could understand what discipline meant now. Even if a few heroes worked together, they couldn't defeat a force of this size very easily. Undead loyal to the Empire. A powerful living being is inside the city. We should give them the gift of eternal life as well. Eternal life, the light of the Empire. But there was something more important above all of them. There was a level 6 elite in the rear giving orders to the entire army and was guarded by level 5s. Li Xin Wu took a glimpse at the elite. It was seemingly a magician. Xin Wu, what are you going to do? For starters, let's take down the leader. Yeah, I thought you'd say something like that. Since he'd gotten to level 5, Li Xin Wu's confidence soared. It wasn't even very long since he'd said that he didn't want to fight head-to-head against a level 6 opponent, yet here he was suggesting that they take down a level 6 elite. Of course, Li Xin Wu had something in mind. If he was up against a physically powerful knight, he would've used his Avenger skill and fought after making various preparations. However, what if his enemy was a magician whose magic was much higher than their health, honestly lacked in attack power, and he felt as though he could kill it? Though that impenetrable wall of knights guarding him is a problem. Meanwhile, the Undead Corps were blindly charging the castle walls. Li Xin Wu instructed Jin to throw all of the bronze golems' armaments onto the floor and ordered the golems to equip them once more. Before the Undead Corps noticed them, Li Xin Wu and the golems went their separate ways. The golems dashed forward towards the city walls, while Li Xin Wu and Jin aimed for their leader. Let's distract them with the golems and kill their leader. Will it be okay? It's a really simple plan. I originally thought about using the golems to take care of those knights, but we should be fine. I don't know about the undead army, but Kracer should've noticed us by now. The moment Li Xin Wu said so, an enormous clump of ice rose into the air. It was Kracer's catalyst magic. But doesn't it look a bit different from last time? It'd be nice if Kracer knew what I was aiming for, but for now Jin, run Shadow Sprint. Who? Alright. I'd only die once anyway, let's go. This was how frightening it was to get used to taking risks when Li Xin Wu and Jin were far enough from the golems. Li Xin Wu simultaneously activated Shadow Sprint and Assimilation. They were instantaneously concealed within the darkness and began to run towards the leader. If they were the only ones here, the undead with good senses might have discovered them, but because of the huge clump of ice in the sky, none of the undead were watching their surroundings. And to add to that, following Steelworker's command, we will lay down our lives to defeat Steelworker's enemies. He activated the final command inputted in the bronze golems core release, causing the bronze golems to dash towards the undead core. By melting the core, which both produced and managed their mana, they would temporarily be able to exhibit more than their maximum power, and only those with the Steelworker seal could order them to do so. Golems. Stop them, the golems are going crazy. No, this isn't enough. Li Xin Wu had already taken out his Drakehorn lance, gripped it, and grit his teeth. Despite the sudden change in the battlefield, the knights didn't show any signs of moving from the magician's side. Even if the bronze golems exploded all at once and attacked the knights, what would happen if they couldn't break through when an ambush is no longer an ambush? It becomes a greeting at best. If they got surrounded by the knights, then it would get tough for even Li Xin Wu. A level 6 magician's spells would be even more troublesome. Grand Ice Spear. However, when Li Xin Wu was thinking about how he would get past the knights and attack the magician, the floating clump of ice slowly began to change its form. Hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of ice crystals stuck to the clump of ice and formed into a single enormous spear. It wasn't a large-scale spell meant to attack the entire undead core. That overwhelmingly cold clump of ice was aiming for only one enemy. It was aiming for none other than this army's leader, the ghoul wizard. Is that her way of saying that she won't lose it to us? Maybe. Probably not. The knights, who protected the magician, tensed and drew their swords. They changed their battle formation, and now there were skeleton magicians in between the knights. Li Xin Wu exerted strength into his grip, and now all he needed was the right opportunity. In any case, there's one thing I'm sure of. Li Xin Wu aimed his lance at the magician's head, stiffened his chin, and smiled. We'll start this battle off by taking out the leader. Chapter 18 Part 2. Chapter 18. Core Destroyer 2. Around the time Kreischer was able to somewhat use the limited order bone core, the core vibrated and the 3 iron golems came back. She obviously thought that Li Xin Wu and Jin would return with them, but that wasn't the case. Steelworker ordered us to return first and protect Kreischer melee. Henceforth, we will obey the cause orders. Our top priority is to protect Kreischer melee. Xin Wu's not back, and it's just you guys. She wanted a more detailed explanation, but so long as the golems had their orders, they wouldn't say anything more. Still, if there was one thing she realized, it was that Li Xin Wu was worried about her safety and had sent the golems to protect her. In other words, something dangerous was coming towards this city. As long as I know that, it's fine. Then, she drew out her magic and focused on the orb of eternal ice, the growing ice artifact she'd gotten from God. 1 second of her preparation would mean the death of 100 enemy soldiers. When she was almost finished with her task, she sensed the huge force of undead on the move. Not only was it indeed a huge army, but she could easily tell that each and every one of the undead were elites. How did Xin Wu know about this? No, I shouldn't be surprised at this point. Kreischer thought of that villainous skeleton and shook her head. She thought that what had shown her thus far was certainly impressive, but she was well aware that there was a lot he still hadn't shown her. However, what was most impressive was his imagination and his mental condition, which allowed him to limitlessly expand the ways in which he could use magic. If he was a magician, he would have been a legend. It was so unfortunate. Kreischer clicked her tongue and meticulously examined the undead force. The force was mostly comprised of level 3 undead, which she didn't need to worry about, but she had to be a bit on guard against the level 4 skeleton knights and skeleton magicians. Obviously more so when it came to the level 5 elder knights. Protect the front gates. Keeping that safe is the same as keeping me safe. Judged as a rational command. Following order. Following the cause command. Kreischer realized that it would become tough for her if the undead got through the front gates and into the city, so she hurriedly commanded the iron golems. Li Xin Wu had already released all their limitations, so even if the elder knights attacked them all at once, they would last for several minutes. She dispatched the golems and stood atop the walls, but when she noticed the level 6 elite, her face stiffened. Its skin was extremely pale, like an emissary of death, but its body was filled with marner. It was neither a zombie nor a skeleton. If it wasn't for the artificial sunlight, she might thought it wasn't dead. It barely retained what could be considered a human form, and the power she sensed from the undead was considerable. A ghoul, that's a ghoul. Plus, it's eaten several corpses and regained its reasoning. When I consider that magic pattern, could it be a ghoul wizard? The ghoul wizard was located furthest in the back and was guarded by level 5 elder knights, so that couldn't just be a coincidence. At that moment, Kreischer realized how dangerous this corps was. They not only had a solid system of command, but also a clear goal. It wasn't an army that had turned undead, but rather, an army composed of undead. Of course, the undead that inhabited this city, Keb, had relied on their memories to maintain an army, but the difference between this city's undead and them was like the difference between a sleepwalking patient and a normal person. If that's the case, I have to take out the leader first. If he gets closer to the walls, it'll become tough. But because those knights are guarding him like an impenetrable wall, there was no way to retreat. It would all be decided with a single spell between magicians. If she couldn't kill him with her spell, she would lose. Currently, she'd discovered the enemy first, and had already gathered her magic, so Kreischer looked like she was in the lead, but it was already prepared for an ambush, as the knights guarded it. No matter how she attacked, she would have to deal with the knights first. If that's the case, did she even have a means of dealing with both the knights and the wizard in a single blow? It would be possible if she developed her catalyst magic some more, but she had just created the spell, so that was impossible right now. If Xin Wu were level 6, he would have been able to do it. Kreischer thought she wouldn't lose to anyone in terms of talent, but she naturally thought this. She was just amused with herself. However, she also thought that if she didn't accept reality, she wouldn't be able to progress in the future. Because of that, rather than feeling inferior, she felt a greater desire to improve herself. When a magician accepts that something is not impossible, they are then able to make the impossible possible. He sent the golems already, so Xin Wu should be coming. If that's the case, I just need to last until he comes. I can keep them from getting close to the walls by using my catalyst magic. She didn't even think about running away. Kreischer was fundamentally a hero, and diligently performed her duty as one. Plus, she wasn't the type to get scared when she didn't even know how the battle would turn out. Crush the golems. The golems protecting the living are our enemies. Executing the trespasser. Then, the undead vanguard clashed with the golems. Of course, level 3 undead couldn't beat the golems and were helplessly crushed, but the problem was that there were thousands of them attacking. As soup, it can't be helped. Kreischer grit her teeth and came forward. Her eternal ice floated in the air, and the marner in the entire area was influenced by her own. She would stop them, even if it meant freezing the entire wall. However, as she bravely resolved herself, she saw something. Golems. Hundreds of level 4 golems were charging with considerable speed. Were they aiming for the wall? No way. Their destination was clear. They locked onto the level 4 and level 5 knights and were attacking them. There were way too many of them to just make a dent in their formation. Then that means Kreischer hurriedly turned her gaze. She had studied his magic for the past 10 days, so she could sense a faint presence from beyond. He was not fighting together with the golems. Li Xin Wu was charging straight for the leader. He really is bold. 1. There's bold, and then there's Li Xin Wu bold. She thought that if she were to tell Li Xin Wu that, she would get hit, and instantaneously modified her spell. She knew now that both of their goals were the same, so she had no reason to hesitate. If they both struck the boss, one of them should succeed. Grand Ice Spear. Her miraculous artifact absorbed the world's mana, and gradually chilled the area through her deep study of magic. She could agglomerate mana and change it with frighteningly high efficiency. Finally, using those two as a catalyst, she changed the world's mana and clumped it together, creating a giant ice spear that went beyond a level 6's ability. Phew. After taking a short, deep breath, she poured all of her mana into the ice spear and shot it in a straight line towards the wizard. The midair ice spear homed in on the ghoul wizard's magic and sped up like crazy. The living being's attack is coming. Move it. As you command. We're protecting the third corps commander. Get to your positions. Don't look down on our defense zone. The elder knights in Keb had looked as though they had run off far away. On the other hand, when these elder knights heard the ghoul's command, they really did look like knights of the Empire. As they stepped forward to protect the corps commander, they would eliminate anything that came in close proximity to their defense zone. If one knight couldn't cover an area by himself, another knight would help, creating a tight perimeter around the corps commander. That was the reason the Empire's knights were powerful. A defense zone. I knew about this since I've roughly absorbed their memories, but I suppose that's how you make it, huh? Even Li Xin Wu, who was running straight for the magician, was impressed seeing them. At the same time, he thought that he'd be able to add an element to that to make an even more perfect defense. At the very least, there was some value in trying it out once. But not now. Finally, the Grand Ice Spear struck their defensive zone. The knights at the forefront died without a trace, without even being given a chance to retaliate. However, the knights on standby behind them shaved a bit of it with their spears, and the third row of elder knights were able to cut even more of it, managing to slow down the speed of the Grand Ice Spear. Knights who pledged their loyalty to the Empire. We will attain victory through your sacrifice. Show that impudent living being how frightening and powerful black magic is. The ghoul wizard watched as the knights were sacrificed and began casting a spell. He traced the ice spear back to its source, Krasher, and was casting a spell to intercept her. However, right before he completed the spell, while the knights were busy with the ice spear, Li Xin Wu forcefully shot his lance at the completely wide-open ghoul wizard's back. I see your back. All the conditions for his ambush had been met. From the start, the ghoul wizard's target wasn't Li Xin Wu, but the living being, Krasher. His subordinates were busy with the iron golems, bronze golems, or the Grand Ice Spear, so they couldn't check their surroundings, and the ghoul wizard was likewise busy casting a spell to intercept Krasher. Furthermore, his shadow sprint, using assimilation as a base, was much too perfect, such that even Li Xin Wu lost sight of where he was. However, so there was an undead who wasn't loyal to the Empire. Despite that, the split second that Li Xin Wu threw his lance, the ghoul wizard diverted all of his magic to defense and blocked Li Xin Wu's attack. To be more exact, the ghoul wizard possessed an ability that automatically diverted his mana to defense when it was hit. The spell seemed to consume at least 30 of his mana, but he still had an awful lot of mana. Critical hit. Dozens of layers of mana shields formed in the extremely small gap between the ghoul wizard's head and the lance. The force behind the lance, as well as bursting thunder's lightning, was cancelled out by the shields. The moment they crashed into another, at least half of the shields instantly broke, and the remaining shields broke one by one. But at this time, Li Xin Wu realized that his ambush had failed. That's because there wasn't enough force remaining in the lance to pierce through the wizard's head and kill him. Damn it, as expected of a level 6 enemy, Li Xin Wu gritted his teeth and prepared to follow through. In the middle of preparing his next attack, the ghoul wizard pushed aside the lance before his head and yelled as loud as he could. "Protect me from that coward who ambushed me from the rear. How about this? Kuyak." However, the knights didn't come back in time. The lance broke through all of the shields and had seemingly lost all of its power, yet somehow forcefully shot forward like a cannonball. The ghoul wizard was pushed into the air. Obviously, this was done through Li Xin Wu's rule of bone. This was the result of him controlling the bone. "You bastard!" The ghoul wizard had invested all its mana into the shields, so he couldn't resist properly, and was thrown into the air. In an instant, the lance pushed the ghoul hundreds of meters into the air. That sight was akin to seeing fireworks being shot into the sky. "Man, that ghoul sure is flying. Rescue the corps commander." The knights who had survived the Grand Ice Spear didn't think about attacking the ambusher, Li Xin Wu. Rather, they each jumped into the air to save the corps commander. When they became about level 5, they may not be able to use magic, but they could at least jump hundreds of meters high no problem. A few of the knights were able to jump high enough to barely touch the corps commander with their hands. Obviously, at that time, Li Xin Wu exploded the lance with all of the mana he had left remaining. Critical hit. The explosion was truly magnificent. The lance, tinged in his dark red mana, split into hundreds of thousands of pieces and scattered. Since the lance had already pierced halfway through him, the ghoul couldn't block at all, and broke into bits and pieces. The nearby elder knights were also heavily injured and helplessly fell to the ground. Li Xin Wu looked up at the fancy explosion, seemingly blinded from it, and spoke enthusiastically. "Man, you really got to look at fireworks from below. It doesn't matter whether you look at it from below or from the side. Remember, that thing ain't a firework." Jin, who had focused all his efforts into charging with Li Xin Wu, replied in a discouraged voice. They'd somehow managed to kill the corps commander. All he had to do now was to somehow get through this outrageous number of undead with no mana and get away. One Tianxi actually uses the common Korean idiom of one's liver being outside their belly, which means they're bulbrickless. The next sentence literally talks about how all of one's inner organs would have to out of their body to be like Li Xin Wu, but I already translated the idiom to English. Chapter 18 Part 3. Chapter 18. Core Destroyer 3. With superb teamwork, you and your comrade managed to ambush and kill a corps commander of 10,000. All stats have increased by 2. The low-rank command skill has become LV9. The moment they were sure of the corps commander's demise, Li Xin Wu moved quickly, as he didn't have a moment to spare to read the message. They had one thing left to do before the knights and soldiers surrounded them: collect the loot. "I don't have any mana, so I'm counting on you, Jin. We have to collect it all before we leave. You're such a slave driver. Grab him and bring him to his knees before he escapes. We cannot bring shame to Sir Metterfell's name." Had killed the corps commander, who had been in the middle of them, right before their very non-existent eyes, so the knights who were responsible for guarding him were enraged. At the very least, it was a relief that most of the level 5 knights were dead, but the entire force was concentrated on Li Xin Wu and Jin. So how could Li Xin Wu even suggest that they collect all of the loot and get through them? Even so, we have to get the loot. Soup, I guess it can't be helped. Jin resolved himself and sprinted at full speed towards the glittering Purium and bones that fell from the sky. He utilized steel heart to create sharp horns atop his head, and plowed through the skeletons that swarmed them from all sides. Jin's considerable speed, as well as the cutting force behind steel heart, worked as one, destroying level 4 skeleton knights with ease. It was such a cheat skill that he wouldn't have to be jealous of most other heroes' blessing. Now jump. Hup. It truly goes to show how far the Drakehorn Lance had pushed the core commander and the Elder Knights into the air, as the loot they left behind was still falling from the sky. Jin, who somehow managed to move freely through the undead group unscathed, jumped at his signal with his shocking leg strength. He instantaneously reached the loot. Li Xin Wu, who had been waiting for that moment, quickly reached out his hand and collected the loot. You have acquired the LV6 Dual Wizard Viter's Skull. You have acquired 950,000 Pyrium. You have acquired a LV4 Corrupted Guide's Staff. Through bone reinforcement, the weapon transforms and has become a LV4 Bifurcated Snake Spine. You have acquired the LV5 Skeleton Elder Knight Varon's Jawbone. You have acquired the LV5 Skeleton Elder Knight Terrain's. Li Xin Wu firmly planted himself on Jin's back, and then wildly stretched out his hands, holding the loot in his arms whilst inspecting the ground. There were some knights that had followed suit and jumped behind them, as well as soldiers shooting arrows and magicians casting magic at them. With just a quick glance, he could tell all of the undead force was aiming at them. Kill them. The living is our enemy. And that undead in any case, just kill him. You're already dead one. However, Li Xin Wu stayed firm, despite receiving the murderous looks of more than 10,000 undead. His body, which had been completely empty of mana due to exploding the Drakehorn Lance, was slowly generating new mana. Intermediate mana bone was indiscriminately gathering the surrounding mana. Soon, he gathered enough mana to use a skill, and Li Xin Wu had already chosen what skill he'd use. You'll soon find out who the hell you're messing with. Who? Jin predicted what Li Xin Wu was going to do, and just decided to not worry about it and be calm. Yeah, it might be better to think about where he needed to land for them to survive after Li Xin Wu uses his skill. Jin's goblin fire rolled around, and while he looked for the best place to land, Li Xin Wu finally opened his mouth. You bald-headed bastards, listen to me. I'm the one who killed your core commander. You're bald too. Even Jin, who had been composed, couldn't help but retort. Li Xin Wu was forgetting himself. His high-pitched yell resounded far throughout the battlefield, causing more than 3,000 undead to flinch. You used Shriek of the Dead, causing your enemies to fall into a confused and fearful state. You used the skill to great success with such a perfect provocation. The skill's effectiveness and range have increased. You have succeeded in making a portion of the enemies lose their minds, and their fear temporarily puts them into an obedient state. The low-rank Shriek of the Dead skill has become LV9. Magic has increased by 3. However, Li Xin Wu invoked 2 unexpected effects. Shriek of the Dead's range was much wider than usual and broke down the minds of the undead in that vast area. Not only that, they were affected by a new status ailment. Bald. See Core Commander. The Core Commander is alive. Even Li Xin Wu, the one who used the skill, couldn't believe what was happening, causing his goblin fire to flicker. The center of the battlefield gradually was filled with shock, terror, and groans. Quack, who the hell called me bald? It was you. You still have some hair left. It's a helmet. I'm telling you it's a helmet, damn it, you crazy bastard. There were 2 reasons his skill was such a resounding success. The first was extremely simple. While people weren't really receptive of his compliments, It seemed as though they were more receptive to his insults. They responded more sensitively to his insults, and each and every one of those undead was affected by his skill. Who insulted the Corps Commander? The Corps Commander isn't dead. He's right over there. The Corps Commander has said the word. That we must kill you bastards who are rebelling against the Empire. The second reason was the current situation. The Corps Commander was dead, and Li Xin Wu tormented them with the term Corps Commander as a result. A portion of the confused and fearful undead actually considered Li Xin Wu the Corps Commander and began mobilizing. This is quite the new discovery. I need to do more research on it. Research? What the hell do you mean research? Li Xin Wu, who'd originally thought that all he needed to do was scream for Shriek of the Dead, thought that this was a chance to change his mind. Of course, Jin simply thought Li Xin Wu picked that offensive term to piss off the undead, but was speechless seeing what Li Xin Wu had wrought. In any case, it's become easier for us to land now. That's true, but hold on tight. A horse is plummeting from the sky. What the hell are you talking about, Kuiak? Jin, who'd already figured out where he'd land, straightened his front two legs and descended. The steel thorns that protruded from the ends of his legs cleaved through the skeletons en route to his landing spot, and they safely landed on the ground. It was truly a clean landing. However, Jin didn't have the time to admire his perfect landing as he started running again. We'll be safe if we get to the spot where the golems are clumped together. You stop right there. You louts will definitely get revenge for the Corps Commander, Kuak. Don't you dare speak the Corps Commander's name with that dirty mouth of yours. It was a skill that targeted thousands of undead. Although it was a resounding success, he couldn't put all of the level 4 skeleton knights in the various areas into a confused state. However, even if there were skeletons unaffected by the Shriek of the Dead, they still didn't possess the ability to restore the sanity of the crazy undead. Even if there were skeletons that were still lucid and attacked Li Xin Wu and Jin, they would be blocked by the other skeletons. Dark Arrow, pure darkness, punish those who have become corrupted and forgotten the curse. Magic Jin, Dodge Corps Commander, will take care of this. Kuak. Even if they were magically attacked by skeleton wizards, there were similarly some who were afflicted by the obedience status ailment, and would block the magic attack, counterattack, and kill the wizards. Wait a sec. Li Xin Wu gave the signal, and Jin instinctually stopped running. They were still quite far off from the golem troops, but he felt like he understood why Li Xin Wu asked him to stop. Please tell me you're not doing what I think you are. I think I can do it, don't you? But the skill's effect is only temporary. Even so, Jin didn't move an inch. The hostile skeletons that approached in all directions lost their lives to the skeletons who considered them their Corps Commander. Honestly speaking, they didn't really need to run away. Listen, Jin. I'm at an important juncture right now. My skill's potential is limitless, and it's my job to choose which direction the skill develops. I can definitely do it now. Like when we'd created the assimilation skill together. I was really proud of the assimilation skill, but hearing you say that makes me hate myself. A skill was like a living organism. Depending on the way it's used, its characteristics, mana, and goal would change. The horseback riding skill, which just made his riding companion run faster, evolving into the ridiculous assimilation skill, and stealth evolving into shadow sprint, was all because of that. And as those skill went from the low rank level to the intermediate level, they went through a dramatic change. Li Xin Wu thought that Shriek of the Dead could likewise do the same. Maybe this skill will evolve to best match my karma, the Joker. You Corps Commander, I'll assist you. At that moment, an obedient skeleton knight approached him. Li Xin Wu looked at him and replied extremely naturally. Rebels have infiltrated into our corps. Lead those who will follow your orders, and quickly kill them. Once you're done cleaning up, I'll give you your next order. I understand, Corps Commander. Follow me, proud soldiers of the Empire. Let's go kill those maggots slandering the Corps Commander. Anyone who saw this would think that Li Xin Wu had been in charge of this corps for about 5 years, as he commanded in such a haughty and firm tone. Li Xin Wu replied naturally, and the skeleton knight had certainly recognized Li Xin Wu as his superior, taking a more active role in this battle than before. Corps Commander, how dare you mention the Corps Commander Qiok? Corps Commander, please command me as well. Then, the number of undead willing to follow his orders had increased significantly. Those who had been in a confused and fearful state saw their allies follow his orders and became his troops as well. "Yeah, you heard me too, right? Take care of the sane soldiers, show those traitors the might of the Empire. As you command, I will follow your order." Seeing that, Li Xin Wu suddenly felt like he saw the confused state in a different light. Until now, had used Shriek of the Dead to make the monsters fight amongst themselves, and thought that that was the only way he could use it, but felt like that was completely wrong. I was too complacent. While it was originally a monster's skill, when it became mine it changed. He thought had developed in several ways after coming to this world, but he was still far off. If it was him, who possessed both the acting and disguise skills, he should be able to do more than just confuse them, and was speechless at the fact that had wasted all the opportunities to do so. But it doesn't matter, since I can just figure it out now. You really are going to start it? Still wasn't too late. Especially since Shriek of the Dead was at low rank level 9 and was about to level up. He thought he was lucky. Li Xin Wu sported a smile and took a stance. The Corps Commander's bone in his hand naturally melted away and was absorbed. Initiating bone reinforcement by consuming the LV6 Ghoul Wizard Viter's skull. Magic has increased by 8. The intermediate Marner bone skill has become LV3. Magic has increased by 10. Low rank fire element has become LV6. Magic has increased by 6. Absorbing a portion of the target's experiences and memories. General, I'm just a magician, and I'm not good enough to lead one of your corps. If you still wish for me to shoulder such a heavy responsibility, then I can only promise you one thing. Our corps will never lose until the day I die. Mercenary Magician Viters. It's impossible to perfectly disguise myself as the Ghoul Wizard by just absorbing this bone, but my acting will be much more convincing now. He wondered at what level his disguise skill would have to be for him to perfectly disguise himself by just absorbing a single bone. Li Xin Wu thought inquisitively and grinned. And then he yelled, "Before we are soldiers of the Empire, we are mercenaries who follow the mercenary king. Sir Metafel, show those ruffians who dirty that name the strength and ferocity of true mercenaries." You used Shriek of the Dead, causing a portion of the enemies to fall into a confused and fearful state. A resounding success. Most of the enemies who have fallen into a confused and fearful state have become obedient. The skill's range has expanded uncontrollably. He used the information from the absorbed bone and provoked the undead with a single comment, appending the entire battlefield. Uvu. As you command, Corps Commander. Ugh, the Corps Commander truly is Metafel. Li Xin Wu's comment had confused even the once sane undead. Another factor was that not a lot of undead could see him because there were so many of them. Thus the chaos spread uncontrollably. Eventually, around 3,000 undead were temporarily placed into an obedient state. This was the moment when the largest civil war since the heroes entered the Empire occurred. 1 En Ref Ami War Mu Shinderu. Chapter 18 Part 4. Chapter 18. Core Destroyer 4. What is this? Gracio's grand magic had fulfilled her objective of killing the knights protecting the core commander, and she safely retrieved the eternal ice, which served as the core for the ice spear. By the time she had enough time to sigh, the battle had already become a complete mess. Listen up everyone, don't even dream of national security if you can't even restore discipline within the army. Show no mercy. Kill those who defy my command. Li Xin Wu and Crasher had worked together to kill the core commander, and that had gone well, but contrary to her expectations, he didn't run away. Rather, Li Xin Wu had entered into the undead force and was vigorously spewing out lies. Crasher gazed at Li Xin Wu, who looked even more noticeable atop an imposing steel horse from the outside. Jin looked completely like a steel horse, and was speechless. However, what was even more stunning was the fact that each and every word he said riled up the huge undead force. The core commander has given the command. Those who insult the core commander are guilty and sentenced to death. Don't listen to that strange skeleton, he's tricking you all right now. To think you're still spouting that nonsense. Kill them. Why were undead he didn't even know following his orders, and why were there so many of them following him? What's worse, whenever Li Xin Wu shouted, more undead followed his command. Crasher sensed traces of magic that affected their minds. Why, you fools, just look at him, he's neither a ghoul nor a magician. How dare you suspect the core commander? I feel like a fool for following you until now. He's the corp commander's enemy. To execute him in Sir Metterfell's name. The high-ranked level 5 undead weren't affected by Li Xin Wu's shallow machinations, but the problem was their subordinates, who originally followed their orders. Li Xin Wu boosted their morale through the command skill, and they were unfortunately bewitched by Li Xin Wu's words, and attacked their previous superiors. What is that guy doing? She wasn't saying that because she didn't know what he was doing. She was saying that because she couldn't believe what he'd done. Li Xin Wu was swaying and breaking up the army through a perverse method. To think he'd be pretending to be the core commander after killing him right in front of them, and to think that it was working because Li Xin Wu read the mood and the flow of the battle. He was able to control that flow. What should she even call him? If she were to give him a title, she would call him a jogger. Attacks against the walls have decreased. Located steelworker. Checking with core owner first. May we go back to guarding steelworker? Crasher wasn't the only one who noticed the unexpected change in the battlefield. The iron golems, who had been protecting the walls and ready to give their lives in its defense, noticed that the attacks against the walls had lessened. Plus, they noticed Li Xin Wu on the battlefield, so they requested Crasher's permission to return to his side. The invaders wouldn't have the energy to attack the walls any longer, so Crasher unhesitatingly sent the iron golems on their way. You can go now. Returning to protect steelworker. Destroying structures that get in the way. How dare you, Kuiok? Charging, killing anything in the way. In the name of steelworker. It was as if they were waiting for that very moment. As they immediately turned around, they indiscriminately killed the undead and charged directly towards Li Xin Wu. The iron golems, which were superb when compared to other level 5 elites, charged side by side. The infighting undead couldn't stop them and were pushed back. It was as if they were erasing the undead with an eraser. Reaching core limit. Self-destructing core. self-destructing core. Whereas the level 4 bronze golems, which had recklessly charged into the undead force to repel them, reached their limit by the 1s and 2s and executed their final coded command self-destruct. The surrounding undead were swept away by the explosions and were crushed, falling to the ground in flames. Self-destructing. Kyohyok Thayer exploding. Magicians, stop the flames. The bronze golems exploded in various parts of the battlefield, spreading both fire and chaos. It was difficult for the entire core working together to deal with the explosions, but since this all occurred while they were fighting amongst themselves, the damage was maximized. Is that captain over there? The captain's in danger. Let's save our captain. Let's give peace to the Imperial Army. Have lost their reasoning. Paul Zero. Paul Zero's a good person. I'll help in saving him as well. However, there were guys trying to get in the middle of all the chaos. They were none other than the Pauls, who temporarily left Li Xin Wu to grow. What's worse, their numbers had doubled. The other Pauls must have been drawn to them and joined up. Let them rest in peace. Paul Zero. Captains over there. Although they were up against an undead force nearing 10,000 strong, they didn't submit and entered the battle. They emitted their poison, curse, and dark magic, and swung their weapons. The 12 level 4 elites led a force of 40 elite undead, causing a commotion. Rescue the captain. The core commander is alive. Paul Zero. Self-destructing core. That dies, not the core commander. He's not protecting steelworker. Thus, they just babbled on and gathered in one place, creating absurd ruckus. Of course, all that commotion was focused around Li Xin Wu. It really was a mess. It's chaos. Crasher watched the chaos unfold and thought about whether she would have a chance to intervene, but no matter how she thought about it, things would be settled without her having to get involved. Let's just meditate. In the end, she began to meditate in a safe spot. She decided to gather some mana for now, but she wasn't sure that there would come a time where she needed to use it. The low-rank command skill has become LV10 and evolves into the intermediate level. You can now command several subordinates at once. You can protect your subordinates from mental ailments. All stats have increased by 3. On the other hand, Li Xin Wu, who was in the very center of that chaos, ordered the undead whilst killing those that approached, while moving hectically. Around that time, his once depleted mana was replenished and he could wield the lightning tooth again, but he didn't do so. Instead, he wielded the transformed staff, the bifurcated snake spine that had gotten off the core commander. Bifurcated snake spine. LV4. Durability 950,950. Attack power 280-420. Magic attack power 400-500. Options magic 40. Calculation assistance. Passive skills elemental reversal absorbs an element and releases the opposite element. The staff likely had a different ability ordinarily, but he couldn't know anymore. Regardless, Li Xin Wu was quite satisfied with the transformed staff. It was something that could normally only be wielded by magicians, but he could also use it as one who could wield the elements themselves. The owner of this staff, the core commander Viters, was originally a mercenary, yet was a genius to be able to use such clean and pure elemental magic. And his staff likely helps in casting elemental magic as well, knowing that much was enough. It looked different from Viters, but if the magic he used looked similar, then it would be beneficial in confusing the skeletons, and the elemental magic that Viters used most when he was still alive was "I'll freeze you all, frozen cloud." It's here, the core commander's technique to think I'd be able to see it once more. Once used, that technique would freeze everything aside from allies. The skeletons who heard Li Xin Wu's high-pitched scream were elated and yelled. Of course, Li Xin Wu couldn't use magic like Frozen Cloud. He would just stuff the fire element into the staff and the other fork would spit out ice. Fortunately, he had a superb control over Marner, and had caught a few glances of frozen clouds in Viter's memories, so he was able to spread the cold Marner into a similar shape. Had infused quite a bit of Marner inside, and the result was truly astounding. Hundreds of undead troops were completely frozen solid. How can this be? Was he truly the core commander all along? That power, that range, how could that be anything but the core commander's strength? It was the result had been expecting. The undead in fearful and confused states saw Li Xin Wu's poor imitation. Though Li Xin Wu thought it was a poor imitation, his extraordinary aptitude in Marna caused his spread of the ice element look like a perfect frozen cloud and were completely fooled. I will follow your commands, Core Commander. See, Core Commander, how can this be? How can this be, Qark? Those who'd followed him in an obedient state were more sure than ever that he was the core commander, and those who were confused, but not obedient, turned obedient after seeing that magic once. Those who were neither confused nor obedient were both shocked and flustered, so they were just attacked and fell. Rather than the magic's power, the magic's symbolism was a more effective large-scale attack. His skill reflected that success as well. The acting skill has become LV12. Your acting ability has become even greater. You feel something supernatural moderately improving your acting ability. Something supernatural, huh? That may actually be the case. Li Xin Wu grinned and yelled to finish things up. Punish all those who attempted to dirty Sir Metafel's will with their vile machinations. We are the forces under the direct command of the mercenary king. The core commander has spoken. Punish them all. His scream resounded out, covering all of the enemy forces this time. Just because they were in range of his skill didn't mean that they would inevitably be affected by it, but Li Xin Wu's shout just now was able to bring around half of the undead troops to his side. The moment Li Xin Wu successfully dirtied Sir Metafel's name through his vile machinations to attain victory, the low-rank Shriek of the Dead skill has become LV10 and has evolved into the intermediate level. You have continued to train this skill, which is nothing more than a mere scream. By doing so, you can utilize your calmer to its maximum potential. You have created a skill whereby any who hear your cry will become dizzy and confused, and you may order them around as you please. The Joker's innate skill, Instigate, has been born. All stats have increased by 10. A innate skill, huh? Heh, everything is going according to plan. Stop lying. He thought it to be interconnected with the Joker calmer, but he didn't think he'd create an innate skill all on his own. Li Xin Wu muttered, being unable to contain his pride. On the other hand, Jin retorted with an incredibly composed voice. It didn't even take 2 hours before the battle had come to its end, and the skeletons went back to where they belonged. Chapter 18 Part 5. Chapter 18. Core Destroyer 5. Around the time Li Xin Wu decided that there weren't any more enemies left remaining and lowered his bifurcated snake spine, a message appeared before him stating that the battle was over. You have defeated a core under the direct command of the 12 generals. You have acquired 3 permits to God's secret shop. All stats have increased by 10. Proficiency in all combat-related skills has increased. The intermediate combat sense skill has become LV5, and agility has increased by 10. You single-handedly manipulated the core and ultimately destroyed it. Your achievement is unbelievable. You have acquired the title Core Destroyer. All stats have increased by 20. Whenever you fight against a force of at least 1,000, the effectiveness of all skills increases by 30. Li Xin-Wu could only laugh upon seeing that his achievement had increased his stats by a total of 80. If he added in Dodd's reward, then his stats had increased by 121. If he told his seniors about this, no, even if he were to tell Crasher, who was up on that wall, she wouldn't believe him. Core Destroyer, huh? That's my kind of title. You weren't really the one doing the destroying, though Jin recollected the chaos and destruction Li Xin-Wu had caused and shook his head. Li Xin-Wu clicked his non-existent tongue, and Jin ridiculed him. Well, what matters is that we cleaned everything up nicely. That kind of result-oriented thinking is what makes kids with so many dreams feel so wronged. Though it was clean, because Li Xin-Wu had split the undead force into two and made them fight against each other, all of them had died. To be honest, that wasn't completely accurate, but during the chaos, Li Xin-Wu had either taken care of them himself, or had the golems take care of it ultimately. He was satisfyingly able to ensure mutual destruction. Completed task. Standing by. Absorbing Marner to restore damaged parts. The level 4 bronze golems had sacrificed their cause, so they had been completely annihilated. But the level 5 iron golems were different. They either killed the level 5 undead or began to fight seriously once the undead were afflicted with status ailments, so they were safe. Though their armaments were heavily damaged, they would automatically be restored when they replenished their mana. Of course, it would probably take quite a bit of time, but it was much better than them being completely destroyed. Good work. Rest and replenish your mana. It's an honor, Captain. Li Xin-Wu knocked on the iron golems and complimented them. At that moment, the final participants of the battle approached him. They were the Pauls. Captain, are you alright? Paul 0. They were here too. The Pauls were the only factor that he hadn't taken into account. How would he have known that they'd come back at such a good time? Because they had intervened after chaos had reigned over the battlefield for some time, they were able to participate without any casualties. Honestly, one could call that a miracle. Good work all of you. I see new faces joining us. Li Xin-Wu smiled broadly and faced them. Had been thinking about how he'd dispose of the relatively useless level 3 bones strewn across the battlefield anyway. It's been a long time, Paul 0. I'm surprised you took these guys as your subordinates, but seeing you do all this, it makes sense somewhat. Captain, you're really amazing. Enough with the flattery. You all, scatter and collect all the loot and bones. I have something I can do for you as well. Perhaps it's an honor, Captain. We have bones we gathered from our own hunting, so please look after us. All right. I'll let you inherit the wills within those bones. Now get a move on. Jin's goblin fire swayed, seeing Li Xin-Wu use the Pauls whenever he wished, but Li Xin-Wu completely ignored him. The Pauls moved enthusiastically, and it wasn't long before they cleaned up the battlefield of all the loot. Captain, we're back. Here's the Pyrium. This is all your karma, so please don't hesitate and take it. All right. Then I'll take it. Good work all of you. You have acquired 17,291,080 Pyrium. Li Xin-Wu accepted the Pyrium the Pauls had brought him all at once, and couldn't believe his eyes. It wasn't 170,000 or 1.7 million, but 17 million had only received 2 million Pyrium from cleaning out the entire city. What's worse, Li Xin Wu had separated the loot from the level 5 Elder Knights that Crasher had killed with her Grand Ice Spear, yet this was how high the total was. It wasn't calculated wrong, was it? It doesn't seem like it. However, when he thought about it calmly, this seemed only natural. The undead in the city had been level 2, and the undead in the core were level 3. No matter how little a level 3 undead drops, they would drop at least 1,000 Pyrium. 10,000 of those would drop 10 million Pyrium. And if he added the level 4 and level 5 undead to that, it seemed only natural that he'd accumulate this much. I think I could buy a level 7 elite bone with this much. I knew Yao'd say something like that. Li Xin Wu suddenly realized how impressive it was that he'd crushed the undead core. However, the truly impressive part was starting now. Captain, well, leave the weapons over here. Well, divide the bones based on level and place them over here, Captain. Most of the undead core carried weapons. There were several exceptional weapons that were at least level 2. There were a few level 3 weapons that were good enough that Li Xin Wu wanted them. However, the bones were more exceptional than the weapons. There were too many level 3 bones, so he couldn't count them all, while there were around 400 level 4 bones, and 78 level 5 bones. Was there only one level 6 bone, the one from the core commander that I've already absorbed at the beginning? I thought there would be dozens of level 6 core commanders, and even some level 7 undead as well, since it's under the direct command of the 12 generals. Li Xin Wu looked upon the separately divided heaps of bones and suddenly had that doubt. Aramer Steelworker, who was one of the 12 generals, was level 8 and his subordinate, Guillotine, was level 7. But Metterfell's core commander was only level 6. Even though Metterfell was one of the 12 generals, they were both generals, but there's a huge difference in the strength of their forces. Even so, is it because they're mercenaries, or did this core only consist of the leftover troops? If not that either, then maybe the golems are a special case and are especially powerful. You're seriously saying something completely different from what you were talking about a second ago. If not, then perhaps the core commander might have been powerful for level 6. That was probably it. Li Xin Wu had reinforced the Drakehorn Lance significantly through Rule of Bone, assimilated with Jin, and used Shadow Sprint through all of that. He drew out his maximum power, charged, and lunged at the Ghoul Wizard. Even though the ambush was perfect in so many ways, the Ghoul Wizard was able to cancel out his attack. That was proof of the considerable stat differential between them. If Li Xin Wu hadn't launched the Drakehorn Lance immediately through Rule of Bone, he probably would've died right there. When he thought back, it was a dizzying moment. If I had been able to use Avenger, the fight would've been a lot easier. But we got him, didn't we? It wasn't perfect, though. I thought this before, but the stat differential was too severe. Because he'd advanced in various ways from this battle, he came close to a total of 2,000 stats, but 2,000 stats was still very low for a level 5. He felt as though increasing his stats by just 10 counted as growth, but if he were up against an opponent with stats higher than his by 2,000, 3,000 or even more, when he thought about the fact that he needed 3,200 stats at least to reach level 6, it wouldn't be surprising for his enemy to possess stats doubling or even tripling his own. Moreover, there's a disparity between the effectiveness of their status as well. Besides, we even ambushed him, a magician who possesses a frail body, without giving him the opportunity to cast any magic, yet it wasn't perfect. I had too much faith in Rule of Bone and Bursting Thunder. I should really try harder from now on. Yeah, let's play it safe from now on. Please. But all we need to do is not fight them face to face, so don't worry so much. That just makes me worry more. Li Xin Wu listened to Jin, grinned and raised his head. The Pauls, who stood side by side in a line, gazed at him with bright eyes. He was already well aware of what they wanted. Then, shall we begin? Step forward, those who wish to inherit the wills of the Empire's soldiers and knights. We heard from Paul 47 I would like to inherit their wills and dreams as well. Good. You seem determined. Then we'll start with you, Paul 39. Yes. Honestly, the level 3 bones didn't really have any value to Li Xin Wu or Jin. However, it was different for the Pauls. The level 3 bones would reinforce the Pauls, and even the level 4 Pauls could increase their stats by absorbing several level 3 bones. Li Xin Wu intended to turn all 43 of the Pauls here into level 4s, so he decided to focus bone reinforcement on the Pauls who hadn't reached level 4 yet. So that's how it was being filled with their wills, their strength, and their memories. It's overflowing. Thank you, Paul 0 no Captain. His bone reinforcement was at our level where he could continuously reinforce the other Pauls with dozens of bones in only 1 second. Light radiated in various places, and Li Xin Wu managed to awaken the Pauls. I'll follow you, Captain. The last one, Captain. So you were doing that again. Around that time, Crasher had finished her meditation and came down from the wall. All she'd done in the battle was manifest and throw a grand ice spear, but it had a huge effect on the battlefield, so she received a lot of rewards from her achievement following the battle. She was busy with her magic, so it had taken quite a bit of time for her to get down and accept all of her rewards. Crasher, just stay put and watch. And that's your share of the loot. I'll buy the level 5 knight bones. You'll sell them cheap, right? Then that'll clear my debt of gratitude to you, as you let me stay with you longer. Okay. Li Xin Su smoothly finished the deal with Crasher and went back to reinforcing. The level 3 Pauls, who originally had high specs and were close to level 4, were quickly reborn as level 4 Doom Factors. On the other hand, the Pauls who had relatively low specs in comparison were indiscriminately reinforced until they could take the barrage of bone reinforcement and leveled up. Obviously, Li Xin Wu got something out of it too. The bone reinforcement skill has become LV7. When you use bone reinforcement on someone else, the effect is increased and you can now absorb a large portion of it as well. Was it because of the Paul's strong will to inherit their fellow comrades' wills? It only took 3 hours before he was finished reinforcing them. He had used all of the level 3 bones, as well as the bones they had brought with them from hunting, and had managed to transform all of the 43 Pauls into level 4 elites. However, that wasn't the end of his bone reinforcement. After he separated the items that seemed special or increased stats, he suddenly reinforced the remaining bone weapons with each other to create an even more powerful weapon. Bone reinforcement has failed. Failed. Succeeded. Failed. 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 Succeeded. The LV2 Bone Thorn Spear has evolved into the LV3 Black Canine Tooth Spear. Nice. I've never seen this shape and material before. Plus, it increases stats too. Pass. You're really persistent. You know that's how he used all the weapons he'd collected from the battlefield, and ultimately he created 50 level 3 weapons. There had originally been about 20 guys wielding level 3 weapons, so he had 70 level 3 weapons in total. To top it off, he had the level 4 weapon, the bifurcated snake spine. Then are you going to fuse those together now, too, to create an even better weapon? Not crazy. Why would I do something so wasteful? Then are you going to give them to the Pauls? That's what I'll do if I have any left remaining. Before, Li Xin Wu liked absorbing bones more than bone equipment to strengthen himself. However, after he acquired the weapon Trickster's Bone, and learned the bone armory skill, that thought changed a bit. He thought he needed to make use of all the weapons that he could. Because of that, this was his decision. Now let's fill up the storehouse bone armory. 1:130, he forgot the agility increase apparently. Chapter 19 Part 1. Chapter 19. Clean Up 1. Bone Armory's potential was as limitless as Rule of Bone. Even if the level of the equipment was low, he could use the information from other pieces of equipment to reinforce the low-leveled ones. Like what happened to his level 3 armor, which leveled up due to the acid skull helm. In other words, the diversity of the equipment is as important as the level. Since I can combine that countless information and create something that fits the situation. You're an alchemist as I thought. The one thing my bone skills have in common is that they're all fraudulent skills. Most level 3 equipment had stats attached to them. Of course, absorbing bone equipment was like absorbing bones. The more bone equipment of a similar type he absorbed, the less effective it would be. However, that wasn't the case right now. He watched the reborn level 4 Pauls examine themselves and decided to visit the buffet start his own bone reinforcement. First up was the bone staff, the bifurcated snake spine, which helped him impersonate the corps commander. Kreischer's eyes lit up at the sight, but Li Xin Wu calmly ignored her. In any case, she wasn't the one who took him down. If she asked for it as part of her share, then he was prepared to pay for it with Pirium. Since he wasn't a thief. Then bone reinforcement. Absorbing the LV4 bifurcated snake spine. Magic has increased by 40. The absorbed bifurcated snake spine is affected by the other equipment in the bone armory and is buffed. The information of the other absorbed equipment in the bone armory was applied, and the absorbed information was analyzed and buffed, transforming into a completely new piece of equipment. Li Xin Wu didn't wait for the result and absorbed the next piece of equipment. This time, it was a level 3 helmet that completely covered his face. Absorbing the level 3 full skull helm. Health has increased by 7. The absorbed full skull helm reinforces the acid skull helm's information. You can now summon the acid full skull helm. This time, there wasn't any need for analysis. It immediately transformed. Since the information update only applied to a specific piece of equipment, moreover, Li Xin Wu was even more pleased, as it was the outcome he'd expected. The options weren't updated, but he was now able to summon a helmet that better covered his face and its defense naturally increased. Just this made it worth it to absorb the helmet. Is level 3 equipment normally this common? If undead core of at least 10,000 strong are common in this world, then yeah, they're common. Bone reinforcement. Bone reinforcement. Li Xin Wu ignored Kreischer and Jin, who were watching from behind and talking nonsense, and continued to absorb the weapons. While some equipment only raised his stats by like 1 health and 1 strength, which was nothing to write home about, other equipment raised his stats by so much that it made him wonder, is this really okay for a level 3 weapon, as the stat gain was shocking. Bone reinforcement. This. Especially if there was a piece of equipment that was already stored within the bone armory that shared a great affinity with the absorbed equipment. In cases like that, the item would change dramatically, becoming greater than he expected. A gold mine amongst these was absorbing the LV3 spine whip. Strength and agility have increased by 7. The absorbed spine whip is affected by the other equipment in the bone armory and is buffed. You can now summon the LV5 bifurcated spine whip. To think the information of level 3 equipment and level 4 equipment could combine to make a level 5 weapon, you're really rubbing salt in the wound. Since I can't even equip armor, I'm not jealous one bit. Show me the level 5 equipment. While Jin seemed uninterested, Crasher's eyes brightened like a little kid. Rather than the effect of the item, she was likely interested in how the two's information mingled together to create a new piece of equipment. Fine. Then Li Xin Wu summoned the bifurcated spine whip for Crasher. The level 3 spine whip possessed a flat grip, and above it was a 2-meter-long, unpleasant human-shaped spine. On the other hand, the level 5 bifurcated spine whip had a different grip feel, and the menacing spine split into two, stretching up to 3 meters with thorns protruding from it. The overall feel was completely different. As I thought, a level 5 weapon looks a lot different. It's really pretty. Perhaps Crasher's feeling really disappointed right now. Crasher's eyes brightened even more when she looked upon the bifurcated spine whip, causing Li Xin Wu to inwardly mutter, "You have 2 level 5 weapons stored inside of the bone armory. The bone armory skill has become LV4. Health and magic have increased by 10. The number of equipment you can summon and maintain at one time has increased to 4. Yes, Bone Armory had leveled up, so he could finally summon upper and lower body armor, a helmet, and a weapon as well. Had suffered for quite a long time since first attaining the Bone Armory skill, but now he finally recovered his fully armed state. However, this wasn't the end of his happiness. He had alternated between absorbing weapons and armor, and while the pieces of equipment's information had lacked was slowly being filled, he apparently fulfilled some sort of condition he wasn't aware of, and this message appeared. You have completed the LV4 Acid Bone full armor. You can summon the pieces separately, or you can summon it as a single, complete set. Wait, does this mean the moment that message appeared, Li Xin Wu de-equipped all his equipment, even while he was in disbelief? Jin was shocked, and whether or not he yelled wasn't his concern. He immediately summoned the armor again. Seeing that, Jin tilted his head and spoke. Maybe it's because the equipment information was updated, but it feels like the armor has a greater sense of unity than before. Your high agility makes you quite sharp. You're right. This has been unified. The Acid Bone full armor was one set. In other words, the 3 pieces, the helm, the upper body armor, and the lower body armor, were considered one piece and could be summoned as a whole naturally. The mana consumption was reduced, and the armor's joints became tougher. To think he would achieve a unification here, when he couldn't do so in his own homeland. Li Xin Wu was deeply moved and examined his body. Had absorbed dozens of equipment, and because the strong points of the armor and weapons were applied, his armor was both refined and functional. Above all, there weren't any chinks in the armor, and it covered his entire body. From an outsider's perspective, one wouldn't be able to tell whether he was living or undead. I can mimic a living person's mana, so if I'm in a jam, I'll act while wearing the armor, and when I take it off, I'll disguise myself. It's perfect. Of course, if the situation necessitated it and he needed to play a different role, he would need to change the appearance of his armor a bit, but because he'd absorbed so much equipment, he wasn't worried about changing his armor. Nice. As I thought, it was an excellent decision. After that, Li Xin Wu, who had become more flexible, absorbed a few more pieces of equipment. Around the time no more meaningful changes occurred, he stopped his outstretched hand. Seeing Crasher's eyes brighten up, Li Xin Wu firmly shook his head and explained. Since they were similar types of soldiers, the weapons they use don't have much variety to them. I think this is enough. Any more is meaningless. Had absorbed around 40 pieces of equipment and obtained at least 200 stats. That meant his stats increased by 160 if he excluded the 40 magic head gained from the bifurcated snake spine. In many ways, the suddenly appearing undead core had helped Li Xin Wu. It was to the point that Li Xin Wu wanted to kowtow before one of the 12 generals, the mercenary King Metterfell. Then what about what's left, you guys? Whoever doesn't have a level 3 weapon, come over here and pick whatever you like. Captain. Thank you, Captain. Li Xin Wu was offering them the leftover weapons and acted as though he was doing this out of the generosity of his heart. But even so, the Pauls couldn't help but be touched by his actions. Honestly, he was only doing this because they'd defeated a force of 10,000. Normally, level 3 equipment wasn't easy to find. If one wanted to buy this kind of equipment from the secret shop, they would need to possess considerable funds. If it's that expensive, why don't you just sell it at the shop? I thought about that too, but the sales charge pisses me off. In terms of cost performance, giving these guys the equipment to increase their strength is probably better. Originally, Li Xin Wu hadn't had any consideration for the Pauls. However, as he realized that he could make them into his subordinates, as well as use bone reinforcement on them to transform them into level 4 elites, he began to have a small hope for them. If the numbers kept increasing like this and he increased their levels, he might be able to create an independent force. The more variables there are, the better. Investing this much into them doesn't feel like a waste. You're really amazing. Lately I've been thinking that a bit too. Li Xin Wu replied honestly, and went to the last thing on his agenda. Naturally, it was to reinforce himself and Jin with the level 4 and 5 bones. That wouldn't work on me, right? Come back when you're only bones. No thanks. If he were to exclude Veters, the core commander, the other remaining bones didn't really have any exceptional options. The level 4 knights and magicians' memories and experiences was useful, and the stats and skill proficiency from the level 5 elder knights and wizards was tremendous. The intermediate bursting thunder skill has become LV2. Strength and magic have increased by 5. You can better incorporate lightning into your weapon, and, using that lightning, you may swing your weapon faster. The intermediate shadow sprint skill has become LV2. Agility has increased by 10. Your running form looks a bit more like a shadow. Li Xin Wu's total stats were now 2,272 due to the stat gain from the bones, as well as the experiences that further improved his skills. He needed 928 more stats to reach level 6. Though he'd obtained hundreds of stats from one battle, Li Xin Wu wasn't satisfied. That's because he knew that he still had a long way to go. Ugh, don't be so dramatic. You didn't even absorb half of what I did. In order for Jin to more effectively absorb the undead's experiences and memories, he twitched on the flaw while Li Xin Wu calmly sorted through the experiences and memories. This was his time to organize the combat and magic techniques he'd acquired from the knights and magicians. It was simultaneously a time for him to organize his information on one of the 12 generals, the mercenary King Metterfell, as well as the corps he led using the corps commander Veter's memories. Their past and, if it's possible, their present as well. Li Xin Wu calmly organized the memories, and at some point, he opened his eyes wide open. His waning goblin fire looked as though it had suddenly burst out. What's wrong? Seeing that, Kreischer was slightly scared and asked. Li Xin Wu replied extremely calmly. It's nothing. Liar. Yeah, I'm lying. Kreischer pouted at Li Xin Wu's extremely confident attitude, while Li Xin Wu just grinned. Then, he spoke amicably. Let's do our best for the remainder of our contract. He spoke as if he had drawn the line there, and he would never tell her no matter what. Realizing that, Kreischer felt the urge to increase the contract duration, but unfortunately, she had no way of doing so, so she ultimately disappointedly nodded her head. Chapter 19 Part 2. Chapter 19. Clean Up 2. All beings possess a magic inherent to them, and the properties of this magic gradually change as one accumulates calmer and grows. For example, if one were to train in ice magic, their magic would become colder, and if one used magic to reinforce their sword and body, their magic would become heavier. However, Li Xin Wu's magic was a bit different. Since he had such a variety of abilities, and had used these abilities so diligently, his magic didn't have a chance to go in a specific direction. No, that's what he had thought in the beginning, but that wasn't actually the case. His magic was that means the innate quality of my magic can change case to case. Yeah, sure, why not? Kreischer couldn't understand how Li Xin Wu's magic could so freely change, and made her hair even messer than before, but Li Xin Wu just shrugged his shoulders. In the process of creating a golem's marner, he had a small realization his marner had become a part of him, and was something he could fabricate like his speech, his expression, or his clothes. He could say that even his marner had become an extension of the acting and disguise skills. If I attempted to do it consciously, the magic loss would be too severe. But you can control it freely. Yeah, that's the characteristic of your marner. The quality of having an indeterminate form that can change into anything. In other words, my magic is like Zeta 1. Considering the fact that Li Xin Wu could control 3 of the elements themselves, Li Xin Wu's magic already possessed limitless potential. Kreischer recognized that she couldn't do what Li Xin Wu could do before, yet even so, she couldn't stop her research. What she said next was something that would be helpful to Li Xin Wu as well. My catalyst magic was an attempt to replicate your ability to change Marna. Since it's hard for me to change my own Marna, I decided to change the naturally existing Marna instead. That sounds even harder. No, it's not hard, because a lot of techniques already exist that induce the naturally occurring Marna to change. But in the process of analyzing your Marna, I was able to create a new Marna pattern that has better Marna cohesion and efficiency. I understand it all, so keep going. Li Xin Wu decided to memorize everything Kreischer was saying and insisted that she continue. She sighed and continued. If the focus of your ability is to change your own Marna, then mine is to change external Marna. And my way of barely doing so is through a catalyst. So what I'm saying is she paused and raised a small orb. It was the growing artifact she got from God, the orb of eternal ice. As expected, that everlasting ice crystal was the catalyst of her magic. I was narrowly able to induce the magic to change. It hasn't been long since this child was born, so its course hasn't completely been set yet, so in a lot of ways, I was lucky. Since it's now easy to impart a will upon an item. So are you trying to brag about your artifact to me or what? More importantly, don't you feel something from looking at this orbit's big and beautiful? Liar. Li Xin Wu gazed at the orb piercingly, the orb being daintier than Kreischer's white hand. Kreischer pushed the orb forward, as if she were okay with him holding it and gazing at it, but Li Xin Wu shook his head. If I touch it, it might change into bone. What a terrifying ability. Li Xin-Wu examined the orb more carefully than before. He felt a vortex of ice-cold mana within that was expanding even now. Had used ice mana a bit before through the elemental reversal ability. He expected that he'd be able to completely master that element as well if he practiced just a bit more with a bifurcated snake spine. But that's not the issue right now. The pattern that caused the mana to remain inside the orb was extremely unique. That was probably why Kreischer had told him to take a look. Looking at it once wouldn't be enough for him to memorize the pattern. It wasn't that easy. This whole thing was a magic circle. If the difficulty of creating a golem's seal was increased by 100x, then this is what it would look like. Ultimately, this technique just allows me, who's proficient in ice magic, to use the ice artifact, Eternal Ice, to change the surrounding mana into ice, but you should be able to learn something from this. Yeah, alright. I completely understand it. Like always, Li Xin-Wu maintained his poker face and spoke calmly, but Kreischer knew that Li Xin-Wu had no idea how it worked. Should we increase the duration of the contract? No. If all I need to do is memorize it, I can do it within a day. TCH. The moment her plan to continue accompanying Li Xin-Wu and acquire some magic inspiration from him failed. That's right. This was the last day of their contract. Starting tomorrow, they had to go their own separate ways. Kreischer inwardly spewed out curses at Li Xin-Wu as he failed to acknowledge her passion for magic, but outwardly, she endured with a slight pout. Being angry would be a waste of precious time. In any case, he'll continue explaining. I was barely able to manifest the magic through a catalyst, but you're capable to transforming your mana into anything. Right. I can't transform it into anything. Just what I know. In other words, if you figure out how this catalyst works, you should be able to turn your body itself into a huge catalyst. At least that's what I've been thinking. Time froze at that very moment. As expected of a woman who handles ice magic, her skills were peerless. You know, you're saying something really frightening right now. It's not that frightening compared to your latent potential. Li Xin-Wu dwelled over what Kreischer had said so nonchalantly, and his body slightly quivered. I can become a catalyst. If that happened, he'd be able to control the mana in the entire area however he pleased. Especially because Li Xin-Wu could freely change his mana. If he could actually change his mana into a catalyst, the products that came about from it would be limitless. I can't even imagine it. It'll be possible for you someday. As long as I help you. Why are you going so far to help me? Since I want to see it happen. Kreischer replied unhesitatingly, her eyes surging with a delicate enthusiasm. It might have been unbecoming for an ice magician, but Li Xin-Wu thought that this pure passion of hers may have been the driving force behind her growth to level 6. Even so, in not extending the duration of the contract. Why not? Kreischer yelled, genuinely frustrated, and Li Xin-Wu just grinned and replied, "What's wrong with you? It's not like we're never going to see each other again. We can just form another team when we meet again. I'll probably be stronger than you by then. You seem plenty strong now. I'm not interested in strength that can only be used in a self-contained situation. If he didn't have the strength to overcome an enemy face-to-face, he would ultimately have to rely on unconventional tactics each and every time." Li Xin-Wu was confident in his unconventional tactics, but he also believed that he couldn't rely on such shallow methods forever. Rule of bone, bursting thunder, mana bomb. I can become strong. As long as I strive for it. Li Xin Wu forcefully balled his hands into fists and suddenly resolved himself. He didn't show what he was feeling very often, but before he knew it, had begun to trust Kracia more and had done so unconsciously. Seeing that, Kracia felt that they fundamentally went very different and was very slightly relieved. Meanwhile, Jin had been ignoring everything else and was training his steel body. The intermediate Marner Bone skill has become LV4. Magic has increased by 10. Any action concerning the use of Marner is buffed. Before it became dark, Li Xin Wu successfully memorized the Eternal Ice's structure, and that was enough to cause his Marner Bone skill to level up. That meant the knowledge shed passed on to him was something extraordinary. Kracia also gained something from this. Li Xin Wu lent her his bifurcated snake spine, and demonstrated how he changed the elements that deepened her understanding of her own element and naturally caused her catalyst magic to develop further as well. If she were still on her home planet, the two of them wouldn't be able to separate, as they had shared so much of their information and experiences with each other. They would be together until death. It's unfortunate that we can't. Har, you're funny, mister. Feynman too, but you can't do that here. I'll contact you when I can private chat. Alright. About what I requested. You can do it, right? Of course. Kracia firmly nodded her head, holding the limited order bone core that Li Xin Wu had remodeled. She wasn't finished studying the core, but it was still Li Xin Wu's, so she was about to tearfully return it to him. However, Li Xin Wu said it was fine if she kept it and instead asked her to fulfill a request of his. If you find any golems on the way, don't destroy them. Instead, command them to go to a specific place. Originally, others couldn't command golems with a core aside from Li Xin Wu, unless they were temporary commands. Li Xin Wu had drastically increased the functions of the core, and in the end succeeded in infusing the core with a steelworker command authority. His goal was to maintain an army of golems. If he were able to gather golems, they would become a reliable fighting force later on. Of course, Li Xin Wu also planned on giving any golem he encountered the same command. Thanks for the grapes. I feel like I could just eat grapes until I die. Make sure you get enough nutrients. The two extended their arms and shook hands. A warm heat transmitted to his bare bone hand. It felt like his completely empty heart was being warmed as well. It felt qualitatively different from when he had shook hands with Irian for a moment. Li Xin Wu felt a bit regretful, as he might have been able to form a relationship like this with Irian as well. But Li Xin Wu soon erased that thought from his mind. Since it was my choice, he didn't just have to part ways with Kracia. Li Xin Wu had to part ways with the 43 Pauls, who were reborn as level 4 elites. We are truly in your debt, Captain. I'd like to always serve by your side, but it's not yet time. I told you last time, but I still have a lot I need to do. Captain, however, I promise you, there will be a time when we fight together. There'll be a day when the curse is lifted from the underground empire. We'll do our utmost to prepare for that day. We won't trouble you, Captain. Originally, they trusted and obeyed Li Xin Wu because of his connections to both Anti-Skull and General Seagold. However, once they became his subordinates, they didn't really think about General Seagold. He was just someone they once pledged their loyalty to. Their lives already belonged to Li Xin Wu. I'll give you the golems. I'll save those who are wandering through the darkness like you and send them to you. I understand, Captain. If his final goodbye with Kracia felt like a story of youth, then his final goodbye with the Pauls felt like a war story. Kracia, who hadn't left yet, saw that and was deeply touched. That was the icing on the cake. Well, we turn no matter what. Captain, no matter what. See you later. Don't die. Yeah, don't die. The Pauls, accompanied by the 3 iron golems which had reduced their size, and Kreischer, who wielded the orb and core in each hand, went in separate directions. Li Xin Wu sent them off with a smile. They're completely gone now, right? Yeah. And when they couldn't see them anymore, Li Xin Wu secretly lowered his hand. He wasn't even doing something that made him feel small, but pointlessly felt as though he couldn't hold his head up high. Good. Then, shall we go? Go by yourself. You have nothing to be afraid of. Li Xin Wu smiled bitterly at Jin's firm reply. He now had 4 permits to God's secret shop. Due to the battle, he used one of them and entered God's secret shop. 1 TN Pokemon reference. 2 TN may be referring to Richard Feynman, but I'm not really sure. Chapter 19 Part 3. Chapter 19. Clean Up 3. Guten Abend 1. Oh my, you came by yourself. Hello, Plane. The secret shop's owner, Plane, always greeted him with the same expression, whether it was when he was level 1 and didn't know anything, or now, when he was level 5 and realized that the events in the Underground Empire aren't progressing as simply as a retro games scenario. Is the hot cocoa good? Would you like some? I forgot you can't drink it. Moreover, she would always be eating something with a blissful expression. Whenever he entered the shop, she never failed to get under his skin. The red-haired beauty set down her cup of hot cocoa, which had been pressed to her lips, and laughed, while Li Xin Wu just grit his teeth. Then, she spoke a bit more seriously than before. Last time I said I didn't think you'd be able to gather all that Pyrium, but how about it? Did you gather 1.3 million Pyrium? Of course I did. Was it time to fight back now? Li Xin Wu smiled faintly, and Plane was sure that he made a lot of money. The time between visits was a bit long this time. That's because I went to God's garden in between, so I needed some time to gather some more permits. You visited God. As expected, it seemed as though Plane's information was indeed limited. Upon saying that he went to God's garden, Plane started bombarding him with questions, and Li Xin Wu just replied adequately. When he told her about how he'd asked God for a quest to kill the undead heroes, she laughed uproariously. You made a choice like a hero who's been underground for dozens of years. I'm not actually sure if this was a good idea or not, but you're probably already aware of this, but there's a limit to the commerce she can bestow upon a human. A piece of her grace, the God's garden, which can only be reached by gathering permits, is also the same. That's the reason she cannot give you such a tremendous blessing, no matter how much she might want to. If God could unlimitedly bestow her power to others, the curse would already be gone. The reason Li Xin Wu could receive a greater blessing than the other heroes was because he traded his life for it. At the time, he couldn't understand, but now he understood it well, as if it were only natural. That's true. What if she doesn't personally bestow that grace, but does so indirectly? And what if that blessing can only be bestowed upon you by using your own karma as a foundation? Naturally, the limitation widens significantly. That's the reason you were able to obtain the information regarding the scattered undead heroes in the Empire. Li Xin Wu had made that request because he had a rough idea of what would happen. He thought it to be much more profitable to get the quest rather than an item, but in terms of results, had hit the mark. It was fine if he accepted it like that. Plane, do you know about Ethan Cruz? If you're asking specifically about him, does that mean you know? Li Xin Wu wordlessly nodded his head, and Plane looked like she was at a loss. You've realized something that the other heroes have yet to realize. But regarding that person, I can only tell you to avoid him. I don't trade with him because I like him. Please understand that I can't carelessly pass on his information so long as he remains a hero. Is it really okay for a hero to kill another hero? It's not really forbidden. Normally, heroes can't absorb other heroes' strength by killing them, and even if they gain karma from killing them, they'll also accumulate bad karma. So there's no reason to do something so foolish. Ethan Cruz must possess an authority that makes that bad karma beneficial to him. Or maybe he has a skill that does it. That's probably enough information. Plain looked really troubled, so Li Xin Wu just shrugged his shoulders and decided to go on to the main topic. Anyway, I have some goods that I'd like to sell this time around. Goods you'd like to sell are, is it food? Plain knew that Li Xin Wu possessed an ability that allowed him to utilize most items, so she quickly came to a conclusion and sported a deep smile. You must have acquired it in a dungeon, so it should be fruit or vegetables. No, is it meat? Both are fine. Because every other hero wants food, you'll be paid handsomely. How about alcohol? Alcohol. Plain's eyes momentarily shimmered, like the stars on the ceiling of a planetarium. At least, that's what it felt like to him. Alcohol is sold at an expensive price above ground as well. The unit price is different. The unit price, please take it out. How many bottles do you have? You sell goods above ground as well. Oh my. I have to make a living too, so I can't just trade with heroes who only bring gloomy things. Right, you haven't taken the alcohol out yet. What type is it? Whiskey, rice, wine, vodka are, but wine would be the best. Was it the mood? It felt like Plain would drink the alcohol whenever he took out a bottle. Li Xin Wu slightly opened his inventory and took out a bottle of wine. Plain's eyes definitely shimmered like stars this time. It's wine. Please take a look. This is from Care Century. There was still a Care Century remaining underground. Yes, if he told her there was an entire winery still there, it felt like she would take everything he had. Around now, Li Xin Wu realized that the goods he'd brought weren't ordinary. They're not vintage. But this much wine, alright. It has a premium, so I can give you 20,000 perium for it. That's not all I have. I have other types, so please take a look at them. Others 381. This is a great vintage. This is vintage as well. This is tar, but it's still great wine. Since only novices are so concerned over the vintage, I have no idea what you're talking about, so do as you please. Before he entered the secret shop, it felt like he was going to a wholesale dealer to sell his wine, but now it felt like he was having a sommelier examine his wine. Li Xin Wu took out all the wine he had, which was a bit less than 50 bottles, and she looked distressed, with the most serious expression he'd ever seen from her. Then she opened her mouth. I'll buy them all for a total of 1.5 million perium. That's quite a lot. They're that valuable. Wine requires countless people's effort and finances to create, so the karmic value is considerable. That's especially true for older wine. Finally, there's a saying that Care Century's wine is so delicious that you have to bow before drinking it, even though it's the cheapest. I see, then I'll sell them at that price. Wait a sec. Li Xin Wu spoke nonchalantly, and Plain's eyes glittered. Her red hair surged up as if it were aflame. Then do you have others as well? Yes, I have the biggest one left. The biggest one. This time, Plain's hands wriggled unpleasantly. She showed him so many expressions that he'd never seen from her before. With just one word, alcohol, and obediently took out the alcohol like she wanted. Well, 1 barrel for now. What is Plain looked vacantly at him as if saying you said you'd bring out alcohol, but what's with this wooden barrel, but soon realized what it was. I thought you'd brought way too much, but you didn't. I took everything that was in a winery. I have others besides this one. Kyre. Until now, Plain had only moved her hands from behind the stall and hadn't even bobbed her head up and down, yet for the first time, she abruptly stood up from her seat. Li Xin Wu watched her and his goblin fire gently swayed. Are you planning to drink it all yourself? Roman, too can't do that. I can't, though it would be easy. Even while speaking, she instinctually extended her hand towards him. Since he knew what she wanted, Li Xin Wu helped her touch the wooden barrel, and the next moment her hand slightly shook. She had read the information on the wooden barrel. Care Century 395 Plain, who'd ascertained when the wine was made, gently closed her eyes. Her throat slightly wriggled. The sight of her trying to restrain her surging emotions actually shocked Li Xin Wu. He could understand why she felt so conflicted without even asking her. She didn't look it, but she was someone connected with the fall of the underground empire. I suppose even then they were still fermenting alcohol. Plain, who had struggled to open her eyes, strained herself to say that. He acted like he hadn't heard her. However, she continued. Well, I suppose that's what happened. That's when everything was overflowing with life. They had never failed with magic before. The harvest was bountiful. Can I call you Granny? Customer. Do you want me to hit you? Do you want to get hit? He teased her in an attempt to cheer her up, but he ended up pissing her off. However, it wasn't like it was completely ineffective, as she soon left her sentimental thoughts behind. She fake coughed with an ahem and returned to her normal calm voice. Mr. Li Xin Wu, please act as if you didn't hear what I just said. And please remember that in 17. Yes, I understand. Getting involved with a merchant who calls herself 17 winches not can't lead to anything good. Li Xin Wu suddenly felt relieved that he was a skeleton, and Plain made an offer. The wine's own value, as well as its historical value, that's excluding the rating as well. This alcohol is way too valuable to exchange for Pirium, so let's trade instead. I'll trade for them with whatever you wish for, Mr. Li Xin Wu. That's good. I want bones. I knew you would say that. Despite the fact that the barrels had significantly lower value as they went bottled, each barrel stored several dozens of liters of wine, so each wooden barrel was valued at least 1 million Pirium. Had cleared out an entire winery, so he would be able to easily buy a level 6 elite bone. Then I'll take them out. How many do you have? I'd like to get a rough estimate, so I can give you suitable products in exchange. Plain, who sported a joyous expression and had been rummaging under the counter, saw Li Xin Wu take barrel after barrel out of his inventory, and her face gradually stiffened. Wait a sec. How many barrels do you have? I think there were about 100 barrels. I counted about 2,000 liters. 2,000 liters. Then that means eek. She didn't think just one hero would be able to sell so much that she would go eek. Plain just let that moment pass. Li Xin Wu was flustered, and Plain quickly straightened herself out, stood up and made an offer. Mr. Li Xin Wu, there's an item that was stored many years ago in this shop, and none like it have ever entered the shop again. Would you like to see it? I told you I wanted some bones. Yes, it's a bone. It's also the best bone we have. Could it be? Li Xin Wu thought, and the moment his eyes lit up, Plain nodded her head as if his assumption was correct, and spoke. It's the only bone in this shop that costs 30 million. It's the level 7 elite, the giant Finno's bone. 1 TN German for good evening. Chapter 19 Part 4. Chapter 19. Clean up 4. It took quite a long time. While Li Xin Wu was visiting the shop, Keheb remained quiet. Jin must been really bored being stuck in the city alone as he welcomed him back. Li Xin Wu grinned and replied, "That's because we were setting the price of each and every barrel of wine." "So how was it?" Jin asked whether the wine was sold at a high price or not, and Li Xin Wu simply replied like this. "I took all of the level 6 elite bones they had. It seems like there aren't a lot of people killing level 6 elites. Yet there's still a barrel of wine left over. Why didn't you just sell it and buy a weapon or something?" The only thing Li Xin Wu didn't sell was the first wooden barrel head discovered in the winery containing the Care Century Delicus 395-52L. While he could obtain all the bones without selling it, there was another important reason to it. He'll probably use it later somewhere. It doesn't seem like we'd have a use for it, but no, do what you want. He was probably being considerate, but it didn't really work. Li Xin Wu chuckled and changed the subject. "Then shall we start reinforcing?" "Oh no. Don't." Li Xin Wu possessed 120 million perium in total. This came from selling all the wine that had gotten from the winery, as well as from the battle that ensued with the core. With that 120 million perium, had brought something that cost as much as 30 million. That was a level 7 elite, Finno's bone. And with the remaining 90 million he bought all of the level 6 elite bones, which ranged from 1.5 million perium to 7 million. As a result, there were 24 bones on the ground emitting light, 23 level 6 bones, and 1 level 7 bone. Life is all about luck. It's scary just looking at it all. What they'd acquired from selling all of the wine trumped everything that Li Xin Wu and Jin had acquired thus far through their blood, sweat, and tears. However, Li Xin Wu knew that life was like that. What was most important in life? It was luck. Li Xin Wu was just happy that luck was on his side right now. Right now, the most important stat for you is magic. So let's put all the bones that increase magic in your direction. Level 6 bones. The level 5 bones hurt like crazy, so do you really think that I can absorb the level 6s? It'll help you. You should be able to endure it. In the end, Jin resolved himself. He couldn't back off for his own sake, and he couldn't back off for Li Xin Wu's sake as well, since he wanted to be more helpful to Li Xin Wu. Li Xin Wu realized that Jin was all ready, so he raised 1 level 6 bone in his hand. It was a bone which was radiating an extremely deep blue. It was quite obvious that in terms of pure magic, the original owner of this bone was greater than Viters, who led a core of 10,000 strong. We're connected, so it shouldn't be that hard. I got it. Let's go. All right. As the level of his bone reinforcement increased, he was able to share almost all the memories within the bone when used on another person, so it was certainly an important moment for Li Xin Wu as well. He softly placed the bone atop Jin's head, who was gently closing his eyes and concentrating, and activated bone reinforcement. At that moment the magic knowledge and the immense magic within flooded Jin's mind and instantly filled it to the brim. Executing bone reinforcement on Jin Taylor by consuming the LV6 Skeleton High Wizard, Punisher's Skull. No, you can take this much. It'll end soon. What about you, Ugh? Li Xin Wu calmly bore with the countless, confusing memories and organized them one by one. He accepted the information that wouldn't be helpful to Jin, and helped him to absorb the knowledge that would help him to utilize Marner. If it went for his joint research with Kreischer, this would have been difficult for him as well, but now that wasn't so. He hadn't become a magician, had just become very familiar with a method in which they accumulate their knowledge and skills. The Empire's magic is too outdated. Why didn't my teacher tell me his plans and leave on his own? A royal magician, they're just worms without a speck of talent. There were some fragmented memories that came along with the experiences that he judged to be ineffectual and unimportant. He was absolutely sure that the original owner of this bone possessed a sharp temper and was quite arrogant. Big talk for someone who'd died when he was only level 6. However, there would be a place where he could use these magic patterns, so he at least decided to memorize all of them. Since a joker could absorb one thing, mix it together with something else, and create 3 or 4 new things. Jin Taylor is reinforced through bone reinforcement. A significant amount of memories and experiences are divided and shared. Magic has increased by 3. Low-rank fire has become LV7. Bone reinforcement was successful. Because the bone's original owner used fire magic, Li Xin Wu's fire element had leveled up. It was the first element had acquired, and humiliatingly, it was also the lowest level of his elements, but if he leveled it up just a few more times, it would be at the intermediate rank, and would exhibit a similar level of power as acid or lightning. How about you? It seemed like he was a magician who specialized in fire rain, so did you get a skill similar to that? Nope. I'm sad. I'd rather be the falling rain. Because he was dealing with the awful deluge of magic and knowledge, Jin became way too sensitive. Although Li Xin Wu picked out and organized only the helpful parts, it was a level 6 bone, so the original owner's thoughts and power were on another level. Xin Wu, it's way too hard for me to absorb magician's bones. This much magic knowledge is plenty. So couldn't you just give me a stupid warrior's bone instead? I guess it can't be helped. Then let's go with a monster without intellect instead. Since elite magician's bones were really rare, he only had 2 anyway. But he did have several monster bones which emitted tremendous amounts of mana that Jin couldn't refuse. Jin Taylor is reinforced through bone reinforcement. A large portion of memories and experiences are divided and absorbed. Magic has increased by 2. Proficiency in the intermediate Marner bone skill has increased by 9. Jin Taylor is reinforced through bone reinforcement. A large portion of memories and experiences are divided and absorbed. Magic has increased by 1 and strength by 2. Proficiency in the intermediate Marner bone skill has increased by 4. Jin Taylor is reinforced through bone reinforcement. A large portion of memories and experiences are divided and absorbed. Magic has increased by 4 because had absorbed 10 bones in a row. Jin looked half-dead. They were level 6 bones, plus they were all bones focused on magic, which Jin lacked in. So his magic stat had increased by almost 200. Li Xin Wu had gotten a portion of those stats and his own magic increased by 30, so nothing else needed to be said. Moreover, his fire element increased by another level, so now it was at low rank level 8. Li Xin Wu trembled at the power of money. So thrilling, so refreshing. Money truly is the best. I'd rather die. Kill me. I'm done with your share, so just keep rolling over there. While Li Xin Wu's fire element was the only thing that leveled up, it seemed as though Jin gained 3 or 4 new skills. Most of them were skills that supplemented his magic, so they should help him use Steel Heart. From now on, Jin would have to develop and evolve those skills in a direction that suited his growth. It's my turn now. Li Xin Wu examined each of the lined-up 14 bones in order. The level 7 bone was the main dish, so he had removed it for later, and the other 13 bones were placed in order by how much mana they emitted. If there were one thing he regretted, it was that all the level 6 bones seemed much weaker compared to the level 6 bone head gotten in the past, the weapon trickster's bone. I suppose that's obvious. It seems like the weapon trickster was an extremely rare karma, and it was also the reward of an important quest. He decided to accept it, as the bonehead acquired as a quest reward was just that good. Li Xin Wu carefully reached his hand towards a bone. It was a red bone amongst the bones. It seemed like it would increase his health significantly. Bone reinforcement. Executing bone reinforcement by consuming the LV6 Big Mino Fighter, Eldur's head horns. Health has increased by 14 and strength by 3. You have learned the active skill, LV8 Low Rank Twin Horn Charge. My charge won't stop until it breaks either you or me. Mino Charge Commander, Eldur. He thought that it would be impossible for him to learn new skills the more he and his skills leveled up, because the scope of his skills became wider, but that was just arrogance at work. Until now, had relied on Jin's charge skill, but now he had his own charge-related skill. Twin Horn Charge. Li Xin Wu said softly, and 2 tough horns, comprised of mana, formed atop his bone helm. At the same time, he felt as though someone was forcefully pushing him from behind. He would let the skill take over, dash forward, and strike his opponent with a twin horns. That was the technique. You're really like a monster. Nothing new. Jin, who had stopped rolling on the floor, looked at Li Xin Wu and gave him his honest opinion. Li Xin Wu replied curtly and deactivated the skill. It was definitely a good skill that would increase the power of his charges, but it wasn't really his type of skill. However, he had a chance to refine this skill. Fortunately, the mana pattern that manifests this skill isn't very complicated. You charge quickly with the twin horn charge skill, and simultaneously focus your strength in the horns. The Minos created this skill for that very reason. If I change that part around a bit, then I might be able to. He didn't think for very long. Li Xin Wu was really eager to work on the skill, but it wasn't that easy to solve. It was more important to absorb the rest of the bones for now. Executing bone reinforcement by consuming the LV6 Great Hornet's reinforced exoskeleton. Agility has increased by 8, and magic by 4. Proficiency in the intermediate acid skill has increased by 27. Proficiency in the intermediate bursting thunder skill has increased by 11. Executing bone reinforcement by consuming the LV6 Corpse Eater's Doorbone. Strength has increased by 5 and health by 11. Proficiency in the Rule of Bone skill has increased by 16. Proficiency in the bone reinforcement skill has increased by the LV6. Taurus toe bone. Each level 6 elite monster possessed their own inherent quality and growth. In the process of absorbing their various skills, Li Xin Wu's skills advanced more than had thought they would. Amongst them, this was the greatest one. Executing bone reinforcement by consuming the LV6 Bewitcher's Ribbone. Health has increased by 7, and magic by 9. Proficiency in the acting, disguise, and instigate skills have increased by 19. A Bewitcher was a rare monster that used their own mana to captivate and control their enemies. They used a type of mana that possessed an extremely dangerous property, and when he absorbed its bone, the proficiency of all 3 of his Joker's innate skills increased. Li Xin Wu learned quite a bit from that. A Bewitcher's mana. If I can master this mana, I should be able to grow significantly as a Joker. Of course, it wasn't that easy. If he were able to proficiently use a Bewitcher's Marner by just absorbing one bone, then Li Xin Wu wouldn't have had to study a Golem's Marner for so long. But it's true that I've gotten a hold of a hint. If I meet another one of these later, then Li Xin Wu engraved the Bewitcher's pattern that both manifested and controlled their Marner deep within his mind. He promised he would practice using the Bewitcher's Marner pattern the next time he used his Joker skills. He now only had one bone remaining. It was none other than the level 6 magician's finger bone that Jin had refused. You didn't change your mind, right? Don't come this way with that thing. All right. Jin was really startled and continuously rolled on the floor seeing that. Li Xin Wu snickered and activated bone reinforcement. Then executing bone reinforcement by consuming the LV6 Royal Magician, Selen von Betadorn's finger bone. You have exceptional compatibility with the target, so the skill is a resounding success. Magic has increased by 14. Absorbing Selen von Betadorn's experiences and memories more deeply. The message, which had only seen once before, was accompanied with a sudden surge in his interior mana. When had he seen that message before? Right. It was when Head absorbed the anti-skull cooperator, Jarrett's bone. Head succeeded in preserving his memories, but the moment Li Xin Wu sported a joyous expression, his consciousness faded. Chapter 19 Part 5. Chapter 19. Clean Up 5. It was an extremely dark, underground secret room. It had the same vibe as the anti-skull secret facilities Head found. You're a disappointment, Jarrett. Seeing he could hear the two men's voices through his ears. One of their voices was familiar, and the other was unfamiliar. Senior Betadorn, did you really have to go this far? It would've been better had we had just taken it easy. At that moment, Li Xin Wu's consciousness became clear. He quickly realized what kind of situation he was in, perhaps because this was his second time experiencing this. Hadn't he experienced something like this when he had absorbed the level 4 magician, Jarrett's bone? It was a playback of memories that came about due to bone reinforcement's resounding success. As he acquired the much too clear memories and experiences, he would feel a sense of unity with the bone's original owner, to the point that he felt one with them. Jarrett's here too. Seeing the owner of a bone head absorbed right before him was quite a strange sight. Moreover, it looked like Jarrett was heavily injured, causing his feelings to abate. The perpetrator was the one whose consciousness he was inhabiting. Selen von Betadorn. Take it easy, senior. You don't understand the true nature of your research. You're the one who doesn't understand, Jarrett. Selen sighed and drew his Marner. He felt the immense Marner saturating Selen's body whirl around him, increase in power, and focus into one hand. Eventually, what manifested in his hand was a high-ranking magic, one which Li Xin Wu couldn't understand at all. That, Q-Hark. The moment light radiated from his fingertips, Jarrett wasn't even able to resist and fell to the floor, as if he had been bound. Perhaps it restricted both one's body and Marner, as Jarrett's Marner peculiarly didn't respond thereafter. Senior, in the end, do you really have to go this far? I hoped that I wouldn't have to kill one of my precious juniors. I'll ask you one last time. Selen's voice was ice cold. Li Xin Wu could feel the torrent of Marner that amassed in his palm so well that he trembled. He had felt this from Kreischer as well, but his Marner couldn't compare with that of a level 6 magician's. Tell me what you know about the anti-skull organization in detail. Who's in charge? Don't you already have an idea as to who? A portion of his Marner extended like an arrow and severed one of Jarrett's arms. Selen's eyes were tinged with spite. You're missing the point, Jarrett. You're a magician. You're the one who's missing the point, Sinner. Is that really what you think? Then can you really say you're not? You fool, you only think about yourself. It was only for a mere moment, but he felt Selen's eyes look upon Jarrett with an unbearable amount of loathing and contempt. Even whilst groaning in pain, he suddenly yelled at him. In not the only one yell, kill not just me, but the entire empire itself, everyone's crazy eternal life that's just an illusion. We know that already. If it were that easy to attain, it wouldn't be eternal life. Then why? Who? Jarrett's throat was congested with blood. However, Selen wouldn't speak on Jarrett's terms any longer. Was it because he'd decided that there was nothing he could gain from speaking to Jarrett once more? Marner was concentrated within his hand. Unfortunately, the pattern he used to control his Marner wasn't very different. However, experiencing his smooth and skilled technique of handling Marner would help Li Xin Wu for a long time to come. I didn't really need to get any information from you. I was just trying to give you an opportunity. As we were once alone, you have only yourself to blame, Jarrett. You're making the wrong choice. Selen's magic shot in a straight line. The focus of such magic was to burn away the opponent's magic, and said magic would overpower the opponent with solely Marna quantity. Obviously, Jarrett wasn't able to resist the spell and vanished ultimately. Only 2 bones that radiated light remained. This is a keepsake of his teacher, huh? He sacrificed himself for the Empire. You respected him so much, yet you joined an organization like Anti-Skult. Selen mulled over whether he should incinerate the 2 bones, and ultimately, he decided against it and placed them within his breast pocket. Li Xin Wu recollected that Jarrett had collected his teacher's bone, and had now realized something. I might have already absorbed Jarrett's teacher's bone. Li Xin Wu's consciousness became dim after that final realization. Even till the very end, Selen was gripped by anger and a bitter regret. What exactly caused Selen to be so angry? And why did he agree to cooperate with the Emperor when he didn't think that eternal life was possible? Unfortunately, Li Xin Wu couldn't find the answers to these questions and was dragged back to the present, since it wasn't something he could know just yet. You have become skilled in drawing your Marner without any waste. The intermediate Marner bone skill has become LV5, and Marner has increased by 20. You have become able to more adeptly absorb the Marner around you. Selen von Beetedorn was definitely extremely talented. Since Li Xin Wu's Marner bone skill, which had leveled up to level 4 from his exchange with Kreischer, had leveled up again. However, Li Xin Wu couldn't feel happy about that forever. Seeing Jarrett's death, as well as the confrontation between Anti-Skull and the researchers for eternal life, caused him unease. Furthermore, everything that Selen had said had bothered him. At that very moment, a quest appeared, as if it understood him. A quest has occurred. Anti-Skull's objective. The horrific curse that came about due to the Emperor's struggle for eternal life. Anti-Skull did everything they could to stop it, but they ultimately failed. And you have successfully caught a few glimpses of their actions. However, that's not enough. Somewhere in the Empire, they're still waiting for their time to strike. Find a member of Anti-Skull who is an executive or higher to get closer to finding out the secret of the Empire. Quest rewards 3 permits to God's secret shop, a corresponding amount of Pyrium. It's been a long time since I've gotten a quest. This quest was incomparably vague compared to the quest he'd begrudgingly accepted from Dodd. Also, the words were cryptic. It didn't even tell him where the Anti-Skull members were located, nor did it tell him what to do once they met. It was a really unfriendly ending. He sported a sour expression as he looked over the quest once more, and Jin, who seemed to be done rolling on the floor. He sported a sour expression as he looked over the quest again. Jin, who seemed done rolling on the floor, stood up, dusted himself off, walked over, and asked, "You got a quest, right?" "Yeah. So you're at the level now that you can sense this flow of mana, huh? I'm proud of you. You know, that tone of yours kind of pisses me off." However, his abilities concerning magic were nothing compared to Li Xin-Wu's, plus Li Xin-Wu was the reason he was able to increase his magic this far, so he couldn't really retort very strongly. Finding no alternative, Jin promised to get revenge by shaking like crazy once Li Xin-Wu rode on him next. "You don't have to worry about it too much, as it's a quest that I can't really do anything about right now. This guy's more important than the quest right now. The secret to the Empire's curse, that's important. Anti-skull, that's important too. Level 5 intermediate mana bone, that's obviously important." However, he held something more important than all of those. It was the only level 7 elite bone that had bought from the secret shop. When you think about it, that probably means that there aren't that many high-leveled heroes. You told me that most heroes only hunt monsters that are a level lower than them. When you think about it that way, doesn't that mean that there's at least one level 8 hero? They told me that this bone entered the shops dozens of years ago. That meant that there weren't any level 8 heroes right now. Of course, Li Xin-Wu didn't approach the subject so simply. A level 8 hero may not have encountered a level 7 elite monster. They may have defeated it and a bone didn't drop, or they may have encountered a level 7 elite, but decided against fighting it, as they didn't think that there was any need to fight it. Well, this bone is what's important right now. I respect your bravery. Jin saluted him. As Li Xin-Wu was attempting to absorb a level 7 elite bone, it was already difficult to absorb a bone that was one level higher, yet he was absorbing a bone 2 levels higher. Seeing that, Li Xin-Wu chuckled and grabbed the giant Fenno's bone. Befitting a giant, the bone was enormous. It was longer than the drake horn lance. It was about 4 meters in length, was incredibly tough, and there was a horrific amount of mana concentrated within. My consciousness shouldn't get sucked in again, right? Li Xin-Wu resolved himself, and after calming himself down as much as possible, he executed bone reinforcement. At that moment, the shin bone broke apart into pieces and pervaded his entire body, not his shin. The giant Fenno's shin bone reinforces your entire body. Strength has increased by 30, health by 20, and magic by 15, absorbing a significant portion of the target's memories and experiences. What a relief! He didn't get a playback of the giant's memories. The giant was much too detached and overpowering for Li Xin-Wu to share his senses with. Li Xin-Wu thought of it as watching a movie. Perhaps it was because it was a level 7 bone, but the memories within were almost completely intact when absorbed by Li Xin-Wu. Li Xin-Wu thought about the frightening product of a giant's body and magic, and wondered whether it would be possible for him as well. A giant's mana, their bodies are built larger and sturdier, and this is probably some type of authority. I don't know what the basis for it is, but all of their mana is concentrated in reinforcing and enlarging their bodies, so I could say that there's a certain harmony between magic and body at work here. Huge bodies saturated with overpowering mana, they would infuse these two powers into their weapons in their entirety and swing them. This was a giant's power. Li Xin-Wu clearly memorized it all, the powerful flow of mana that whirled around their bodies, the properties of said mana, as well as the chemical process that occurred as that mana touched the body. His body didn't even compare to a giant's body, but he would at least be able to use that mana someday. I am descended from the giants, I said. I'm a descendant of the giants, Phenos. A descendant of the giants. He didn't know what exactly that meant, but for some reason, that line was engraved deep within his mind. That memory was what finished the bone reinforcement, as well as inheriting the will of a mortal who attempted to reach the realm of God. Low-rank Avenger has been terminated. You have acquired the special passive skill, LV1 Rebellion. All stats have increased by 5. Had acquired a skill he hadn't expected at all. Chapter 19 Part 6. Chapter 19. Clean Up 6. You have fought against all who have stood in your way. This is an expression of rage towards God, who brought you to this illogical world at the same time. It is also a desperate struggle to find the essence of who you are. Rebellion is a skill that uses strong emotions as fuel, the final destination of all skills. You resist in any unfair situation, and will never surrender. You can use this ability when you are ambushed, fight against an opponent a higher level than you, or fight against several opponents. Whenever you attempt to overcome a particular situation with another, the effect of rebellion will be further increased based on your connection with the other. You became undead through contract fraud. You intend to rebel against this situation. All stats are increased by 10 at all times. This effect is also shared with a contracted Jin Taylor, who is also in the same situation. So this is what I get. Li Xin Wu felt the energy within his body rise, and sported a troubled expression. Jin, who suddenly gained an increase in ability due to their contract, was also completely shocked, and leapt up suddenly. What is this? What the hell is this? We just got skill that gives us a way to fight back. Though he explained the core of the matter, Jin unfortunately didn't really understand. Li Xin Wu couldn't be bothered, so he just explained it away as a special buff, and Jin could understand that much. Rebellion, changing one's emotions into power, was good enough for it to be called a highest level MAX skill. Since the moment he gained the skill, his stats increased by 10 because he was a skeleton. It was probably able to manifest in this form because it had fused with his previous Avenger skill. Truthfully, its effect was quite similar to the Avenger skill. It was quite a versatile skill compared to Avenger, which was way too choosy as to when it could be used. If there are several special situations overlapping, it may increase my abilities by as much as a level. Moreover, the skill level is still at level 1, so the growth is limitless. Is that it? Had secretly wanted an active skill befitting a giant that would reverse a situation in one go, so he was slightly disappointed, but since he knew just how important stats were in this world, he soon changed his mind. Moreover, he hadn't completely lost a hold of a giant's ability. Since had memorized the flow of mana within Phenos' body, as well as how he utilized it, he would be able to use that method someday soon. He hadn't given up on his dream to turn into a giant. Fine. In any case, I only have 600 stats to go before I hit level 6. You monster. Now it's time for us to go. You have a place in mind, right? Yep. Honestly, he had a lot of places to choose from. It sounded fun taking control of all the golems in the various areas, and it wouldn't be bad to start exterminating some of the undead heroes for God's quest. If not, he could use the faint memories held within the bone's head absorbed to find the bewitchers, or giants, which he didn't feel would be a waste of his time. However, we have to go somewhere first. To be honest, I acquired some interesting info in the process of wiping out Viter's core. In the process of directly or indirectly absorbing the memories of all the undead in the core, Head gained detailed information on one of the Empire's 12 generals, Metafel. He knew where the undead general was right at this very moment, as well as the movements of the soldiers he led. You've got guts, so wait, never mind. 1. It seems like you're misunderstanding me right now. I'm not crazy enough to go fight one of the 12 generals myself. I just got a hold of some interesting info while I was going through the memories. You don't still think that the way you think is normal, do you? Li Xin Wu looked at the uneasy Jin, grinned and explained. Viter's core was supposed to be double its size. However, he lost half of his troops while they were on the move. Why do you think these guys died? On the way, they encountered treasure eaters holding a choir competition. Funny, but no. There's something more formidable there. Li Xin Wu said and nodded as if satisfied, but seeing that, Jin's goblin fire swayed uneasily. You're not saying that we're going to go kill those formidable guys, are you? Bingo. Stop, you crazy bastard, you just said that they killed half of the core. Nope. Jin, listen closely. Li Xin Wu experienced the same anguish that all the undead had felt, and that source was none other than acid. It was such a powerful acid that it melted away the bones filled to the brim with Marner, and nullified it. It was definitely a more powerful acid than the one used by the Great Slime or the Acid Ghoul. Viters thought he might have to sustain heavy casualties to escape and ended up sacrificing half of his troops. Then, he turned his core around and marched. Why, it's because most skeletons don't possess acid resistance. Yujin already realized what Li Xin Wu was trying to say. Li Xin Wu spoke in a strong-willed tone, as if he wouldn't take back his decision, regardless of what Jin said. But we have it. We have acid resistance. You said it had stronger acid than the acid ghoul. Jin, a person can't lose their aspirations. Just because we increased our magic or physical strength a little bit doesn't mean we should keep fighting against skeletons or golems. If we do, we'll eventually face an opponent that can use a powerful element that cannot be overcome with just stats, and that'll be our ticket to the afterlife. We're going to the afterlife right now. Right now. Oh, Simon. I keep telling you not to worry. He had been feeling troubled because he hadn't had much of an opportunity to train his regeneration skill lately, as most of his fights would end in a single round. However, had gotten information that there were monsters that used acid that inhabited a particular region, so he couldn't not be happy. Then the reason you're not telling Crasher about it is she's definitely strong, but she's not really helpful when I want to train my skills. That was the expected response. Jin was sure that he wouldn't be able to change Li Xin Wu's mind now that had made his decision, so he weakly asked. So, who are they, the ones that use acid? A hyper-ultra-acid ghoul? Nope. Trees. Trees. Jin couldn't understand at all and tilted his head, but Li Xin Wu couldn't really say anything else to clear it up for him. Because according to their memories, the undead had indeed been killed by the acid poison spewed out by the numerous trees in the forest. In any case, they're trees, so they can't move, and there's no way it'll be a waste of time. That's why I want to go there first. They're trees, so can you even get something from slaughtering all those trees? Aren't they just plants? You've adapted quite well to this world now, haven't you? The fact that every action remains as karma. Don't worry, it definitely won't be a waste of time. After he had roughly explained the location, as well as their objective there, Li Xin Wu lightly kicked off the ground and embarked on Jin's back. Jin turned his body to the direction of their destination, even as he sighed. Due to the assimilation skill, he didn't need to be told where to go. With your speed, it shouldn't even take a few hours. Is this really a good idea? After the two skeleton heroes were finished with everything, they finally left Keb. Due to Jin's speed, the sight of the city quickly became distant, and eventually, around the time they could only see it as a speck, Li Xin-Wu sighed. That kind of feeling, the sigh was mixed with both regret and relief. In a short time, they had not only purified the city, but also discovered a winery nearby, met an elf hero, and even exterminated a corps under the direct command of one of the 12 generals. However, to Li Xin-Wu the most important moment was when he exchanged information and knowledge with Kreischer. Because of her, my magic fundamentals increased significantly too. It also wasn't bad that he had secured an ally in a talented hero. Furthermore, Jin, who was in a similar situation to him, gained a sense of emotional stability, as well as other emotions from her due to their talks. Though he wasn't able to tell her that because he was shy, she played a huge part in helping him. Though he had become a joker who fabricated his own feelings, it didn't mean that he didn't need his feelings. Rather, it was because he had to do so that the exchange of feelings was so important. Kreischer had filled in that deficit for him. You're thinking about Kreischer right now, aren't you? Then Jin, who had silently been running, suddenly opened his mouth and spoke. Because they went deeply using the assimilation skill, Li Xin-Wu responded a bit surprised. You're really sharp. The fact that you're talking about Kreischer means that you like her, right? What is it? Why are you shaking? The ground's just bumpy, that's all. Jin lied unconvincingly and harassed Li Xin-Wu. As expected, did Jin have some sort of complicated feelings for Kreischer? The feelings didn't seem romantic, but he couldn't really make any sort of guess. With those complicated feelings, he accessed the chatting channel. It had halfway become a habit to access the chatting channel when he traveled long distances. Mr. Li Xin-Wu has entered. Lloyd H.K. Oh, I was worried, but you came out safe. Li Xin-Wu, it's a relief that you're safe, Senior. I was able to escape beforehand because of Senior Irian. No matter how complicated he was feeling, as soon as he accessed the chatting channel, he would unhesitatingly and skillfully begin to lie. If he were to say actually, I killed them all, it would become quite troublesome. Prince Altair, I would have been able to take care of them. Lloyd H.K. Though you might be able to inflict a lot of damage with a preemptive strike, it would be difficult for you to win against the entire corps. You're still quite a ways away from level 7, right? Let's not be unreasonable until we hit level 7. Prince Altair Yasunori Akira, it requires quite a bit of courage to realize that you can't do something and back off. Good job, Li Xin-Wu. He didn't even run, yet he was being complimented for running. Li Xin-Wu wanted to get out of this situation as soon as possible. However, he had just entered, so he couldn't just exit immediately with the excuse that their attention was too burdensome on him. Like always, he would need to bear with it a bit more so that he could hear what's going on from his seniors. However, Shino Rendu, but there are also situations where you can't run away, no matter how much you want to. Lloyd H.K. Shino. Ments Orm, are you in danger? A senior had never seen before had appeared. Moreover, he seemed like quite the veteran. However, now didn't seem like the time to introduce himself and say that it's nice to meet him. Shino Render's voice was unusual. Prince Altair, hey, it hasn't even been very long since Jin almost died. I thought you were good at running away. Shino Rendu, those pointless provocations of yours feel quite warm right now, but I don't think it'll last very long this time. I think I've been caught by one of the 12 generals. Lloyd HK. What you meant, Oren, you should all know that the undead communicate with each other, starting from the level 3 danger zones. It's possible to get caught by one of the 12 generals if they're close by. And we've already told you guys about that once. Shino Rendu, I'm not trying to blame you, senior. Honestly, I'm not trying to blame anyone. Yasunori Akira, you musclehead. Even Yasunori Akira, who always spoke coldly, spoke in a withdrawn voice. So much so that Li Xin Wu could even hear his voice break. The mood was becoming the same as when Yi Jin requested for help. Of all the times that Li Xin Wu could enter the chatting channel, this was the worst. He clicked his tongue. Moreover, he was caught by one of the 12 generals, so no matter who went, no one would be able to help him. Shino Rendu newbie. No, Li Xin Wu. Li Xin Wu, yes, senior. Shino Rendu, don't die like me. Don't overdo it for the sake of quickly advancing. Since the only thing on our side here is time, Li Xin Wu will keep that in mind. Shino Rendu, is Sarah not here right now? Someone please tell Sarah that I always yearned for her. I know her heart's frozen and she won't accept anyone, but in the end, Prince Altair, you surprise me, even to the very end. That's the kind of thing that hurts people the most, you idiot. Shino Rendu, and no, that's enough. At any rate, I was given a second chance at life. It's been great. With that, Shino Rendu left the chatting channel. No one said anything, but then Prince left without a word. Following him, Akira left, and then Lloyd. Li Xin Wu was about to leave the channel, but the final remaining senior stopped him. Ments Oren, you're Li Xin Wu, right? When you hit level 6, send me a private chat. I'll tell you about some level 3 danger zones that you can go through relatively safely. Li Xin Wu, thank you, senior. Ments Oren, it's been a long time since I last entered the channel, but I feel really shitty. I'm going to go drink the wine that's new at the shop now. Damn it. Finally, that senior left as well. This senior wasn't superfluous, nor did he have any sort of suspicious secret plan. He just purely wanted to help his junior as much as he could. The fact that that senior was so sick of entering the chatting channel must have meant that countless heroes have died in the Empire. Then there's another one now. There was another mark indicating a new undead hero on his minimap. He would be able to get there in 2 days with Jin. And that meant that it was highly likely that Shino Rendu was killed by the mercenary king, Metafel, of the 12 generals. I can't go that way for now. To think that he was thinking this way, despite the fact that Shino Rendu, a senior that had conversed with a few times, had died. Li Xin Wu was surprised by his composure, and smiled bitterly. Then he left the chatting channel. There was still a bit of distance remaining until he reached the forest containing the trees that spewed acid poison. 1tn, it's an idiom regarding his liver again being bulbricless gutsy. The second part is referring to the fact that Jin is belatedly remembering that Li Xin Wu doesn't have a liver. Chapter 20 Part 1. Chapter 20. Forest of the Dryads 1. This was a world where skeletons and golems walked the earth, and where rats could speak. Because the world was such, Li Xin Wu wasn't surprised in the least at the thought of trees spewing acid poison. Ugh! The energy coming from the forest is no joke. Guess not. What? But when they arrived at the forest, which had cut Viter's troops in half and caused him to retreat, Li Xin Wu had to correct his past judgment. The forest wasn't just filled to the brim with trees. No, to be more exact, there was something else aside from the trees. Maybe Irian would have known that. Girl, wait, Why are you talking about an elf because it's a forest? It just feels like an elf would be more accustomed to dealing with things like that. Li Xin-Wu looked at the vast forest before them and shrugged his shoulders, observing the area spewing out rotten and withered mana. The undead, who didn't even possess clear egos, might have seen it as the trees attacking all of a sudden, but to Li Xin-Wu I see something stuck to the trees. They might be spirits. Now that you mention it, it definitely seems like it possessed an extremely pale complexion, and looked like an expressionless old lady. The ones stuck to the tree didn't seem to be in healthy condition. LV5 Corrupted Dryad Elite. LV5 Acid Great Tree. As I thought. Li Xin-Wu, who could ascertain their identities, was naturally given information pertaining to them as well. Dryads, or spirits who live in the trees. If dryads were to become undead, that's exactly what he thought they'd look like. Did they become like that because the dryads latched onto the trees, which should have withered and died, and supplied them with mana? If that's the case, that's kind of sad. As a result of their efforts to save the trees, the dryads and the trees both became ghastly. Though Jin sported a bitter expression, Li Xin-Wu patted his back and comforted him. But because of that, we can kill both the dryads and the trees. That's all karma. There were a ridiculous amount of trees within the forest, whereas there weren't that many corrupted dryads managing the trees. That meant that the dryads were skilled enough to transform all the trees in the forest into level 5 monsters, despite being low in number. If they're that skilled, then we'll get a better reward to compensate. Plus, they seem like a rare species. Your cruel way of thinking has made my budding tears wither and die. Good. Let's cry after we send them all off. Seriously, what color is your blood? Li Xin-Wu activated the assimilation skill prior to entering the forest, and shared his acid resistance to the best of his ability, like what had done when he had first fought Kreischer. Back then, had only had a connection with Jin through horseback riding, but now that his assimilation skill had developed significantly, he was able to completely share his level 9 low-rank acid resistance with Jin. The effectiveness of your own acid resistance should go up as it levels. You're not planning on quickly breaking through, right? Yeah. I'm going to cut them down one by one. Just think of the acid as a mist sonar. There probably weren't a lot of people who could call immersing their body into acid the same as a mist sonar. Jin sighed and took a step forward towards the forest. Li Xin-Wu performed a final inspection of his gear before they entered the forest. He obviously wore the acid bone full armor, as there really wasn't any other option. This full armor, which covered his entire body, increased the effectiveness of his acid-type abilities by 40, so it would naturally increase the effectiveness of his acid resistance. Therefore, he could say that he was all set. And my weapon will be the Melting Bone Double Axe. The Melting Bone Double Axe likewise had an option that increased the effectiveness of his acid-type abilities by 20. Even though Li Xin-Wu knew that the acid mist within this forest was more powerful than the acid ghouls, the reason he entered without any hesitation was because this was a place where he would be able to improve his acid resistance. If I use some other tricks, I can reduce the acid damage even further, but I'll make that call after seeing their acid attacks. Yeah, you're so amazing. They weren't low-leveled enemies, and each and every tree was level 5, yet Li Xin-Wu didn't think of them as anything more than a training center for his skills. Even as he asked whether they could really go on like this, he continued to run forward, finding no other alternative. The moment they entered the forest, a corrupted dryad that seemed to act as the chief gatekeeper and was latched onto a giant tree noticed them. Giark. Ugh, it's not even a banshee. Li Xin Wu's goblin fire contorted at the sudden sound wave attack. This was no joke. Someone with eardrums would have sustained considerable damage from the attack. These senile old bags, how dare they try to teach me a lesson in screaming. Li Xin Wu grit his teeth, thinking about what method he would use to land the first strike, but soon changed his mind. Had come here not to grow as a joker, but to develop his acid resistance and regeneration skills. Xin Wu, they're coming. Yeah, I see them too. The dryad's scream was the signal. All the trees began spewing out their acid poison all at once. It wasn't a simple acid poison, as it seemed as though there was a suspicious compound mixed in. Fortunately, it seemed it didn't really have much of an effect on Li Xin Wu and Jin, as they were undead. You are being affected by a high-ranked acid poison that has spread throughout the entire area, reducing the damage of acid poison by at least 70. Of course, that wasn't the end. After spewing the poison mist, the trees extended their branches towards Li Xin Wu, as if they had become living organisms. The branches stretched like rubber bands and were swung at them like whips. Hup! However, Li Xin Wu was already well aware of how they would attack through the skeleton's memories, and skillfully swung his axe, cutting bundles of branches that came flying towards him. The tree branches possess a powerful acid poison as well, so when they made contact with a weapon, they're supposed to corrode them. However, the melting bone double axe's element was acid, so its blade remained intact despite cleaving through dozens of branches. Ugh! The poison's getting worse. Concentrate on our connection. I got it. In the process of cutting through the branches, the acid poison liquefied once more and spewed out. The cut branches more violently spewed out a higher volume of acid. In terms of level, the acid poison was perhaps at a high intermediate level, and dozens or even hundreds of trees stacked that horrific acid poison, causing the effect to become even more violent than before. If it was like this from the start, he couldn't imagine what it'd be like when they got deep into the forest. Xin Wu. Yeah, I know. It's okay. Jin wasn't the only one suffering. Even his reinforced resistance couldn't completely block the poison, as it started to slowly melt away his armor. Li Xin Wu calmly cleaved through the branches that lay beyond the poison, and inspected the condition of his armor. He carefully placed his hand atop the armor, and muttered, "Regeneration. Regeneration." It was an ability that restored his body. However, like Li Xin Wu had roughly expected, it activated properly and regenerated the melted armor. At that moment, his regeneration skill, which he hadn't had an opportunity to use in such a long time, leveled up. The low-rank regeneration skill has become LV8. Health and magic have increased by 2. Regeneration speed increases. Good. As I thought, it does work. Normally, regeneration could only be applied to the body. That's why he had de-equipped all of his gear when he had trained his acid resistance and regeneration with the slimes. That's right. Previously, his regeneration skill could only be used on his body. No, to be more exact, that's how it was even to this day. There was only one thing that changed the identity of his equipment. I was sure after seeing that rule of bone applies to the equipment formed through bone armory. The equipment summoned through the stored information of bone armory are all considered my body. If his equipment were treated as his body, there wouldn't be any reason for his regeneration skill to not to work on his equipment too, would there? Li Xin Wu had thought so, and in reality, he had been right on the money. As a result, Li Xin Wu wore his full set of armor and started training. Jin saw that moment of fraudulent healing, and screamed, his goblin fire quivering, even in the midst of enduring the acid poison. That's unfair. You have steel body, which protects your entire body. As they were affected by the acid poison, their respective resistances grew, and at the same time, Li Xin Wu's regeneration skill Steel Heart for Jin was trained as well. Since the skills ultimately used Marner, his Marner bone skill was trained as well. This training method was like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. G-Gyarark. Shut up. At the Dryad's excited command, the branches flew towards them as one Li Xin Wu cleaved through the branches before they reached them, and in the spur of the moment, decided to train his defense zone as well. It was no longer killing 3 birds with 1 stone, but 4. Li Xin Wu hectically swung his axe with both hands, clearing away the branches, and inwardly nodded his head in approval. This place, with branches flying in every direction, was perfect for training his defense zone with bursting thunder applied to it. It's not perfect yet, but this is good enough. It's much better than when I had to use my fists. Li Xin Wu recollected his past training, even though it hadn't been a few months since, and suddenly felt a sense of longing. Level 5 seemed so far away back then, yet had already reached it. Things had become a lot better compared to back then. Above all, what he was most prideful of was the fact that he hadn't died even once since then. Hup, Gwariark, Gjaic. He cleaved through the tree branches that flew from various angles, and proceeded 1 cm forward every minute for a while. As if answering the old Dryad's screams, Li Xin Wu forcefully struck with his axe and finally succeeded in toppling one of the trees. Had verified before, but they were indeed normal level 5 monsters with rebellion in effect status 10, as well as reinforcing his axe with rule of bone. The trees couldn't withstand a few blows and toppled to the floor. Gjaiark. As soon as he cut through the rotted tree, the nearby Dryads emitted a truly horrific scream. Though they had become hideous, they seemed to retain their love for trees. The old women's screams were of genuine sadness, and even Li Xin Wu felt a stir in his heart. You have acquired an acid tree root. It is transformed through bone reinforcement. You have acquired a melting bone root. You have acquired 17,560 perium. I'll purify you all so that you don't have to suffer any longer. I saw you smiling, you asshole. The skeleton, who couldn't help but smile, Li Xin Wu, was bombarded by countless tree branches and acid poison once more. Li Xin Wu's goblin fire blazed as he swung his axe once again. It was time for the skeleton lumberjack to begin his felling operation in earnest. 1TN I could've just interpreted this as "Are you really human?" but it could also be a reference to the Japanese series, Hokuto no Ken. It's very similar to Rise line, "What color is your blood?" Even though he has no blood. Chapter 20 Part 2. Chapter 20. Forest of the Dryads 2. About 3 days after entering the forest of rotten trees that was under the Dryad's control, Li Xin Wu had become trapped deep into the forest without knowing where he'd even come from, without looking at the minimap of course. It's still like this despite cutting down every single tree that came our way. I want to just set this entire forest on fire. No way. At least, not yet. Kaihahark. The Dryads screamed with such great timing, as they were finished with their conversation. As if waiting for that signal, a group of acid trees' sharp branches stretched towards them in all directions. Li Xin Wu tightly gripped his axe with both hands and swung, While on horseback he cleaved the approaching branches, with the closest taking priority. Whoop lightning scatter. It wasn't possible without maintaining his speed. No, he needed to be even faster than that. His defense zone had been incredibly clumsy at the beginning, but it was easy to see that had fine-tuned it now, to the point that he could feel what part of his body he needed to reinforce. The intermediate bursting thunder still has become LV4. Strength and magic have increased by 10. Holy crap. It felt like this was going to happen, but bursting thunder did actually level up. I was training my acid resistance, but now am just training my weapon skills. What are you talking about? You're training your acid resistance and regeneration plenty. Honestly, Jin was right. For the past 3 days, Li Xin, Wu and Jin were affected by the acid poison stewed by the great trees without even a second of rest, like they were enjoying a mist sauna. If someone else saw them, they might thought that the two went in any sort of pain, but despite them being undead, they did feel pain, and the forest's acid poison wasn't a tingling sensation, but it felt more like thick metal thorns violently piercing their bodies. It was the same now as well. This doesn't hurt for you. It does hurt. But I knew this is what it would be like before coming in. Seriously. Though Jin had a strong urge to just escape the forest by himself, he managed to endure with a peculiar athlete's spite that Li Xin Wu is enduring just fine. So I can't complain. Of course, the results of that were clear. Li Xin Wu's acid resistance became intermediate level 2, while Jin's became low rank level 7. Even his regeneration skill, which was quite difficult to level up, had already gone up to low rank level 9. This guy couldn't have been just some ordinary guy on his homeworld. Jin suddenly recollected the pain had endured over the past 3 days, but when he saw Li Xin Wu calmly swing his axe from atop him, he grit his teeth. Even if he considered the fact that Li Xin Wu was undead and possessed a skill that protected against mental ailments, no ordinary salaryman would be able to endure that kind of horrific pain. At least, that's how it was in Jin's original world. I wonder what Xin Wu did in his original world. Was he like me? Damn it, we're partners, yet there's too much we don't know about each other. No, am I just too concerned about the past when it's completely useless here? Jin, one step to the left. Jin. Yeah, I know. Nice hoop. Kayak. Even while inwardly gritting his teeth, Jin moved his body at the optimum time, assisting Li Xin Wu's own movement. It was like they were moving as one. That's right. Li Xin Wu and Jin's connection assimilation was developing by the day. The intermediate assimilation skill has become LV3. Agility and magic have increased by 5. You can now match your breath with your target. You can guess what the other is thinking without even saying it. Because his assimilation skill had risen from level 2 to 3, Li Xin Wu's own acid resistance was almost fully applied to Jin, and Li Xin Wu succeeded in sharing Jin's dynamic visual acuity, as well as the reflexes that came from his agility. Hup! You have acquired 17,220 Pirium. You have acquired 2 melting bone roots. From the start, the reason he wanted to train his defense zone was because he wanted to maximize the effectiveness of those sluggish movements. As a result of his struggles, the range at which he could perceive attacks through his dynamic visual acuity became wider, and because his reflexes likewise improved, he was able to stop attacks with his concise body movements. His defense zone had improved significantly, to the point that even a senior knight would click his tongue at the change. As I thought, it was a good idea to pick this spot. Are all the other heroes like this? They go to strange places to train. Maybe. He didn't know about fighting against an entire undead car, but he thought that the other heroes would definitely like this place, as it offered invaluable training, acid resistance, regeneration, mana, weapon techniques, and wasn't particularly that difficult if one possessed acid resistance. That's what he thinks. Therefore, he did feel like telling the other heroes about it, but it's pointless telling the others about this place since this place will be gone by the time we leave. You say such scary things in such a nonchalant way. Maybe I should train my fire element as well. In the end, you're going with what I suggested. You're going to burn the forest. Li Xin Wu uninterestingly swung his axe, and, as they passed by a tree that a dryad had inhabited, Jin muttered in amazement. Li Xin Wu didn't hate the other heroes, but he fundamentally thought of himself first. You have acquired 16,800 perium. You have acquired a melting bone root. In the beginning, he swung his axe several times just to get past them, but now the trees always died in one hit. Though he had indeed figured out the way to kill them, the fact that he killed them in a single blow meant each and every strike was a critical hit. Li Xin Wu thought it would be strange if someone couldn't land a critical hit, despite the fact that their enemies couldn't move as their roots were embedded into the ground. However, the difficulty in cutting through a gigantic tree when there were hundreds of branches coming his way in all directions was beyond imagination. I've somewhat grasped the basics of the defense zone. Now I have to more proactively use it. Fine, I can do it. Let's try it. He had honestly only intended to train his acid resistance in the beginning, yet it had now become a time to train his combat fundamentals. It was worth doing and was quite the satisfying situation. Li Xin Wu inwardly laughed satisfyingly. Jin, who seemed to have read him like a book, desperately yelled. He needed to desperately absorb the surrounding mana so that he could maintain steel heart. You idiot, the poison mist is still pervading our bodies. We're still training our acid resistance. 2 days more passed, and his acid resistance had leveled up once more. At the same time, another skill leveled up as well. The intermediate acid resistance skill has become LV4. Magic has increased by 10. Your understanding of acid deepens and have acquired proficiency in acid-type skills. Intermediate acid has become LV5. Magic has increased by 10. The acid's density control has increased. Head thought that this might happen, but his acid element had leveled up following his acid resistance. Though Li Xin Wu was happy about the level up, he couldn't wait to acquire fire resistance or lightning resistance. While his elements wouldn't hurt their master, would he have to make it so they could to obtain those resistances? If Jin heard about this, he would say that he's a crazy bastard. You crazy bastard. Even though he couldn't read his mind, Jin condemned him anyway. Of course, there was a different, valid reason for that condemnation. Why are you taking off a piece of your armor? Well, since my resistance leveled up too fast, their poison isn't really working on my anymore, so I took off a piece of armor. See, my bone is melting. Now this is how you level up a skill. He was normally calm and composed and even had some cool parts to him, but why did he become so crazy over skill training? However, what pissed Jin off the most was that when one gets familiar with that stupid behavior, they realize that he can only make those calls because he's taking into consideration the most effective way to train. The low-rank regeneration skill has become LV10 and has evolved into the intermediate level. Severe injuries and status ailments can be restored. Health and magic have increased by 10. As expected, maintaining a harsh training environment resulted in his regeneration skill going up to the intermediate level in about another day now. Aside from the twin horn charge that had gained recently, as well as the low-rank level 8 fire element, all of his skills had grown to the intermediate level. My steel heart went up to the intermediate level to see it was effective training. Yeah, you're right, Jin replied while desperately gritting his teeth. Then, Li Xin-Wu discovered something, stopped his hand which had been swinging the axe, and spoke. More importantly, look over there. Huh. Jin raised his head at Li Xin-Wu's call. There was a dryad that had fallen and come out of the tree that Li Xin-Wu had just felled that flew deeper into the forest. Man, they're helplessly running away again. You're really not killing them. You're supposed to save the best dish for last. And whenever the dryads saw Li Xin-Wu, they would scream and command the trees to attack him, but they didn't dare show up in front of Li Xin-Wu. And when he'd destroyed all the trees in the vicinity, they seemed to retreat into the deep depths of the forest. Of course, Li Xin-Wu had a method of stopping their retreat, but he didn't do so. That's because the dryads who retreated deeper into the forest were acting as signposts for him. Signposts? Yeah, the answer's there when you think about why the dryads are protecting this dead forest and attacking trespassers. Isn't it instinctual? They've become completely corrupted, and their sense of self seems faint. No, though their consciousness has become weak, they're still spirits. Moreover, why would they so desperately attack trespassers, and when they fail in defending it, why do they lose that hostile attitude of theirs and escape deeper into the forest? That means, it definitely meant that there was something they wanted to protect deep within the forest. That meant that they had something they wanted to protect, despite being corrupted. Li Xin-Wu was absolutely sure. Hearing that, Jin was in awe and muttered, "Wow, you're such an asshole. Why, I was just making a rational inference. You're letting them escape so they lead you to that valuable thing of theirs. You noticed that you've really grown." He was right. Of course, his primary goal was to train, but if he could, why not kill two birds with one stone? Since the dryads were so desperately trying to protect it, that meant that it was definitely not something ordinary. Maybe it was their intention to allow this rotten forest to spread. The undead core tried to pass through here, yet they had to make a detour, remember? Yeah, I'm sure they didn't imagine that a demented bastard would call this place a training area and willingly enter it. It's much easier to run away than personally face something dirty. That was the same for heroes and undead. But what others considered dirty, Li Xin-Wu considered worth exploring. In our country, there's a saying that heaven assists those who can help themselves. There's a saying like that in our country too. It also says that heaven will protect those who are honest. I don't believe in God. You liar. Would heaven aid Li Xin-Wu, or would it abandon him? Li Xin-Wu, who'd just decided to become an atheist, didn't really concern himself with whether it would or wouldn't, and quickly urged to follow behind the corrupted dryads. Jin stretched his legs, sighed, and began running after them. Chapter 20 Part 3. Chapter 20. Forest of the Dryads 3. 10 days had already passed since Head entered the forest protected by the corrupted dryads. Li Xin-Wu had managed to increase his acid resistance and acid element by one more level, and became more adept at incorporating lightning into his weapon. It felt as though bursting thunder would level up soon. However, he thought about something else whilst felling trees and diligently training his skills. He was thinking about what the dryads were protecting. Isn't a world tree most likely? Then shouldn't undead elves have come out rather than corrupted dryads? It would be nice if it were a world tree, a rotten world tree. What a cool name. It felt like he would be subject to all the world's misfortunes if he broke off a branch and held onto it. Plus, he could make a great weapon out of it. Enough with your delusions. Swing your axe already. I am swinging it. Li Xin Wu's swung axe carried lightning's powerful cutting power. Before the trees succeeded in perforating him with their outstretched branches, Li Xin Wu cut right through them. They roared as he axed through them all at once. Following in inspection, he sighed in satisfaction. You have acquired 21,050 perium. You have acquired 2 melting bone roots. The deeper they went into the forest, the stronger the acid great trees were. There was a huge difference between a level 5 close to 1,600 in stats, and a level 5 close to 3,200 in stats. The fact that they left behind more perium was proof that they were stronger than the ones from before. However, Li Xin Wu continued to kill the acid great trees in a single blow, regardless of the fact that they were gradually getting stronger. His attacks were gradually becoming stronger as well. Hoop hap. Gigirark. Though Head made great strides in bursting thunder and the defense zone since coming here, Head learned how to strike at one's weak spot the most. In other words, critical hits. Critical hit was a skill at first and was absorbed by bursting thunder. However, just thoughtlessly swinging my weapon around won't improve the skill. I have looked into it and develop it myself. Bursting thunder is a skill that combines all close combat skills and is a top-ranked combat technique, but it's also incredibly difficult to level up precisely because it's a top-ranked skill. Furthermore, leveling up the skill didn't mean that he would become proficient in every skill contained within it. The world wouldn't give him anything cheap. In order to master this supreme skill, Li Xin Wu would have to put in the effort in various fields. Among those various fields, he felt like his current critical hit training was a key factor in mastering bursting thunder, which allowed him to attack quickly and explode forcefully. You have acquired 22,510 perium. You have acquired a melting bone root. Hoop. He didn't have the chance to regain his breath, even if he toppled a tree. Suddenly, other tree branches came at him from all directions. The deeper Li Xin Wu got by following the dryads, the more desperately the trees tried to stop him, and at some point, roots began bursting from the once unscathed ground. Of course, it was Jin's job to deal with those. They're cutting through my armor. Calm down, and cut the ones closest to you first. Easy for you to say. More and more of them keep coming. There were hundreds of them attacking from above, below, and the sides, fighting off the tree branches and the roots made Li Xin Wu think of some comics and films he'd seen on Earth. It would've been a nice scene if the branches were attempting to tie up an elf rather than a skeleton horse and a skeleton, but reality is cruel. Damn it, their movements are disgusting. That's why I told you to cut them before they tie you up. You have to protect your body too. I'll break my back trying to match you. It took only about 2 days for Jin to get adjusted to the protruding tree roots, and consequently Li Xin Wu had to endure atop Jin's back, as if he were in a rodeo. However, Li Xin Wu shared Jin's dynamic visual acuity and reflexes that came from his high agility, while Jin shared Li Xin Wu's calm and keen movements, as well as his situational awareness. He didn't do so often, but when he was in a desperate situation, Jin would use all of Li Xin Wu's ability to his advantage to survive. And the result of that was clear. Critical hit. We got out. Hoop. Jin was able to cut through the roots, and Li Xin-Wu cut down the weakened trees one by one, toppling 3 trees in succession. Then, he finally managed to take a breath. Because they had cut down all of the trees nearby, they had temporarily created a safe zone where they wouldn't be attacked. Gijirark had heard that scream so often that it sounded sweet to him. Now he followed the dryad's scream and turned his attention to the source, and was close enough now that he could see the dryad flying away. When he confirmed that he was indeed close, Li Xin-Wu's goblin fire rotated round and round. It looks like the dryads are gathered in one place. We might be able to see something interesting if we play our cards right. Like a level 6 elite. Har 1. Li Xin-Wu began thinking about whether he had revealed too much of his intentions to Jin, but it was too late to start thinking about that. He smiled awkwardly and marked their corresponding location on his minimap. Then he turned his body around. It was in the opposite direction that had seen the dryads go in. What? I'd love to go over there right now, but we're not done training. Li Xin-Wu's acid resistance still wasn't at a level where it would prevent all of the tree's acid poison mist damage. He had no plans of going to the center of the forest until he reached his goal. Moreover, if you consider the fact that their acid poison becomes stronger the deeper you go, the boss fight at this end of this will want it to have a high-rank acid poison maybe. Undead. Jin, who was already imagining that moment, silently screamed. This was much too harsh an environment for Jin, who had just reached intermediate acid resistance. That's why we should keep training. We can't let the sacrifices of the dryads and this forest go to waste. I don't think anyone thinks they're sacrificing themselves for you. Li Xin-Wu crisply ignored Jin's muttering. His acid resistance was still only intermediate level 5. He didn't have any time to waste if he wanted to train his acid resistance to the point that he'd take no damage from acid. The intermediate assimilation skill has become LV4. Agility and magic have increased by 5. Sensing the range of assimilation gradually increasing. 2 weeks had passed since they'd entered the forest. Now Li Xin-Wu could endure the acid poison with only a helmet on. The acid skull-full helm possessed an option that increased the effectiveness of acid-related skills by 20, but that alone wouldn't be able to effectively protect Li Xin-Wu's body from acid, and Li Xin-Wu's body was still melting. But because of that allowed him to train his acid resistance and regeneration skills, so there was nothing better. The intermediate regeneration skill has become LV2. Health and magic have increased by 5. Regeneration speed increases. Good. It's going smoothly. Rather, it feels like I still have some mana left over. I feel like I can melt a bit more. I want to learn that regeneration skill too. If we meet a rural rat queen later, let's have a talk with her then. Li Xin-Wu said as he rubbed bone powder on the half-dead Jin. As he thought that dungeon was an unusual and difficult dungeon. He'd found a few other rat dungeons after that, but he hadn't been able to find any other queens. It seems like we're still far off from going to the center since you still sound like you're dying. Are you planning on training all of your resistances like this from now on? If I can. This was more efficient when compared to randomly hunting monsters and undead. In the process of training a variety of skills, not only do his stats increase, but his fundamentals improve as well. Li Xin-Wu wasn't a sick bastard who derived pleasure from the training itself, but he was the type that could endure the pain of training for the results. But using the defense zone is too easy now. I'm confident that they'll never break through my defense. Then, should we go further in now? We can't, since our resistance training isn't finished yet. Fine, I guess I have no choice but to use this method. Whenever Li Xin Wu was about to try something new, Jin wouldn't be able to hide his unease. What the hell was he attempting this time? How would it affect him? Jin was concerned and couldn't put up with it. Suddenly, the melting bone double axe appeared in the air. It was different from the one Li Xin Wu wielded. That meant it was created through bone armory. Training rule of bone. It takes a lot of concentration to control the flying axe, so it'll become harder to use the defense zone. In my home country, there's a saying that goes, the hardships of youth are invaluable. In my country, they say that hardship leads to success. No, let's stop. As expected, Li Xin Wu made the right call. It was no joke controlling the axe midair with rule of bone while maintaining the defense zone with the other axe. He almost died a few times, but Li Xin Wu didn't give up on controlling the axe. Ultimately, 3 more days passed. Now he could maintain his defense zone with the axe in his hands whilst controlling the axe in the air, which cleaved through the trees and branches from afar. Then, Li Xin Wu summoned another axe and controlled both at once while maintaining his defense zone. It becomes so much easier when I use 2 axes to slice through the nearby trees. I should send these guys a bit farther. You dumbass! Jin screamed. It was business as normal, so Li Xin Wu didn't pay attention to him. Soon, the rule of bone skill leveled up and further increased his control, though that just made Li Xin Wu attempt to do things that were even more difficult. The bone armory skill has become LV5, and you can now maintain 5 pieces of equipment at one time. Health and magic have increased by 5. Time passed like that for a bit longer, and his bone armory skill finally leveled up. Because of his proficiency in the skill, he couldn't even imagine not being able to equip armor. However, the moment Li Xin Wu cheered at the skill level up, something else unexpected came with it. Your magic stat has surpassed 1000. You have acquired the title, One Loved by Marner. Magic has increased by 10. Your body is reborn, more magic-friendly than before. There is high compatibility with your species, so magic has further increased by 10. Li Xin Wu muttered as he felt a slight change in his body that accompanied the message. His magic stat had already surpassed 1000. That in itself was surprising. But he could understand that, since most of his skills had a close connection with magic. However, he suddenly gained a title and his body had undergone a change, so he didn't take this lightly. The chatting channel, I don't want to cause another uproar, so I'll have to ask Crasher about this later. When Crasher gained the private chat function, she would message him first, so he decided that he'd ask her then. Li Xin Wu nodded his head and continued hunting. He didn't see any signs of his training ending anytime soon. 1TN. This is more like a gasp, but English doesn't really have a good onomatopoeia for this. Chapter 20 Part 4. Chapter 20. Forest of the Dryads 4. Intermediate acid resistance has become LV8. Magic has increased by 5. You no longer fear acid. Intermediate acid has become LV8. Magic has increased by 5. You are now confident that you can melt all metal and bone. The intermediate bursting thunder skill has become LV6. Strength and magic have increased by 5. You should be able to cleave through lightning that descends from the sky. The intermediate Marner bone skill has become LV6. Magic has increased by 20. The rule of bone skill has become LV7. You have become more adept at reinforcing and handling bone with just your will. A month and a half had passed since he'd come to the Forest of the Dryads, training his acid resistance, regeneration, bursting thunder, defense zone, assimilation, Marna bone, rule of bone, and bone armory, though had originally come to just train his acid resistance. Then Crasher finally contacted him. So it only happens the first time. Yeah, you get that title for the first stat that reaches 1000. Crasher's voice was so cold, even through the chatting channel, that Li Xin-Wu could imagine her expression. Li Xin-Wu really liked her calm and restrained voice, especially because he knew what would cause that cool-headedness to break. It's kind of like how level 5 determines what path you're going to take. You become specialized in one stat, and in order to become more familiar with it, the stat develops even further. Of course, my stat's magic since I'm a magician, but I heard that others specialize in a different stat. Li Xin-Wu wasn't a magician, so he ended up becoming a bit uneasy. So it only happens the first time, but it makes me feel a bit uneasy. If you just consider your combat abilities, you might think that your other stats should've grown first, but when you think about it, all of those abilities are connected to magic, so I think the outcome was inevitable. TCH, that's true. Your bones are magic anyway, so it turned out well. She was right. Around that time, Li Xin-Wu decided to accept it. Then Crasher changed the topic. Her voice became slightly sharp. So did you find anything good in the place you kept a secret from me? Har, what are you talking about? There are no secrets between us. You seem to have gotten a lot out of it. He felt like Crasher was trembling, and laughed merrily as he imagined that, but Jin pressed him all of a sudden. Left. I know, it's fine. I see everything. Gyrark. Obviously, Li Xin-Wu was in the midst of battle. Li Xin-Wu hadn't stopped fighting even once in the last 45 days. Even though it was possible for him, as he was a skeleton, the mental strain was indescribable. Nevertheless, he endured, though it was one of the main factors that accelerated his growth. Of course it was the same for Jin as well. But it's fine, since I found something interesting as well. He was still talking with Crasher. Li Xin-Wu perversely thought that chatting with someone whilst fighting would help train his concentration, and listened carefully to what she had to say. Oh, and what's that? It's a secret is what I'd like to say, but I'll tell you. Since I'm different from you. I'm an adult. Yeah. You're so mature. Li Xin-Wu swung his axe, and shattered the clumped-up branches that spun like a drill. Beyond that, the airborne axes flew to the tree's main body and toppled it. Aside from that, the other acid great trees in various areas were being ambushed by the other axes within the air. Had summoned 1 or 2 axes initially in order to train his defense zone, and at some point that number had increased to 4. In other words, Li Xin-Wu was completely naked or a nude skeleton. 1. I've found traces of one of the 12 generals too. Really, if it's this easy to figure out, then our other seniors must know about it already. Probably. They hadn't yet realized that they were the greatest of the heroes that had come to this underground empire. I killed some undead who were formerly royal magicians, and luckily managed to combine their mana into a single magical formula. One of the artifacts that they had responded to that, and released information. Of course, the information contained within wasn't very important. If the empire still existed, then it would've been considered a third-class secret. It was report data on the plan to expand the training facility for magicians who defended the capital. The problem was the one who prepared that data. Head of the royal magicians, Fitane. He mentioned himself that he was one of the 12 generals, so he's definitely one of them. Head of the royal magicians Li Xin-Wu nodded his head naturally. Not all of the 12 generals would swing a sword or spear on the front lines and command their troops on the battlefield. It was a fantasy world, so it made sense that our magician was a general. You just figured out the name, nothing else. I learned a bit about their communication system and codes. All that's left is to inspect the training facility recorded in this report. I'm going to go over there right now. All right. Don't die. It's connected to a magician, so I might ask for your help soon. I'm not a magician who relax. You may not consider yourself a magician, but someone else does. I feel like I've heard something like that before. By the time Li Xin-Wu finished his conversation with Crasher and raised his head, the area was completely cleared of trees. Li Xin-Wu sighed after retrieving the melting bone double axes that were violently spinning in the air. The juniors are trying so hard, so would it kill our seniors to at least kill one of the 12 generals? You're probably hoping that they sell that bone to the secret shop. Exactly. The effect of a level 7 bone is tremendous, so what would a level 8 bone be like? I don't think any of the 12 generals are going down until we hit level 8 honestly. Li Xin-Wu thought the same. Their seniors may be heroes, but they were also humans with only one life. So there was probably no helping it. He sighed again and spoke. Let's just do what we can. Are we finally doing it? Yeah. When I hit intermediate level 8, it didn't seem like my acid resistance would level up no matter what I did, so it can't be helped. Li Xin-Wu said stiffly. All that was behind them was a vast plain. For a month and a half, which seemed both short and long, they started from the outskirts of the forest and completely cleared out all the other areas except for the center of the forest where the dryads ran off to. When killed, the trees would turn into marner and vanish, leaving only their loot behind, which was characteristic of this world. There were no traces remaining that indicated that this was a forest, and if one were to walk past this area, they would be oblivious to the fact that there was originally a forest here. It's time to open the box of chocolates. 2. That's from Forest Dump. You really were from my world, weren't you? How was this possible? Jin didn't react when he referenced animation, but as he thought, movies were a no-go. However, Li Xin-Wu acted two-faced, even in a situation like this. Maybe. The name of the book I read was different. A book as expected. He was able to fool him with a simple lie. Li Xin-Wu acted as though he didn't see Jin's puzzled expression, and activated bone armory. Then, his body was completely equipped with a helmet, upper body armor, and lower body armor. He unsummoned one of his axes, but he still retained 3 other axes, excluding his own. But will it really be okay? Yeah. By reducing the number to 3, my controls gotten a lot better. You're such a scary bastard. Li Xin-Wu had started training his rule of bone skill in order to perfect his defense zone, and had become even more powerful than before as a result. To sum it up, awareness and control. If he was able to control his equipment with rule of bone, then he would be able to use them to attack his enemies, even in the midst of an intense battle. Moreover, if there was only one target to attack, he could control them as one, making it twice as easy to control them. I leveled up my resistance as much as I could, but I don't know how high of a level the enemy is. So you have to concentrate on our connection as much as possible. You're the one who let all the dryads go. Har, that's all in the past. The final dryad had fled just a few minutes ago, but Jin couldn't retort. There shouldn't be any more dryads left in this forest. Yeah. If we exclude that area, that is. The deeper Li Xin Wu followed the dryads into the forest, the drearier and more frightening the energy became. At the end of it, the area was explicitly black, incomparable to the other areas of the forest. It seemed as though the essence of the forest was gathering in one spot, like a slime being burnt to a crisp and leaving behind only its core. If the other areas were a level 2 danger zone, then that area seems like a level 3 or 4 danger zone were level 5, so it's okay. It's not as scary as it looks. Can you stop trying to calm me down like I'm a kid? They carefully began to move. With every step, they became more in sync, and their assimilation rate became even higher than before. Their respective acid resistances combined and became one, increasing their effectiveness. They shared their stats, senses, and the advantageous parts of skills. They were changed. Now that it'd been about 2 months since had learned the assimilation skill, they didn't sleep as they were undead, and would maintain the skill in most situations. Therefore, they were in complete sync. Don't come ar, what a typical starting line for a boss fight. I'll get hurt. Doesn't it sound like their voices are overlapping? As I thought, it looks like they're fused together. Had let not 1, not 10, but more than 100 level 5 dryads go. How monstrous would they become if they were to combine all their strength together into one body? Xin Wu, the outer trees, I see them. Though the trees would attack with their branches or their roots, they would never move on their own accord. However, they were uprooting themselves right now and going deeper into the forest. No, they're not moving of their own accord. Li Xin Wu denied in the next moment. To him, it looked like the mana the dryads spewed out was controlling and moving the trees. Li Xin Wu trembled. He realized that they were responding most splendidly to his decision to let them go. Most people would collapse, saying that they're screw Jin. I said that they were level 5 before, right? Yeah. Though Jin didn't want to keep moving forward, he had no choice. Jin walked forward with a tearful face and replied. Li Xin Wu inwardly smiled in satisfaction and spoke. That was a lie. Jin screamed with such great timing. The trees all around them uprooted themselves and walked towards the center of the forest. After that, a huge living being stood up from within. No, it was because the trees had exposed it. LV6 Corrupted Tree Golem Elite. You have encountered a fused monster. This gatekeeper was created through the accumulation of countless corrupted dryads' wills, as well as the mana from the remaining withered trees. The Empire's curse will weaken if you destroy it. Though they had prepared for it, a large-scale, non-standard boss fight had begun. 1 in case you forgot like I did, bone armory only allows him to summon 5 pieces of armor or weapons at the moment for flying axes and the melting bone double axe. 2 I believe this quote is loosely referring to the life was like a box of chocolates quote from Forrest Gump, which means they don't know what's coming next. Chapter 20 Part 5. Chapter 20. Forest of the Dryads 5. You have encountered an enemy a higher level than you. Rebellion increases all stats by 10 because of your partner. Your stats increase by an additional 5. All effects are shared with your partner. Xin Wu, what did you do? Oh, it's just a buff. It's a buff that lets us overcome the insurmountable wall before us. After Li Xin Wu confirmed that his rebellion skill had activated, he nodded his head with satisfaction and raised his head. The cause of the buff was the enormous boss monster that seemed like an agglomeration of the forest. LV6 Corrupted Tree Golem Elite. The corrupted tree golem was entwined with countless trees, and the dryads' wills had entered in the spaces between. allowing for the creation of this fused monster. They gathered a similar type of calmer into one spot, sublimating it into an even greater calmer though its appearance differed. The fundamental principle behind this fusion was similar to the slime's transformation, where they would fuse with other slimes and be reborn as a high-ranked slime. Don't come, I'll kill you. Don't come. Li Xin Wu had experience hunting a level 6 elite, the core commander Veters. However, Veters was a magician, as well as a commander, and he had even been distracted by the magic cast by a level 6 hero. However, this foe was only aiming for them, was incomparably larger than Veters, and possessed a special ability. I'll kill you. Xin Wu, its poison the golem, which was essentially one huge tree, shook its body, spewing out an overly deep concentration of black poison mist that instantaneously covered the entire area. Li Xin Wu comforted Jin, who was watching with an uneasy expression, with a calm voice. Our connection. Don't forget. The mist covered an extensive area, so it was impossible to escape it. As a matter of fact, doing so would essentially be giving up on the fight. He no longer possessed the Avenger skill anymore, so he didn't need to run away and come back anymore. You are being affected by high-rank acid poison mist. Intermediate acid resistance is reducing the damage by about 50. It was as Li Xin Wu had expected. The tree golem, which resulted from merging the energy of the forest into one being, could spew out high-rank acid poison if he hadn't equipped armor specializing in acid. He and Jin would've been a handful of bone powder by now. Surprisingly, I can take this much. Li Xin Wu watched as the acid poison spewed by the enormous golem quickly began melting the surface of his armor. If he had activated regeneration a bit slower, his ribs would've been melted away as well, but regeneration and acid resistance worked well together, so he could endure. No, he could please say it ain't so. Please. You're not doing what I think you are, right? Jin knew exactly what Li Xin Wu was going to do and spoke with a quivering voice. He was also enduring as Li Xin Wu shared his acid resistance with him, but if he lost that acid resistance for even an instant, he figured that his leg would get melted away, so he was slightly afraid. Though Li Xin Wu, who was maintaining his connection with Jin, could understand how he was feeling, he ultimately spoke like this. Now that we're here, why don't we level up our resistance to high rank before we go? Please no. We need to analyze it to figure out how it attacks. Our analysis might take a little bit longer, though. I thought as much. Maybe this was Li Xin Wu's intent from the start. The moment he could no longer properly train his resistance with the ordinary trees, he made up his mind to train his resistance through the boss monster. Jin realized that there was already no turning back, and when he resigned himself, Li Xin Wu said something meaningless. You have to start concentrating. We need to thoroughly analyze its techniques and attack patterns. You mean, while we endure all the acid poison, right? Exactly. He was saying that he'd train his acid resistance while scouting out the boss. Even at this very moment, the tree golem stretched out its wooden arm and attacked at the same time. It violently spewed out its high-rank acid poison. You have been affected by high-rank acid poison mist. The mana in the entire area is contaminated by acid. A high rank didn't just mean it was powerful, there was also the contamination of mana at this level. The acid poison covered the entire area, contaminating the air, mana, and everything else. Even though Li Xin Wu and Jin didn't need to breathe, as they were undead, they naturally absorbed mana. But by doing so, they would instead absorb acid into their bodies. Damn it. I'm not taking any damage because of my resistance. but when I filter all the acid out, I don't have much mana left. I guess this is how an enemy possessing the ability to use a high-rank element fights. It completely controls the area by changing it to its own element and prevents its enemy from moving. Ultimately, it's not much different from a game of Go. But even as he said this, Li Xin Wu sported a smile. Comparing it to Go was only applicable when both players' pieces were different colors. Unfortunately, Li Xin Wu possessed intermediate level 8 acid resistance. Jin, tell me when you're running low on mana. I'll give you mana when you need it. Are you okay? Yeah, I have plenty of mana. He was indeed overflowing with mana. Li Xin Wu had more mana now than when he started the battle. It didn't matter whether the surrounding mana had been contaminated by acid or not. He would draw in both acid and mana through his intermediate level 6 mana bone. You can change mana into acid, so it isn't very difficult to do the reverse. This situation is actually in my favor. It might have been different had it been high-rank acid poison, but he didn't sustain any damage from mana mixed with a lower concentration of acid, and was able to transform the acid into mana. It felt like his acid resistance, acid element, as well as his mana were undergoing training right now. Oh nice, my mana's rising. Li Xin Wu felt his acid resistance and acid element growing sharply, and his jawbone rattled in satisfaction. Whenever the golem spewed out the mist, he felt like his acid element grew slightly. It really wasn't so bad. Moreover, I may not know what it's protecting, but it's not moving from its spot. It may not have been so easy if we had gone in and recklessly attacked, but it should be an easy win if all we have to do is dodge and defend. It's not easy, you know. My body's already melting away, so it feels like I'm dying. Keep it up. Another branch is coming. As Li Xin Wu said, the golem acted like it was desperately defending something. Even though there was nothing remaining in the forest, it firmly remained in that spot, guarding it with its life, spewing acid and stretching out its branches. If it had started to move, Li Xin Wu wouldn't have had any other choice but to respond more aggressively. However, he didn't need to evade or block its acid poison, and as long as he dodged its extending arms, he didn't really have anything to worry about. Stop hurting the forest. Don't worry. There's no forest to hurt anymore. Hundreds of thick tree branches shot out from the golem's body and stretched like whips towards Li Xin Wu and Jin. Each branch possessed a frightening amount of force, as it was a level 6 elite. Critical hit. However, before those branches could skewer them, a rotating melting bone double axe in the air swooped down and cut past the branches. Dozens of branches broke with a cracking sound, fell to the ground, and emitted acid poison before vanishing. It's not over yet. Then, 2 more axes swooped down and violently cut through the branches. The sight of the axes, reinforced by rule of bone, going into flight formation and cleaving through the branches was truly magnificent. Not a single branch could come close to Li Xin Wu or Jin. That's right. Only Li Xin Wu was able to protect himself with this expanded defense zone as the axes followed his will. The one who possessed rule of bone, he could cover a certain range with these axes, and anything that came within that range would be destroyed. You dumbass, you should be shooting those tentacles at someone else, not me. As soon as he perfectly guarded against the attack, the infuriated golem's branches burst forth, but Li Xin Wu calmly controlled his axes and blocked them as well. It would have been a bit harder if it had attacked him from all sides, but because it consolidated its attack, it was even easier to guard against. Because it was a level 6 elite monster, There was quite a hefty weight behind each and every branch, but because he had prepared for this moment by training his rule of bone skill, Li Xin Wu wasn't pushed back the whole time. If there was something he couldn't cut through with one axe, then 2 or 3 axes attacking simultaneously should do it. I'm a lot different from when I fought Viters, to be precise. My stats have increased by about 1,200 since then. Don't come me. Whenever a branch shot out, Li Xin Wu's axe would block it, so the golem started rampaging about. Because of that, the acid poison that it was spewing intensified as well. That was exactly what Li Xin Wu was hoping for. If I play my cards right, my skill should level up within a day. You're saying that I have to avoid this awful bastard for an entire day? Jin had a hunch that what Li Xin Wu was waiting for had finally come. Now he had no choice but to die. There were several moments until now where he felt like he would die, but this time, he'd die 100. He would just hang out with a level 6 elite monster for an entire day. It was finally his time to die. But at the very least, it was a relief that his blessing of death's revival ability had increased to 3, as he had gone around and fought several high-leveled enemies. In other words, enemies deeply affected by the curse with Li Xin Wu. It's alright. We can do it. It's not much different from the rest of our fights in the forest tomb. Kaihark. Meanwhile, had the tree golem figured out Li Xin Wu's abilities? All of a sudden, the tree golem's tree branches became tougher. To be exact, the branches entangled with other branches, taking the form of a twisted breadstick. It had begun shooting out the dried branches. He couldn't take care of those branches with just the axes he controlled from afar, so he had to move his body. Xin Wu, won't it come at us with a huge attack at this rate? No, it shouldn't. This is probably the best it can do. Yup. Well, as long as we don't get any closer, that is. As they were barely out of range, the tree couldn't attack them personally by swinging its arms and legs. The golem would never attack them personally and just attacked them with its acid poison and by extending its branches. They would have to get closer to take down the main body, but Li Xin Wu still needed to train his acid resistance. So there was no way he'd do that. Right now he was worried that cutting the branches would weaken its poison. Don't come. Even when it changed its tactics, Li Xin Wu didn't die, and the golem spread its acid as its temper flared even more. The dryads, which the golem had absorbed, shrieked with the voices of old women that struck Li Xin Wu and Jin like a curse. However, Li Xin Wu and Jin possessed the ability to ignore the curse, so they didn't cower in the least. Man, what the hell are you even protecting? You're really pissing me off. I think I know what they're protecting now. Li Xin Wu swung his axe once more, cleared the branches, and laughed. If what they were so desperately protecting couldn't be seen above ground, then there was only one answer there. There's a space under its feet. And the space under its feet was probably a dungeon. They went so far as to be corrupted to protect it. He really wanted to figure out what it was immediately, but was prudent. Right now, training his acid resistance took priority. The tree golem wailed. Li Xin Wu tightly gripped the axe, and his goblin fire blazed. The lengthy battle had just begun. Chapter 20 Part 6. Chapter 20. Forest of the Dryads 6. Lloyd H. It was huge. Its manner was tremendous as well. I could feel how powerful it was, even though it was so far away. Prince Altania, isn't it just a big creature? I think I could take it. Yasunori Akira, why don't you go over there then? I would've gone myself if I was nearby. Oh well. It'd truly been a long time since the other heroes had entered the chatting channel, and they were excited in a different way. After Shino Rendu died, the channel had become stagnant, but because Fade discovered a new elite monster, they were all starting to come back. Li Xin Wu is the monster so powerful that even you seniors wouldn't dare face it. Li Xin Wu leisurely cut that powerful monster's outstretched branches and spoke in the channel. Had fought the tree golem for a few days now and had become bored, so he entered the chatting channel to increase the effectiveness of his training. Irian Rupert, we don't know, since we haven't gotten close and personally ascertained its level. However, if it truly was created in the melting forest, one of the renowned areas of the Empire, Ethan Cruz, oh my god. You're talking about that forest in the northwestern outskirts of the Empire, right? Once you enter, you're helpless as your gear starts to melt right away. And let's not talk about your body. Prince Altair, hang, a forest, then it's simple. I just need to use my special fire magic from afar and burn it to a crisp. Prince acted conceitedly and Irian snorted. Irian Rupert, unfortunately for you, Sir Altair, I believe there's a strange energy protecting the forest. You would likely be unable to burn a single tree before you completely remove that energy. Prince Altair, what a stronger force can overcome a weaker force? Irian Rupert, what I'm saying is that it'd be difficult for you, Sir Altair, as there's quite a bit of that energy there. Prince Altair, ugly Xin Wu, what do you mean by a strange energy? She was definitely talking about the dryads, but Li Xin Wu feigned ignorance. It had the feeling of, oh, there's a place like that, I wouldn't even dare going there. So Irian replied satisfyingly. Irian Rupert, I believe they're corrupted spirits. They were called dryads in my world. If they're really dryads, then it's truly miserable and depressing. Dryads treasure trees and love anything that is alive, so what you're saying is QIR. At that moment, it seemed like the golem couldn't take any more of this slow-paced battle, and wailed loudly. Thousands of tree branches rose into the air and fused into one. That completed giant tree hammer fell upon them like an arrow. Jin was startled, moved his body and evaded it. But then, the hammer impacted the ground with a quang. Following that, the hammer transformed into an immense concentration of acid poison and thickly spread everywhere. That powerful acid, which looked like it would melt any type of equipment, like Ethan Cruz had said, covered Li Xin Wu and Jin simultaneously. You are being affected by the high-rank acid hammer. Intermediate acid resistance reduces the damage by about 60. Quick, I really want to stop doing this. I did enough. Xin Wu, we can stop now, right? Bear with it a bit more, Jin. We can't stop now. It was only for an instant, but Li Xin Wu's armor was completely melted away, as well as half of his arms and legs. It was the same for Jin as well. Although he possessed intermediate level 9 resistance, he couldn't avoid taking a significant amount of damage from the poison that was the golem's power. I can't, I'll die. I'll really die. See you later, Xin Wu. You won't die. Don't worry. And it went exactly as Li Xin Wu said. His hastily activated regeneration skill restored not only his own body, but Jin's melting body as well. Of course, this was all due to his assimilation skill, which had grown to intermediate level 5. Irian Rupert, that acid is much too powerful for us to endure, and will not only melt through metal, but our bodies as well. Even if you can use magic well, you'd have to sacrifice both your skin and muscles to block it. You must not recklessly approach the forest. Yasunori Akira, har, it certainly is interesting, but you can't throw away your life just because you're curious. While his seniors laughed with a har or ho-ho and forbade entrance to the melting forest, Li Xin Wu completely healed his body. Jin, who was unable to finish this fight, sighed and asked Li Xin Wu, What level is your regeneration skill? Intermediate level 7. It leveled up by 5 levels. Well, we've both been melted so many times since he could absorb a portion of the acid as Marner. He was overflowing with Marner. He used all of that Marner for regeneration, and after repeatedly using it on himself and Jin, his skill grew quickly. Skills always grew quickly in extreme situations, and objectively assessing the situation the two were in would result in something like this: they're fighting a seemingly unbeatable foe and have miraculously endured for 3 whole days. Irian Rupert, I don't know how that monster was created, but the only thing we can do is either wait for it to calm down, or wait for it to leave the forest. Lloyd H. Li Xin Wu, went you around there? Are you okay? Li Xin Wu, am okay since I took Senior Irian's words to heart and went in the opposite direction. However, even I can see its head from where I am. It's quite frightening. Yasunori Akira, don't overdo it. Li Xin Wu. Since you're growing rapidly, even now. You said you passed 2,500 stats. Prince Altair, you monster. I have to get to level 7 before you catch up. Lloyd H. You're west, right? Are you finding any dungeons? Prince Altair, don't know. Stop acting like you're concerned about me and enjoy dating that granny elf. Irian Rupert, Granny, what did you say, Sir Altair? The chatting channel is filled with lies. Li Xin Wu would feel bad if he lied anymore, so Li Xin Wu stopped listening to his seniors and left the chatting channel. Over the past 3 days, the tree golem's body had shrunk significantly, so he could see it all with a single glance. I've been continuously cutting the branches, so it's been shrinking. But no matter how many branches he cut, the Marner in its main body wouldn't diminish, and the smaller its body became, the sharper and tougher its branches became. Li Xin Wu had given up on cutting all the branches, and was in the middle of picking out its weakest branches and cutting them with his 3 axes, but perhaps that won't even be possible soon. If that happens, then he'll really have to take down the main body. Since they'd been fighting the tree golem for 3 days already, Li Xin Wu already knew all of its special characteristics. He was also aware of the difference in stats between them. Li Xin Wu and Jin's teamwork was good enough to overcome that stat differential. It filled in all the gaps that the rebellion skill could cover. Therefore, he wouldn't hesitate when his resistance went up to the high rank level. He would cleave through its body and burn it to a crisp. Li Xin Wu inwardly made that decision. However, a problem occurred before he could make that happen. He cut the golem's fired branches with his flawless axe technique, and absorbed as much of the spewed acid as he could. Then, Li Xin Wu heard something that made him flinch. He thought it might be an illusion, but it wasn't. How is this possible? In the center of the tree golem's body, where countless screams had been emitted, one of the voices suddenly changed to that of a young girl's. Was that all? A portion of the branches coming towards them stopped midair as well. Li Xin Wu realized this and stood in shock. The small, but distinct girl's voice continued. In the end, we became like this. Jigwara. Don't come. Die, please die. Her refreshing voice was accompanied by the other old women's voices, which actually made the mood even gloomier. Li Xin Wu cleared the branches flying towards him and yelled. Have you gotten a hold of yourself now? He's actually acting like someone whose original plan was to awaken the dryads. He was always ready to act anywhere and anytime depending on the situation at hand, which was why he could respond so quickly. Because he acted so naturally, the dryad didn't find him suspicious and replied, I remember everything. You didn't attack us ever since entering the forest. In the end, you protected us, even going so far as to risk your life. I just couldn't harm you dryads, the protectors of this forest. I didn't have a good way of saving you, and I was just being foolish. Jin retched at Li Xin-Wu's despicable acting. Even while doing so, he skillfully avoided the branches that came flying at them. Had become skilled enough that he could dodge them in his sleep. That mysterious ability of yours to absorb the curse, I see. It's because of that ability of yours that I'm briefly able to regain my sanity. It must be because of that ability that you're able to remain sane even after becoming a skeleton. Yeah, you're right. So this all happened because of Jin's ability to absorb the curse. Li Xin-Wu acted calm and replied, but was actually astonished on the inside. Then again, they had fought the same opponent for 3 whole days while Jin remained in contact with a nearby marner the entire time, so it wasn't very strange that they made this new discovery. He needed to look into this more in the future. He thought it was just a skill that revived him, but this was proof that there was something more tremendous that lay hidden within Jin's skill. Thank you for your efforts and sincerity. However, it's much too late now. I didn't think we'd be corrupted to this extent. I have a shameless request for you, who risked your life to protect us dryads. Could you please listen to my request? Right after regaining her sanity, she had a request. It must be considerably urgent. If not, then she must deeply trust Li Xin-Wu, as he was the one who protected them. Either way, this was the result of Li Xin-Wu's acting skill. Is it too much? No, go ahead. Li Xin-Wu felt slightly conflicted, but ultimately nodded his head. Then, the dryad spoke happily as if she knew he would do that. Please seek out the General, Dana von Etliber. She should be safe from all of this, as she's loved by countless spirits. Please tell her where we are and please give her this. Suddenly, something shot out of the golem's torso and fell before Li Xin-Wu. Li Xin-Wu cut through the branches without much difficulty and picked it up. It was a crystal radiating a pale green light. Spirit's Spring Key Fragment. A precious artifact made of pure marner that is only given to the world's spirits. It can only be given to someone approved of by a spirit, and is also a token of friendship. Using this and a few other materials, you can open a passageway that allows you to enter the spirit's spring. This is you just need to give that to her. As soon as possible. If you do that, she'll take care of everything. And with that, our kind will somehow. She spoke with a light-hearted voice, as if she had just let go of her heavy burden. The dryad wouldn't have imagined that Li Xin-Wu could see the crystal's information, as he was a hero. Please go find her. Hurry, there's no hope for us. I'll lose my sanity soon. Please run while I can still maintain control over this golem. Run away and give Dana von Etliber hey. Hey! Li Xin-Wu called the dryad with a sincere and refined voice akin to a skeleton knight's, but she couldn't respond as she used the rest of her energy into stopping the golem at that moment. He thought it might, but the acting skill did indeed level up. The acting skill has become LV13. Who are you an ally to, and who are you an enemy to? Perhaps you yourself do not know the difference anymore. Xin-Wu, what do we do? Jin used his connection through Li Xin-Wu's assimilation skill to speak. Li Xin-Wu replied seriously. Let's act like we can't run away and take it down. She's trying to not tell us anything. Yeah, you really are the worst. Can't you just call me the winner of our battle of wits? They acted as though the acid poison prevented them from escaping. Ultimately, the dryad wailed, telling them to run away, and lost consciousness. He worried that the crystal she'd given him would disappear as well, but after confirming that it was safe, Li Xin Wu smiled in satisfaction and raised his axe once more. Then, shall we begin training again? Let's give it a rest, you demon Jin weakly replied, yet moved as Li Xin Wu wished. Truthfully, he didn't want to finish off the golem yet either. There was still some time before their battle with the golem came to a close. Chapter 20 Part 7 Chapter 20 Forest of the Dryads 7 Why Li Xin Wu muttered in despair. 2 more days had passed since had acquired the spirit's spring key fragment from the Dryad. Why isn't my resistance leveling up? Him almost there. I suppose not everyone can get a high-rank skill, Jin replied, uninterested. He was evading the golem's fists and feet from up close, and it was for no other reason but to be exposed to a higher concentration of acid poison. He went through all this painstaking effort to train his resistance. Xin Wu, accept reality. That guy's at his limit too. Li Xin Wu raised his head at Jin's words and examined the golem. At the beginning, the golem was so massive that it seemed to reach up into the heavens, but now, it had shrunk to a mere 5 meters. It was only natural, as had cut so many of its branches. It seems like it can't even replenish its mana that well anymore. The concentration of its acid poison seems to be lessening, and its attacks are gradually getting weaker. Damn it. It must be at its limits if you can sense it too. As they fought against the golem, Li Xin Wu and Jin's dramatic growth that came about due to the intense situation. Their skills made the battle feel much easier than it should've been, but they had to face the facts. Li Xin Wu bitterly agreed and tightly gripped his axe. It's time to let it go, right? Yeah, we have to let it go. We can finish it now. The golem wailed with superb timing. What was the golem trying to convey? Was it a wail of misery? It was the boss of the melting forest, an area which even level 8 heroes were afraid of, yet it had been used to lower level heroes. If not, then was it weeping, as it was regretting asking such a wicked skeleton to fulfill its request honestly? He didn't really care. All right. Let's widen the distance a bit. Let's go with the big gun. Okay. They'd scuffled with the golem for about 5 days now, and Li Xin Wu didn't just swing his axe and talk in the chatting channel during that time. No way. Had figured out the golem's characteristics, as well as its skill pattern, which used mana. Therefore, Li Xin Wu had run a few simulations on how to kill it the best way. Li Xin Wu had spoken to Jin several times and created a move that would kill the tree golem. But in order to execute that move, they would need to widen the distance. It seemed as though the golem misunderstood their intent. They're leaving. As soon as Li Xin Wu and Jin widened the distance, the golem yelled as if to cheer. They didn't even stew their acid poison, and just saw them off. However, Li Xin Wu left them a present, as if responding to them. That present was the 3 melting double bone axes that remained in the air for the past 5 days. Surprisingly, the 3 axes contained the maximum amount of magic they could hold within them. If he combined the 3, they would easily surpass Li Xin Wu's maximum magic. The fact that Rule of Bone and Bone Armory grew might just be the best thing I got from this battle. As he fought the tree golems, he hadn't just gained mere skill level ups, had learned ways in which he could better use these skills. Just a little while ago, he hadn't thought of separately infusing mana into equipment had summoned and controlled through Bone Armory. He would either shift his mana to the weapons to increase their power, or simply use the skill. But because of Rule of Bone, I've figured out a way to maintain the mana I've imbued the faraway weapons with. Normally, There's a limit to how much mana he can store in his body at one time. That was Marner Bone's limit. That limit has steadily increased with his level ups, his skill level, as well as his magic stat. But ultimately, he had a level 5's mana capacity. Shin Wu, right about here, right? Yeah. My weapons are on standby too. Warrior. But as soon as he was able to store his mana into the equipment summoned through Bone Armory, as well as maintain that mana, he was essentially able to increase his maximum mana capacity. By shifting his mana to his equipment, his body's own mana supply would be empty. However, as he replenished his mana, the mana contained within his equipment wouldn't diminish. Ultimately, if he were to replenish his mana, Li Xin Wu could control more mana than before his own supply, as well as what was contained within his equipment. He infused his mana into his axes in the moments he could spare whilst fighting the golem. Thus, his 3 axes were filled to the brim with mana. Li Xin Wu decided to call this fully charged. We're far enough, right? Yep. I'm changing my weapon to the Drake Horn Lance, then let's get started. Twin Horn Charge. You got it. He switched to the Drake Horn Lance and took a charging stance. The moment Li Xin Wu gave the signal, Jin kicked off the floor and began sprinting at an explosive speed. QRR. The golem was scuffling with the axes that Li Xin Wu had left behind, and once it realized that Li Xin Wu was approaching once more, it screamed and attempted to spew its acid poison again. But with just that much, it wouldn't be able to even slow them down by 0.001 seconds. 1. With his command, one of the axes in the air exploded spectacularly. He didn't have high expectations for its acid damage, but the force of the explosion, as well as the shrapnel, were enough to confuse the golem. 2. Warrior. Following that, the second axe exploded. Its outstretched branches were broken apart, and due to the force of the explosion, the golem, or to be more specific, the corrupted dryads which controlled it, screamed awfully. Because it was weakened from the battle of attrition over the last 5 days, it sustained considerable damage from the fully charged melting bone double axes. Xin Wu were about to crash into him. We need to get a little closer. The first 2 explosions were nothing more than a guidance system for the last axe to explode as smoothly as possible. Li Xin Wu had thoroughly analyzed the tree golem's weakness. Its center was where the dryad's wills, as well as the golem's mana, were controlled at the beginning. The dryads waited in the center of the forest, and when faced with Li Xin Wu and Jin, created the tree golem, burrowing themselves deep into its chest. That was the tree golem's sole weakness. Alright, now. Ordinarily, the tree golem would always protect its chest, but it panicked due to the 2 continuous explosions, exposing its chest to the sky. That was exactly what Li Xin Wu was waiting for. Critical hit. The axe flew through the tree and bone pieces, then precisely burrowed into its chest and exploded. Warrior. The dryad's scream was the most shocking and hair-raising scream he'd heard yet. But despite that, it still remained standing. The bark covering the center of the golem was the toughest, as it was its weak spot. The impact removed the bark, but its core was still intact. Indeed, its bark had been removed. Jin. Hewert. Li Xin Wu and Jin hurriedly seized the opportunity that resulted from the 3 continuous explosions, and Jin, who'd gotten close, leapt with all the speed he'd built up. He couldn't have even dreamed of doing so before, but it was possible for him now that he had the steel heart skill. Hup. Li Xin Wu had aimed his lance at the golem's center ever since Jin started running, without even shaking it once. The outer bark was removed, revealing the black inner flesh, as well as the corrupted dryads within. Rising the Drake Horn lances, red energy mixed with a bursting thunder, dark blue sparks to form a violet light. He wanted to add the twin horn charge to the tip of the lance as well, but he hadn't trained it enough yet. However, this should be enough. Thunder. It was such an embarrassing name that Li Xin Wu inwardly muttered the technique name, and forcefully thrust his lance. The violet sparks rushing towards the tip of the lance was truly magnificent. Hoo! At the last moment, the golem twisted its body and attempted to dodge his attack, but Li Xin Wu had already let go of the lance, and with its explosive speed, burrowed deep within the golem's center before it could even react. Critical hit. Li Xin Wu planned to explode the lance if that didn't work, but unfortunately, he didn't need to do so. The lance had burrowed deep into the golem's center, and immediately after the electric discharge, as well as a reverberating scream, the golem just stopped. Is it over? It's a pain, so don't try to revive it, Jin muttered, and Li Xin Wu scolded him immediately after. The golem turned into Marna particles, dispersing everywhere, and completely disappeared. At the same time, Li Xin Wu, who was free-falling with Jin, got a message informing them of their victory. You fought against a high-leveled foe, and after tirelessly enduring for several days, achieved the feat of finding its weakness and taking advantage of it. All stats have increased by 3. Proficiency in the Bursting Thunder skill has increased. You have acquired the Adventurer's Karma token. Agility and health have increased by 5. It is absorbed by the Joker Karma. Oh, it'd been quite a long time since he'd acquired a new karma. It seemed like enduring for several days against a high-leveled elite monster were points in his favor. Maybe he might get something even better if he were to endure for even longer. While thinking that Jin would pale in fear if he told him about this, they landed. The Pyrium and loot from the corrupted tree golem fell from the sky. You have acquired 395,070 Pyrium. You have acquired a LV5 Dryad's bow. Through bone reinforcement, it has changed into the LV4 Unchanging Bone Bow 5. You have acquired a spirit stone containing the corrupted power of the Dryads. You have acquired an unmelting bone root. Kek. Li Xin Wu had been having a lot of success with bone reinforcement lately, but when the level 5 artifact was degraded into a level 4 artifact, he felt truly thrilled. Now that he thought about it, it wouldn't always change for the better. On the other hand, the spirit stone containing the Dryad's power was radiating a murky, rusty color, perhaps due to being corrupted, and was simply a mass of mana that even bone reinforcement couldn't do anything about. He didn't really know what to do with this and decided to put it into his inventory for now. And the final piece of loot, the unmelting bone root, looked like an item that seemed better geared towards acid than the other melting bone roots had gotten from the other acid great trees. Whenever he absorbed a melting bone root, he was inwardly disappointed as they would increase his acid element rather than his acid resistance, but this nice bone reinforcement. Li Xin Wu had a strong feeling about this and used bone reinforcement without delay. Contrary to its title, the unmelting bone root possessed a powerful mana and acid element within that was transferred in its entirety to Li Xin Wu. Executing bone reinforcement by consuming the unmelting bone root. Health and magic have increased by 10. Absorbing a portion of the corrupted tree golem's experiences and memories. The high physical strength of these trees that made up this forest, as well as their powerful mana, as well as the intermediate acid resistance skill, has become LV10 and has evolved into the high rank level. Magic has increased by 20. You take almost no damage from acid. You have achieved the feat of acquiring a high rank skill. All stats have increased by 10. He didn't even really need to check his messages. The moment he felt a definite change on the inside, albeit a small one, Li Xin-Wu smiled at that impression. He had achieved his primary objective of coming to this forest. Chapter 21 Part 1 Chapter 21 Inherited Hope 1 Now, shall we go find out what the Dryads were hiding? You know, I don't hate that part of you, that fickle side of yours. Thanks. I like that part of myself too. The moment Li Xin-Wu fulfilled his objective of raising his acid resistance to the high rank level, which was something he seemed willing to stake his life on before, he decided on a new goal. He spent only 3 minutes at best reveling in his accomplishment. I wonder what the Dryads wanted from the Spirit General. They wanted us to tell her about this place, so the answer's probably inside somewhere. It's easy to find, too. Li Xin-Wu began searching and quickly found the secret the Dryads had left behind. In other words, the entrance to a dungeon. Even though he was watching Li Xin-Wu's every move, Jin didn't understand why Li Xin-Wu was so sure. The traces the golem left behind are too thick, so I can't really tell. But it's a lot easier to sense than the winery. If you can grasp the Dryad's manner, then it should be easy to find. There was an even easier way: find the ground that wasn't very damaged. Despite the fierce battle, Li Xin-Wu suddenly drew his manner at the place the golem was guarded. With just that, the ground softly vibrated and dirt stairs appeared leading down. Level 5 dungeon. You have acquired the permit for Malonier's laboratory. All stats increase by 10 within the dungeon. The dungeon's information is added to your minimap. All actions are buffed within the dungeon. There was no way of knowing who Malonier was, but he was sure that the Dryads were using this facility differently than the way it was intended upon creation. Because the entrance was so tiny, they, especially the large Jinn, had to hunch their shoulders to enter the dungeon. Soon, the entrance closed and hundreds of stairs appeared. It was a relief that it was wide enough for Jinn to go down. Who will reach the bottom soon. It's too quiet to know this breathing. You can tell if you sense the manner. The moment Li Xin-Wu spoke decisively, he felt something recoiling in fear from within the darkness of the dungeon. He chuckled and stepped onto the floor at the end of the stairs. However, before they went deeper into the darkness, they heard a voice which caused them to stop. Who are you? It was a pure and young lady's voice. It was different from a human's voice, as it had a peculiar echo to it, and contained magic in it as well. Li Xin-Wu suddenly realized that this was an uncorrupted Dryad's voice. As expected, the thing that the corrupted Dryads wanted to protect the most above all were the Dryads who weren't corrupted. That was the moment that their hidden treasure was revealed. It was obvious when he thought about it. The corrupted Dryad's appearance had been so shocking that Li Xin-Wu had erroneously assumed that there weren't any normal Dryads left. If that's the case, then what the corrupted Dryads wanted from the Spirit General was probably when he acquired the final puzzle piece, the Dryads. The answer became quite obvious. They were probably hoping that the Spirit General would protect the remaining Dryads that hadn't been corrupted. Giving him the key fragment that allows passage to the Spirit Springs was also likely an extension of that as well. They probably wanted the uncorrupted Dryads to leave this dangerous world and live in the Spirit Springs instead, or something similar. Though Li Xin-Wu got in the middle of it and made everything a mess. All right, Li Xin-Wu, calm down. If I can talk to them, then I have to give it a try. Just blindly killing them all was the dumbest idea ever. There was probably something else he could get from this scarce spirit species. If that's the case, then there was only one thing of importance: acting. Impal 0. For Li Xin Wu, switching to acting was easier than even breathing. He spoke in an extremely peaceful and attentive voice. "I'd like to talk with you." Talk. Li Xin Wu's voice was extremely calm. The representative dryad seemed to be confused, as Li Xin Wu's appearance didn't match that of a high-ranking skeleton at all. However, while hesitating, the other dryads began to speak by the ones or twos. "A trespasser, it's a trespasser. How can a mere skeleton be talking with us?" The dryad's young, beautiful voices were pleasant to his ear, but it felt like the voices that came after the first were a bit older. Soon the noise spread uncontrollably. "You idiot, don't you feel that overflowing elemental power? He's not a normal skeleton. Now that you mention it, you're right. Is he an elementalist? A skeleton's an elementalist." The commotion was gradually increasing. The once dark dungeon began brightening up, allowing him to see within. They were spirits that looked like beautiful women of various ages. He saw both these dryads, as well as the trees that they were protecting. "It's rotting. Ugh," Li Xin Wu muttered subconsciously, and one of the dryads couldn't help but respond. That meant had hit the mark. The trees within the dungeon were rotting. Naturally, that meant that those withering trees were having an effect on the dryads as well. Ho, Kuk, Kuu. Li Xin Wu, who'd noticed the withered trees, looked inside the premises and found several dryads who looked quite old. They could feel his blazing goblin fire, and they shrank at his seemingly piercing gaze. Immediately after, they became angry. "What have you come for, skeleton? You're not much better off than we are." "She's right. You've come to laugh at us, haven't you? Even though you're a skeleton with power over nature, you're still a skeleton." The dryads' voices of resentment increased. The youngest-looking dryad, in other words, the one that seemed least corrupted, sported a fierce expression and stepped forward. This was the dryad who had first yelled, "Who are you? We don't want to talk with you. If you have any kind of respect, then leave before you spread the curse onto us." Har. Of course, Li Xin Wu had no intention of powerlessly leaving after finding the dungeon, as well as discovering the mystery. He had two choices: either kill all of them, or fool all of them. Fortunately for them, Li Xin Wu had decided upon the latter. Now then, it was time to start in earnest. Li Xin Wu's goblin fire blazed immensely. "It seems like you've been infected by the curse since a long time ago. No, you guys weren't born in the dungeon, were you? Weren't you originally affected by the curse?" Kuk. Li Xin Wu painted a perfect picture in his head. The dryads had realized the severity of the curse which uprooted the empire, and had pushed their uninfected kin and trees into the dungeon. But the problem was with the trees. Because the tree seeds were corrupted, the dryads inside the dungeon couldn't avoid being cursed. They were able to prevent themselves from becoming like the dryads on the outside as they entered the dungeon before it was too late, but they would eventually become just like them. How is it? My assessment is spot on, right? Kuwak. The dryads couldn't object. Though it wasn't 100 accurate, they couldn't disagree that the resulting situation was as he said. Seeing that, Li Xin Wu sported a satisfied expression, while Jin looked at him speechless. Then, at that moment, Li Xin Wu, who had shut all the dryads up, spoke, as if he were giving them medicine. "It'll help you. That's why we came." What? Li Xin Wu lied through his teeth, and the dryads sported vacant expressions. The youngest dryad acted as their representative and asked, her tone urgent. "How? Why? Considering how you're already asking how must mean it's quite urgent." Pooh! The sight of the angry, beautiful girl stamping her feet on the ground was cute. So this is what it felt like to make fun of a little kid. However, Jin hit Li Xin-Wu's back with his head, so Li Xin-Wu decided to just go on to the main point. Honestly, it was something he started thinking about once seeing the withered trees. I know a place filled with living trees. Also, it's a lot safer than this place. I'll take you there. At that moment, the dryads were seized with both shock and terror. The dryad was so shocked that she left her mouth open. Of course, that wasn't any different with the other dryads. A place with living trees in this empire filled with a curse. The dryads froze, as if they couldn't understand what he was saying, yet soon thawed out. No, they were actually seeding. Trees. Living trees. Filled to the brim. What kind of trees are they? How many? It seemed as though they couldn't just leave it to one representative anymore as the dryads all began to speak. This was the kind of response he expected from spirits that lived together with trees. With one glance, Li Xin-Wu could tell their minds were elsewhere, and he ended up just laughing. Fair grapevines. Fair hundreds of them. Grapevines. We're really thankful. If we look over these grapevines, they can thrive. I want to see living trees. It's too difficult for these children to endure for much longer. Had never heard of dryads tending to grapevines before, so Li Xin-Wu had been somewhat doubtful, but their response was quite nice. It was likely because their situation was just that bad. You're thinking of taking them there to the underground orchard? Yeah, it's a safe and healthy place. There was no way it wouldn't be healthy, as an elf had been tending to it just a short while ago. Though had taken most of the grapes, if the dryads were to tend to the orchard, the grapevines should grow well and survive. Of course, it was for security reasons as well. Take us there. Take me there, please, skeleton. When I felt your power over nature, I knew you were a good person, a good skeleton. Several dryads suddenly changed their attitude towards him and latched onto Li Xin-Wu. Even 5-year-old children wouldn't be so honest with their desires. I'll do whatever you want if you bring me there. What do you want me to do? Should I bear your child? You're a skeleton. What would make a skeleton happy? Hurry. Tell us what you want. Li Xin-Wu had been preparing all sorts of lies in order to fool them, yet the dryads acted as though they would offer him anything. Seeing that, Li Xin-Wu felt a bit skeptical. But then, so you just came to find us and help us? That's too suspicious. What's your goal here and how did you find us? There was actually someone who still didn't trust him. It was none other than the representative dryad. Was her mind still clear because she wasn't corrupted at all? It was such an obvious response that Li Xin-Wu actually felt happy. It was a relief that he was able to use the lines that had prepared for this very moment. He unhesitatingly and firmly spoke in an honest tone. I met the dryads on the outside that were too corrupted to be saved. They gave me a request to help you guys before you became like them. That's Li Xin-Wu was even twisting around their request to the spirit general, Dana von Etleber, however he wished. When he took out the spirit spring key fragment and showed it to her, the suspicious dryad shed a tear. No matter how suspicious she was still a kid. Our mothers made that request for us. You've done well. You don't cry, Senior, don't cry. The dryad, it seemed like her name was Senior, began to cry, and the other dryads approached her and hugged her tightly. It was such a touching scene that Li Xin-Wu applauded, and Jin, like always, came over and rammed into his back. They were still connected through assimilation. What are you thinking? They're just like the Pauls. Would it become interesting if I add another variable? It'd be a much more fun result than killing them at least. Li Xin Wu replied unimpotently, and Jin had nothing else to say. Only Jin could hear Li Xin Wu chuckling like a joker. How about it? Should we go look for other spirits too? Jin couldn't offer up any suggestions. He had no idea what sort of chaos Li Xin Wu would stir up if he found more spirits. All right. So everyone's accepting my offer, right? Yeah, of course. Thanks, Skeleton No Paul Zero. Thanks a lot, you're our savior. And so, Li Xin Wu had ended up saving the Dryads in the Spirit General's stead. He didn't even know where she was. To them, this was the best method. However, the Dryads would someday regret their choice. The fact that they hadn't asked the price for their salvation. Chapter 21 Part 2. Chapter 21. Inherited Hope 2. But will be exposed to the curse on the way there. What do we do about that? Even if we travel as quickly as possible, we'll still be affected by the curse. Again concerned that we might spread the curse to the healthy trees. Though the concerned Dryads had been convinced to move by Li Xin Wu, they went stupid. Ultimately, they asked something that had to be addressed. However, Li Xin Wu was sporting a relaxed expression. Don't worry. It's not perfect, but I have something in mind. Really? As expected of Zero Paul. So, what's that method? So that's Li Xin Wu momentarily turned his attention to Jin. Jin, who had been observing how the situation was progressing, panicked and retreated. What are you trying to do? No. I was just thinking that you could absorb the curse from them with your ability. That's right. The reason Li Xin Wu thought it'll all work out somehow was because he trusted Jin. And Jin also had a rough idea why. Like when we restored the sanity of that corrupted Dryad. Also, they're in much better shape than the corrupted Dryads. Can you do it? Jin was anguished. After all, at the end of the day, his curse absorption ability was a byproduct of his resistance, not the main facet. He couldn't intentionally control his absorption ability. It wasn't easy to tell whether or not it would be possible. Even if it is possible, I can't do it by myself. I need your help. I suppose it can't be helped. Of course, he roughly expected him to say something like that. Li Xin Wu chuckled, approached Jin, gripped his back with one hand, and activated his assimilation skill. Now they could extremely naturally tie both their consciousness and Marner together. How is it, Xin Wu? Good, I can roughly tell how it works. Really? Jin himself hadn't even figured out how his ability worked, so how did Li Xin Wu figure it out? He suddenly felt frustrated, but that's what it meant to be talented, so there was nothing he could do. Li Xin Wu more deeply analyzed the curse absorption ability, which couldn't be considered a status or even a skill, and added, yeah, since it's an ability that absorbs the curse, it probably wouldn't have any effect on those who have already become undead, but it should be able to absorb the curse from these spirits. That's amazing. This ability is impressive. It'd be hard for me to replace the absorbed curse energy with life force, but maybe if I were to apply it in a different way. Xin Wu, you're not forgetting what you're supposed to be doing, are you? It can't be helped. Jin's curse absorption ability was such an innovative ability that it made Li Xin Wu wonder why he hadn't seriously looked into it before. Perhaps that ability would have a positive effect on Li Xin Wu, as he could freely transform Marner however he wished. I'll look into it more in depth later, but for now Li Xin Wu was now sure that it would work, and stretched his hand towards the closest Dryad. Could you come over here? Sure. The dryad obeyed doubtlessly. While the other dryads nervously watched her, Li Xin Wu stretched out a hand while keeping the other on Jin's back. "Take care of me." The dryad firmly grabbed his outstretched hand without question. Though the spirit's body possessed a different composition, the sensation she conveyed from touching him felt the same as any other living being. Her hand felt extremely soft, and he felt a refreshing energy coming from somewhere. He grabbed the dryad's hand, and Li Xin Wu suddenly felt sad. "Damn it. If I were a human, I would. Hey. Your thoughts are leaking out." When Jin pointed that out, Li Xin Wu became docile, and earnestly began absorbing the curse from the dryad. The curse had burrowed deep into the dryad's body, so it wasn't easy to find at first, but because Li Xin Wu was tenacious and in control of Jin's ability, he was able to very gradually draw out the curse. "Oh, what's wrong? What's going on?" The dryad was momentarily surprised and shouted, so the other dryads yelled in shock. The dryad kept holding Li Xin Wu's hand and yelled exuberantly, "The curse within me is being drawn out." "How?" "It seems like he has an ability that lets him draw out the curse." "Is that why Paul Zero is different from the other skeletons?" "I thought it was strange ever since feeling his power over nature." The dryad's opinions were quite intelligent. Li Xin Wu let their lively voices stay in the background and focused on sucking out the undead curse. She wasn't very corrupted anyway, so Li Xin Wu quickly pulled out the root of the issue. Wow. The dryad, feeling the curse that had caused her heart so much discomfort leave her body completely, touched her body all over while slattered. Was it just him? She looked a bit younger too. "The curse is gone." "It's true. The curse is really gone. Thanks, Paul Zero." While the dryads made a huge fuss, the cured dryad stroked Li Xin Wu's head while holding onto him tightly. He felt her soft skin all over his body, yet his heart felt calm, like an ocean without a single wave. "You're my savior. I get it, so could you stop stroking my head now? You've seen how it works, so next I think I can do several at once." "War. Me first. As soon as Li Xin Wu gave the signal, the dryads cheered and rushed towards him, as if they were waiting for that. Li Xin Wu and Jin were suddenly buried in spirits. "You must love it, huh? You already know that I don't really like it." It was such a relief that he was a skeleton that didn't need to breathe in times like this. Li Xin Wu calmly began to suck out the curse from the dryads everywhere and send it over to Jin. Jin possessed the ability to absorb the curse, not Li Xin Wu, so Li Xin Wu would just act as the passageway that gathered the curse. Because of that, the amount of times Jin could revive through the blessing of death suddenly increased. "I feel free." "Me too." Or, "I was freed, but the trees went, so I feel so sorry for them." It didn't take much time before all of the dryads in the clearing were cleansed of the curse. They cheered and even clapped, but also mourned for the trees that couldn't be saved, as they were already dead. Li Xin Wu removed his hand from Jin's back and clapped his hands. "Don't separate yourselves from me even when you get outside, remember that." "Yes. We'll stick to you like glue." Their responses were reliable. Li Xin Wu felt like he had become a teacher leading kindergarten students around. "Good. Then shall we go?" Before that, Paul Zero, the Dryad's representative, senior, who looked the youngest amongst the living dryads and wasn't corrupted at all, as well as seemingly being the highest-ranked dryad here, opened her mouth. "We don't need them, but there are things inside that other people might need. You see, the belongings of the original owner of this dungeon are still there." "Now that you mention it, Obviously, the Dryads hadn't made this dungeon. Li Xin-Wu had decided to put off thinking about the message he'd seen when he entered the dungeon, as it seemed like this Melonier figure made this dungeon so that spirits could live in it as they pleased. But after listening to Sinir, it seemed as though Melonier's belongings were still inside this dungeon. It was unexpected news for him, as he had been so focused on the Dryads that he had completely forgotten about the dungeon itself. "We thought you might want them, so we brought them. How about it?" Sinir's green eyes brightened. If someone couldn't tell that she was a Dryad from her green eyes, then her hair was also a light green as well, and Li Xin-Wu turned his attention to the loot she'd put on the floor. There were a few gems and gold nuggets, earrings enveloped in a cold magic, and finally books that Melonier seemed to have personally wrote. Sinir watched as Li Xin-Wu examined the loot. She must be checking to see if he liked her present. Li Xin-Wu was indeed satisfied and replied, "Thanks. They're exactly what I wanted." "That's a relief." "Ooh. Skeletons like the same stuff humans do." Sinir smiled in relief, and simultaneously, the Dryads behind her cheered. Honestly, he didn't need gold or gems, or even earrings, as he didn't have ears to put them on, so half of the presents were meaningless to him. However, acting as though he loved the presents was an important step in solidifying a good relationship with them. Even now, Li Xin-Wu was still acting. However, her handwritten books might be useful later, though the use would differ based on what she did as a human. Li Xin-Wu carefully placed the precious metals, the pile of books, and the earrings into his inventory. However, the moment his hand touched the earrings, they transformed unexpectedly. The LV6 Silver Ice Tiger's Cold Whisker earrings has been modified through bone reinforcement. You have acquired the LV6 Silver Ice Tiger's canine tooth. Damn it. He only briefly touched the chilling, hair-raising earrings, yet their original shape disappeared in an instant, and in their place was only a tiny silver tooth. It was ridiculously light, and the tooth was so cold that it felt like it would freeze the air. Li Xin-Wu was dumbstruck. The earrings were changed by my skill, but the form completely changed this time. Whiskers can change into teeth. He knew there was nothing more stupid than questioning how bone reinforcement changed the material of something, but even so, he couldn't help but be surprised. When a piece of equipment changed in the past, it would change into another piece of equipment. But this time, an accessory was changed into bone through bone reinforcement, so how could he not be surprised? "What's that?" It seemed like she was equally surprised, as Sinir questioned Li Xin-Wu. Li Xin-Wu pondered for a moment, but decided to ask her honestly. "It seems like it's in Silver Ice Tiger's tooth, but do you know what a Silver Ice Tiger is?" "A Silver Ice Tiger is a spirit." "A Silver Ice Tiger, they were still alive." "You idiot. They're all dead. That's why there's only a tooth of them left." A spirit Li Xin-Wu was wondering, so he asked Sinir, "Was the dungeon's original owner an elementalist?" "Yep. As I thought, fellow elementalists can tell each other apart." She was friendly with Dryads. She let us use this space, even when she was dying. Li Xin-Wu decided to reflect on his previous thoughts of them occupying the dungeon without permission. To think they'd been allowed in here. "Do you guys contract with elementalists too?" "No, spirits only form contracts with elementalists when they need mana. So basically, only the aggressive spirits form contracts. We just need trees." He didn't understand what she was saying in the least, but he could at least understand that not all spirits form contracts with elementalists. Perhaps the books he'd recently acquired would explain that. Li Xin Wu was satisfied that he had unexpectedly procured knowledge regarding a field he knew little about. He was indeed satisfied, but bones were different. Bone reinforcement. Li Xin Wu soon reinforced himself with the ice tiger's canine, as the dryads watched with great interest with their brightening eyes. The best way of knowing more about this bone was to absorb it. Executing bone reinforcement by consuming a silver ice tiger's canine. Strength and magic have increased by 8. You have acquired a basic knowledge of spirits. You have learned intermediate ice LV1. Li Xin Wu thought he'd be able to acquire the ice element sometime soon, as he possessed the elemental reversal ability, and because of that, he wasn't very surprised or happy about it. What he was surprised about was the vast basic knowledge on spirits. This is more like the elementalist Melonier's memories than the silver ice tiger's. This clear knowledge regarding spirits or elemental techniques was like a welcome rain for him. So much so that he felt that he could have been an elementalist had the curse not befallen the Empire, causing everything to die. The canine is gone. No, Paul Zero absorbed it. How strange. I feel more elemental power coming from Paul Zero. How's that possible? Can he use ice spirits as well? The dryads were in awe. They adamantly believed that Li Xin Wu was an elementalist. I'm done with the silver ice tiger, so let's go. Okay. I'm excited. That's how the mass migration of spirits and skeleton began. Anything involving Li Xin Wu was always like this. If another hero saw this, they wouldn't believe their eyes. Chapter 21 Part 3. Chapter 21. Inherited Hope 3. We're finally outside. Ket. Look at that mist. It was formed from the curse clumping together. The outside world has gotten worse. If you feel like you can't handle it, you have to get close and grab onto Paul Zero immediately. We can't even find traces of our mothers anymore. The dryads seemed elated at first when they got outside, but they soon became depressed upon realizing how appalling the situation was, as the underground empire was covered in the curse. Even though the forest was a lot cleaner than the other areas, as undead couldn't trespass deep into the forest. This wasn't the world I was looking forward to. It's so unfortunate. You can't call it a world when all the living beings are dead. Is there nothing we can do for this world? Paul Zero, let's hurry up and go. Senior spoke as the representative of the drooping dryads. It was difficult to even say anything right now, so Li Xin Wu silently nodded his head. Yeah. Follow me quickly. Okay, I want to hurry and see living trees. Me too. They ran silently. As dryads couldn't live without trees, the strength they could exert was diminished, yet they were able to follow behind Jin, who ran at full speed. He was thinking about whether he needed to slow down or not, but both Li Xin Wu and Jin were shocked. This horse is really fast. I didn't think it'd be able to run as fast as a spirit. Even depressed, they marveled at Jin's speed. Jin did show it, but it seemed like he was a bit happy. Some spirits found the conversation about Jin's speed as their opportunity to speak, and after one or two of them began speaking, they changed the subject of their conversation to Li Xin Wu. Why is Paul Zero special? What did you do before you died? I was just a wandering knight. You're an elementalist too, right. Actually, I'm not an elementalist. That's impossible. Li Xin Wu explained himself to the dryads using the Paul Zero profile head set up. They were in disbelief and shock when he explained that he could use the elements themselves, but they eventually came to this conclusion. Is Paul Zero actually a spirit? A skeleton spirit? How cool. I knew he didn't feel like a stranger. Because it was gradually becoming troublesome to reply, he decided to let them think what they wanted. He would preferred if some undead monster appeared, but because he was moving with a force of level 5 dryads, it seemed like the undead instinctively sensed the danger and avoided them. How many hours had they run when they were close to the vineyard? Li Xin Wu performed a final check on the dryads for the curse, since it would be best if they were completely clean before entering. If you feel uneasy from the curse, come over here. Okay. Excuse me. Sinya, who hadn't been corrupted thus far, seemed like she wasn't immune to the curse once coming outside, and as soon as she heard Li Xin Wu, immediately approached him. But when he actually checked Sinya's condition, he couldn't help but be surprised. You seem pretty clean to me, really. That's a relief. As expected, was Sinya special amongst her people? Li Xin Wu thought, as he completely sucked out what little curse she was afflicted with. Perhaps Sinya knew what he was thinking about. She tightly gripped his hand and just gazed into Li Xin Wu's skeletal face. We're here. This is it. I don't feel anything, though. You idiot. There's no way living trees would be above ground. Oh, I see. Li Xin Wu arrived at the exit that he and Irian had used to leave the vineyard. It was quite far from the winery. Here. Ooh, it was a dungeon. With a bit of control, Li Xin Wu opened the dungeon's entrance. The dryads cheered and scrambled to get inside the dungeon. As more than 300 dryads entered instantaneously, Sinya turned around to look at Li Xin Wu and tilted her head. Hall 0, you're not going in. I'll go in after setting up the safety device. Okay. Thanks. As soon as all the dryads went into the dungeon, Li Xin Wu crouched down and tinkered with the entrance. The threads of myrrh that came from his hand cut off the branches, and Jin asked, "What are you doing?" "Nothing much. I'm just trying to copy the winery's safety device." "You can do that." "Why not?" Jin's expression became dazed. Though Li Xin Wu went beyond his expectations all the time, he felt as though Li Xin Wu had gone to a place he couldn't even begin to comprehend after undergoing various experiences with him. "You said you didn't know how to use magic. It's simple once you learn the trick to it. You can't even call this magic. It's more like intuition." Jin had his own hunch the moment he heard that. The intuition Li Xin Wu was talking about was definitely different from the intuition he knew about. "I'm finished now. Most people won't be able to harm the spirits inside." "Good, let's go inside." I have no idea what you did to finish up, though as soon as Li Xin Wu and Jin entered, the entrance softly shut and was camouflaged with the surrounding landscape. It would be impossible to discover it unless someone like the 12 generals was involved. Even Li Xin Wu wasn't aware of it, but his myrrh abilities were growing at a considerably fast rate. Wow, they're really grapevines. It's filled with trees. It's overflowing with life. By the time they went down, the spirits had already sensed overflowing life energy and found the orchard filled to the brim with grapevines. The two sources of such refreshing energy met, permeating the room with brightness. To be more specific, the dryad's voices prickled his ears, to the point that it was unbearable. "They're really alive, there really were living trees," left the girls, upon discovering the lines of trees emitting such vigorous energy within the vast, underground orchard. Each cradled one of the trees and expressed joy with their entire bodies. The grapevines selected by these dryads emitted an even greater vigor than before. "These children are so healthy. How could they be so pure again when they were dirtied by human hands?" "This is an elf." "It's an elf." As expected, these dryads, as tree specialists, quickly figured out what had happened to these trees. Then, upon discovering Li Xin Wu, who had just come down, the dryads latched onto him and asked, "Paul Zero, were you an elf before you died? I had that feeling about you." "Nope, this place was already like this by the time I found it. I see there might be an elf still living in the Empire. I want to meet that elf." "But that elf wasn't born in the Empire." Li Xin Wu smiled bitterly and approached them. He was trying to suck out any remaining curse within them just in case. The dryads obediently allowed Li Xin Wu to do so, and eventually, he purified them completely. "Now we're finished. We're all done. Yeah, you guys can just keep living here now." Our Li Xin Wu had safely moved them to their new home, and just like he promised, had provided them with living trees. Had also blocked off the entrance so that not just anyone could enter, and had absorbed the curse from them in its entirety, so they were planning on doing whatever he wished in return. "Thank you so much for helping us, Paul Zero. But we don't know what we can do for you. We could have been a lot more helpful back when there was much more of our kind." This was after Li Xin Wu had explained to them just what he did outside while lying about a considerable number of things. His seemingly noble intent of purifying the Empire and destroying the undead had impressed them. Only Jin gazed at him as if he were a swindler, but that didn't concern him. "Paul Zero." Then, Senior stepped forward. She had picked the toughest and most vigorous grapevine as her own, and perhaps because of that, the grapevine was already starting to emit a brilliant energy. "You're our savior. We can never fully repay you for that, but we want to repay you in any way possible. We must." They would probably look favorably upon him if he said that he didn't do it seeking a reward, but Li Xin Wu didn't respond like that. Because if he lied too much, then there was a chance that the dryads would get suspicious of him. "To be honest, there is something I wanted from you. Just tell us. We'll do anything in our power to help you." Senior was actually happy that he told her he wanted something from them. They truly were gullible, as it seemed like they would be fooled by anyone. But even now, Li Xin Wu couldn't complain as he was fooling them while receiving high praise. "I told you that I was trying to purify the Empire, right?" "Yeah. To be honest, I think it'll be difficult. There are people who are helping me. They're fighting someplace else right now. Some of them are undead, and some of them aren't." They already had Li Xin Wu as an example, so they weren't surprised. Hearing that, Senior momentarily stood still and slowly nodded her head. "You're saying that there's still hope in this world, like these living trees that have survived in this seemingly dead world?" "Yeah, and I want you guys to be a part of that hope." He wasn't asking something from them, but was asking them to stand alongside him. Senior murmured to herself. It wasn't an easy decision as the representative of the dryads. "However, just staying here is enough for now. However, there may be a day when I need your help. You just need to help out a bit then." "Who?" Senior anguished over it, but could ultimately only respond in one way. Plus, it was something that all the dryads wanted anyway. "I, as well as everyone else, want to purify the Empire. I appreciate you thinking that way. I'm the one who's thankful." Li Xin Wu stretched his hand out first, and Senior stiffly grabbed onto it. It was truly a surreal sight. And now that you mention it." After they finished shaking hands, Li Xin Wu took a step back. He suddenly remembered something and searched his inventory. He took out a stone radiating a turbid green. It was none other than the spirit stone that contained the power of the dryads. "That's I know how you feel, but just wait a sec. When Head first acquired it, he thought he wouldn't be able to do anything to it, but now that he could suck out the curse with Jin's ability, it was a different story. As soon as Li Xin Wu glanced at Jin, he shrugged his shoulders and nodded his head. Does that contain our mother's strength? Look. The lights gradually becoming clearer. It might have been difficult for Li Xin Wu and Jin had the spirit stone been an ordinary item, but because it was an item that contained the power of spirits they'd encountered already, it was much easier than normal to suck out the swirling curse within. Wow, blessing of death has increased again. Now I can die 5 times. That's nice. Though the darkness that permeated the spirit stone was quite strong, once he gained momentum, he was able to vigorously draw out the curse. Ultimately, the spirit stone returned to its perfect, clean state in less than a few minutes. Spirit stone holding the power of the dryads. Firstly, the item's explanation changed. The vividly green spirit stone was filled with so much elemental power that it felt like it would explode at any moment. Though it felt like he could absorb it himself, it would be better to give it to the person who could absorb it best, rather than absorb it just to increase his magic a bit. Here, take it. You're giving it to me, of course. It belongs to your people. Our senior accepted it with trembling hands. Had somewhat expected this to happen, but at that moment, the magic within the spirit stone harmonized with senior and emitted an explosive light. Li Xin Wu watched closely as senior absorbed the magic from the spirit stone and was reborn. The other dryads also silently approached and watched without saying a word. It seemed like they knew what exactly she was going through. LV6 Dryad Princess Sinya. When the spirit stone's light disappeared and Sinya could be seen once again, the spirit stone no longer remained in her hands. But the fact remained that her level and her position had changed, as well as her power. The power she emitted was incomparable to before, proving that the spirit stone hadn't disappeared in vain. Thank you so much, Paul Zero. There wasn't much change in her physique, but she possessed much more mana than before, as well as that mana becoming clearer. As she was composed of mana, her dress became more splendid. He supposed that was proof that she was a higher-level spirit than the others. We will keep our promise to you. Always. Her voice was trembling with effervescence and happiness. He could tell how she was feeling purely through her voice. As expected, these spirits really were messed up. Li Xin Wu inwardly muttered. Even if we die at the end of it, we will always know it'd be pointless if you died, so you don't have to go that far. Senior declared as she gazed more deeply at Li Xin Wu, and Li Xin Wu replied humbly and thought. Everything is going as planned. Chapter 21 Part 4. Chapter 21. Inherited Hope 4. Paul Zero, you have to come see us again. Huke 1. Paul Zero, don't leave me. By Paul Zero. When Li Xin Wu declared that he would leave immediately, the Dryad's reactions were quite the sight. There were those who grabbed his hands, and there were those who acted like they were parting with their lover, as tears streamed down their cheeks. Their initial reactions of him being a skeleton and being astonished were non-existent at this point. This is usually what happens. While a first impression seemed like it was of utmost importance, they had ultimately forgotten all about it. I said I'd come back. You have to come back. Since we want to repay you for introducing us to such lovely trees. Yeah. I promise to come see you again. Though he had established his relationship with them through a false name, Li Xin Wu suddenly thought that perhaps his relationship with the Dryads was actually more truthful than his relationship with the heroes he conversed with in the chatting channel. Paul Zero, whenever you need our help, just give us a call. Sinir, as the representative of the Dryads, stepped forward, softly embraced Li Xin Wu, and said her farewells. He softly tapped Sinir's shoulder with his bone hand. "Yeah, I'll do that. I promise. Take this," she said, and simultaneously passed Li Xin Wu a small grapevine branch. As it possessed Sinir's magic, who had been reborn as a Dryad princess, he thought it might become the material for an artifact, but fortunately him grabbing the branch didn't transform it into bone. "If you break this branch, I'll come to your side, no matter where you are." "Thanks." He felt like his lie had worked almost too well, but Li Xin Wu obediently took the branch. Sinir looked relieved when she saw Li Xin Wu pocket into his inventory the branch and then kissed his forehead, his frontal bone, and whispered so that only he could hear her. "An undead who's not undead without the energy of death. I hope that one day I can return to you your true appearance that has been hidden by the appearance of a skeleton." Li Xin Wu was slightly surprised, but his reply didn't really give that away. It seemed like his silence was enough for her, as Sinir smiled softly and stepped back. She had instantly gained a commanding appearance upon absorbing the spirit stone and being reborn as a Dryad princess. "Good for you. Knock it off." Jin was jealous that Li Xin Wu monopolized all of the Dryad's attention, and left the orchard whilst inwardly quarreling with him. Of course, they weren't going above ground immediately. They were using the railway to travel to the winery and leave through that exit instead. And by doing so, Li Xin Wu wouldn't have to worry about the Dryads for some time. They had everything they would need underground already, so as long as nobody disturbed them, they should be able to stockpile energy and grow from within. Moreover, their leader, Princess Sinir, had promised to aid him unconditionally, so he couldn't ask for a better result. If he was a human, he probably would sigh refreshingly right now, but it was quite unfortunate that he couldn't. In any case, we're finished with this. When I'm with you, everything becomes so hectic that I can't even remember what we were originally trying to do. Jin pointed out, and that resonated with Li Xin Wu a bit. When he thought about it, he hadn't originally set out to save the Dryads. Had just gone to the forest using the knowledge of Viter's troops to level up his acid resistance. However, even when he thought about it himself, he couldn't really give a good reason as to how the situation had become like this. He could only say that he had acted according to his instincts, and this was the result that followed. But you were able to rest a little because of the Dryads, as we've been fighting all this time. Plus, you were able to see some beautiful women too. If this constitutes taking a break, then how much do we have to move around for it to be called hectic? Besides, all those beautiful women were flirting with you. Har har. It seemed like Jin had accumulated a lot of stress from acting like a normal horse in front of the Dryads. Moreover, they had spent almost 2 months training their acid resistance skills, so they had managed to escape the throes of death. Maybe had achieved the feat of being the first undead that died from overworking himself. I got it. You used your curse absorption on them. And you've been working really hard lately, so let's take our time for now. That's not what I wanted to say, but you said it, not me, so no take-backs. Alright, we won't do anything regarding resistances or dungeons for now. Jin sounded quite satisfied. However, as soon as Li Xin Wu relayed his next destination to Jin through assimilation, he soon uttered in a stiff voice, "Hey, this is where that senior who turned into an undead is." Yep. Li Xin Wu's destination was an area that was somewhere between a danger level 2 zone and a danger level 3 zone. It was also the location where Shino Rendu had died and been reborn as an undead. It had been some time since, so he wanted to see if Metafel had left as well. You said we wouldn't do anything regarding resistances or dungeons. While we're taking it slow and sightseeing, I wanted to see how our senior is doing. And hunting him. Why do you have to say it like that? I just want to inherit my senior's will. If I can, his abilities as well. You cruel bastard. Though Li Xin Wu responded sarcastically, he didn't actually feel all too good about this. There was no way he could be happy about fighting against his undead-turned senior when he had never treated him badly. Although he was both a swindler and an actor, he wasn't a psychopath. Even so, it's not something I can avoid. And it's not something I should avoid. Especially because it was highly likely that Shino Rendu had encountered the mercenary king, Metafel, in his final moments. If those memories are intact, he had to acquire them no matter what. He didn't have time to waste on pointless affection. Y'all go, right. Fine, you asshole. I wasn't joking when I said we should go slowly. You don't need to go full speed. What's the occasion? Jin inclined his head, looking for the direction the sun rose, even though no such sun existed in the underground empire. Seeing that, Li Xin Wu just shrugged his shoulders. Since we've been growing too rapidly thus far, we need the time to examine and get used to our abilities. That really doesn't sound like something you would say. Even though Jin snorted in astonishment, he did as Li Xin Wu said and began moving slowly. Though he was still moving so quickly that others couldn't even see him, this speed was walking slowly for Jin. Good. Right now my abilities are. Li Xin Wu had become comfortable on Jin's back, as if it were the living room of his house, and examined both his stats and skills. Thus far, had encountered similar enemies and fought similar battles in the Forest of the Dryads, and had concentrated on using his skills. If he didn't meditate over his skills and adapt to them at times like this, he might destroy himself too from using those skills over and over again. He'll forget about acid resistance for a while. The same goes for the acid element as well. However, the method I figured out at the end of my training wasn't bad. Since he was thinking about it, he decided to summon some weapons into the air. If he excluded the armor set he was wearing right now, he could summon 4 pieces of equipment. All of the summoned weapons were the lightning tooth. When he fought in the Forest of the Dryads, the axe was the most appropriate weapon as it was of the acid element, but in normal situations, the lightning tooth was the best as it emitted powerful lightning. On the other hand, the Drake Horn Lance was obviously an impressive weapon, but it bothered him that it didn't possess its own element. You're not going to throw those somewhere, are you? Don't worry. Just look forward. Magic. The mysterious energy that inhabited all existence. It could possess an infinite number of properties depending on the wielder. However, one such property of magic was that those properties couldn't be maintained for very long when magic is poured into something from the outside. However, that rule isn't applied to my bones, which are both my equipment as well as my body. To be more exact, Li Xin Wu made it so that rule didn't apply. It sounded easy, but it required a substantial amount of willpower as well as concentration. As he split his magic into 4 different streams and inserted that mana into his weapons, he absorbed the outside surrounding mana within him, replenishing his magic. It wasn't easy, but if he was able to do this naturally, his combat ability would increase as well. Rather than trying to explode the weapons with the infused mana, I need to become proficient in collecting that mana back and using it. If he did so, his bone armory wouldn't be just a simple storage house, but an extension of his body. And if it did become an extension of his body, Li Xin Wu could gain power that couldn't be measured strictly through levels. Now that I think about it, my stats are already at a total of 3,093. I only need to raise my stats by 107 to get to level 6. Head bragged that he could get to level 6 in just a month when he was still level 4, and ever since Head reached level 5 to now, Head made the best choice he could in most situations, so it would be strange if Li Xin Wu hadn't grown by this much. Unfortunately, there was a huge gap between Li Xin Wu and Jin now. When they had first met, Jin had been higher level than Li Xin Wu, but now, there was a difference of about 500 stats between them. Still, at the very least, Jin possessed the Child of Light skill, which increased his agility stat gain by 3 times, so the disparity hadn't grown any larger than this. The number of skills we have are way too different. Jin only had a few skills he could use, Steel Heart being the main one, and concentrated on those few skills, whereas Li Xin Wu trained the variety of skills Head gained from bone reinforcement as much as possible. Most low-rank skills wouldn't increase one's stats very much even when they leveled up, but when they reached the intermediate level, even the most lousy-looking skills would increase one's stats by at least 5, so there was no way there wouldn't be a gap between the two. It doesn't seem like Jin can obtain as many skills as me. Even if I reinforce him with the same amount of bones as me, it can't be helped. This might be the directions of our respective commerce. There was only a fixed number of bones that Jin could absorb, so there was a difference in the amount of bones the two could absorb. It would probably be better if he gave up on equalizing their stats. Of course, it wasn't like Jin wouldn't be helpful if his level dropped below Li Xin Wu's. Jin's sprint-related skills, his body designed for running, and above all, the imbalance of his high agility stat with his other stats that resulted in his speed, would certainly increase Li Xin Wu's strength. Xin Wu. Xin Wu. Yeah. Look over there. Li Xin Wu, who was thinking far into their future, was awoken by Jin's voice. Because of their connection, Li Xin Wu immediately knew what Jin was pointing at. It was a city. The amount of death energy being released from the city confirmed that it hadn't been purified by the other heroes. What do you think? Should we stop by? Yeah, I suppose we could stop by and then continue. It should be okay, as it had nothing to do with resistances or dungeons. Li Xin Wu shrugged his shoulders and followed Jin's offer. Both Li Xin Wu and Jin were unaware of this, but Jin had been considerably corrupted by Li Xin Wu. Exactly 3 hours later, they managed to purify the city. Anyone hearing that they'd purified a level 2 danger zone city within 3 hours would be shocked, but unfortunately, the two skeleton heroes had already forgotten what it meant to be normal. 1. Tien crying sound. 2. Ian his identity as a joker and/or his adaptability. Chapter 21 Part 5. Chapter 21. Inherited Hope 5. End of Volume 4. You have perfectly purified the intermediate city, Buot, where countless merchants from small towns gathered. You have acquired 2 permits to God's secret shop. You have acquired 100,000 Pirium. Proficiency in all combat-related skills increase. The Finding Friend location function has been added. If your comrade permits you to do so, you can track their location. You defeated every undead in the city with a single blow. You are powerful enough to be called the most powerful level 5, as you easily overpowered similarly leveled undead. All stats have increased by 3. Li Xin Wu had experience in clearing the similarly sized city, Keheb, so he didn't even need to worry about conquering this city, and just slaughtered every undead that came his way. But perhaps because of that, he achieved another feat and his stats increased. Well, had repeatedly killed level 5 elite undead in a single blow, which couldn't be common within the ranks of level 5 heroes. Even if Li Xin Wu was right about to level up to level 6, that is. So that's how it is. The strongest level 5 Li Xin Wu felt like that title was exposing his location, so he wasn't all that happy about it. No matter how much he boasted, he was still only the strongest amongst level 5s. However, he quickly regained his spirits. Someone might pick a fight with him if he were self-conceited or became too relaxed. It was always important to strive to improve oneself. Even his own parents had told him that. So what did your parents do for a living? What's with you all of a sudden? In the process of conquering the city, he had consumed all of the level 5 elite's bones had acquired, but the effects weren't worth writing home about. So while he was here, Li Xin Wu investigated all of the sewers as well. There was nothing in the sewers this time too. There were some anti-skull hidden facilities remaining, but there was no one inside of them, so he felt twice the dejection. Was he becoming careless after recruiting the golems and dryads as allies? He became angry, even though it didn't really matter. Maybe the guys in here were smarter than the rest and regained their intellect on their own and left. How unfortunate. It's not that unfortunate, you know. Li Xin Wu left the city gaining essentially nothing, and began running towards his destination with Jin once more. A few more hours passed like that. I think I'm done with this now. After head-infused Marner into the weapons, he maintained it, as well as drawing out that Marna to use for his skills in less than 4 hours of training. Li Xin Wu mastered that technique. At the very least, he wouldn't make a mistake while controlling this few weapons. I'm done checking my stats too. Li Xin Wu clenched and unclenched his fist a few times, and then nodded his head. He checked his stats, his skills, and even the titles had acquired thus far. His self-inspection was perfect. Even if he encountered a level 6 elite monster, he would be able to take it on without any problems. Then, I suppose I should start resting a bit. Of course, it was just called resting, as Li Xin Wu couldn't waste his time with that. He took a deep breath, opened his inventory and took out a book from it. It was the book seemingly left behind by the elementalist Melonier, who had an amicable relationship with the Dryads. There are a total of 5 volumes. It's sorted by number. He opened the first volume. Though he was given the ability to speak and read this world's language, because he had absorbed countless undead's memories and experiences, he didn't really need to use that ability anymore, and was able to read the letters naturally. Perhaps because of that, he could understand the meaning behind each and every letter. I hope that this book comes into the possession of one who loves spirits. The first volume started with such a cliché and pretentious line, and could be considered an introduction to spirits that was written personally by Melonia. As he read the first volume, Li Xin Wu was able to supplement his knowledge considerably with the absorbed silver ice tiger's canine. There was a difference between theory and actual experience. He laughed at the fact that he was able to acquire both from Melonia. High-ranked knowledge and experience. It was easy for him to tell that Melonia was someone renowned when she was alive, as she possessed both. But even Melonia is saying that an elementalist can't use elemental power themselves, but instead uses the spirits to acquire it based on the experiences had acquired from the earring. Elemental power just referred to elemental magic. But contrary to Li Xin Wu, who had realized that he could transform his Marner into said elemental power, Melonia stated that one must form a contract with a spirit to do so. Of course, Melonier was wrong. Since Li Xin Wu was proof that she was wrong. If that's the case, then I don't need to contract with a spirit as I can already use elemental power. However, it didn't seem like that was actually the case. As Melonier said, spirits are as smart or smarter than humans, so they can also move independently, and the more authority the spirits have over an element, the more powerfully they can wield that element. Above all, they lead their contractor to immortality. As Li Xin Wu read that section, his goblin fire blazed. It was a phrase that he really didn't like. Since entering the underground empire, the term immortality could cause Li Xin Wu to shake. Moreover, if one could actually achieve immortality from contracting with spirits, then Melonier shouldn't have died. A spirit causes their contractor to slowly, very slowly become like them. These spirits do not have the physical constraints of an aging body, but are composed of magic and a soul. In theory, they possess eternal life. But as the contractor slowly starts to resemble these spirits, what would happen to them in the end? The contract between a spirit and an elementalist is like the relationship between trees and the dryads who parasitize them. It becomes easy to understand by comparing the elementalist to the tree, and the dryads as the spirits. The moment the dryads attach to these trees which have no ability or will of their own, the trees begin to obtain a certain spiritual power. In the process, the trees become a place where dryads are born, as well as the resting place for the other dryads. Ultimately, the tree becomes a new spirit. One of the reasons I made a research facility in the Forest of the Dryads is because I wanted to thoroughly observe the tree's changes. It seems like Melonier hadn't come to the Forest of the Dryads with innocent intentions. Contrary to what the Dryads had thought, it didn't seem like she spent her days pleasantly researching by strolling through the forest and breathing in the aroma of the forest. She said that she didn't want any harm to come to the Dryads, yet she was clearly a researcher who studied the Dryads. This is my supposition based on the Dryads' relationship with trees. One day, an elementalist contracted with spirits will lose their body and will become a pure astral body. If that's the case, can we even call that an evolution? Can we call that immortality? Li Xin Wu didn't think so. They wouldn't become a different species regardless of if they had a physical body or an astral body. There would be living organisms with superior physical bodies, as well as living beings with inferior astral bodies. One couldn't conclude whether one was strictly better than the other. And if turning into an astral body was indeed considered a form of evolution, he wouldn't walk that path. Giving up one thing to gain another, he was sick and tired of those kind of deals. He wanted it all now. Li Xin Wu had already read 3 of the 5 volumes and inwardly sighed. He had attempted to learn a specific method of handling spirits, but the history of spirit theory was extensive, and there was a lot of knowledge and usage of spirits which seemed to be filled with only subjective opinions. Of course, that wasn't bad. It wasn't bad, but it felt like he was licking an extremely delicious and sweet fruit. Or the feeling of figuring out the history of the painting, but not providing the winning bid at an auction. What about the other 2 remaining volumes, huh? The 4th volume's contents were much shabbier than the previous 3 volumes, yet it was the book detailing the method of contracting with spirits. It was the book Li Xin Wu had been wanting to read the most. Plus, the contents are dry. Volume 13 had explained spirits quite enthusiastically, yet when he actually got to the method of contracting with spirits, it was extremely abstract, stating that one must find a place abundant with the energy of nature, which wasn't very helpful and only stated things that were discouraging. Spirits are living beings. Without life, there are no spirits. You must find a place most abundant with life. If one can become a knight through their own efforts, and a magician is heaven-sent, then an elementalist is chosen by nature. Personal training isn't really instrumental in becoming an elementalist. An abundance of mana is important, and above all, luck is paramount. That's because one must be chosen by a spirit. An elementalist must try to take after nature. Spirits love the most natural mana. Next, the more captivating you look to the spirits, the better. The first half of the 4th volume evoked the feeling of conquer them, make the spirits fall for you, the makeup that'll make them fall for you. And the second half sounded like something a guru cultivating himself in a forest would say. The disconnect really bothered him. It's exactly like I thought. What about? It was impossible to contract with spirits in this empire, as the curse had already taken root. That's quite unfortunate. If he went into a dungeon, would spirits be in there? Even if there were, they wouldn't easily form a contract with him. Moreover, he would need a charming exterior appearance so long as Li Xin-Wu didn't continually maintain his disguise. The clear conditions were impossible since he was a skeleton. I already knew it all, but I read it thinking that maybe, damn it, there's only the last volume remaining, so I should read that. Are you the type that can't stop reading a series even when it goes to shit? Don't traumatize me. After Li Xin-Wu quieted Jin down, he started reading the 5th volume. It was Melonier's journal, and seemed like it was written after she had become an elementalist. The dates were all mixed up, but they were properly arranged by time. His name is Silver. They say all silver ice tigers are like this, but Silver's the only silver ice tiger for me. Silver led me to a different world. I was able to meet other elementalists as well, and I, who was once a stupid countryside girl, was able to become a royal elementalist and wear nice clothes. Everything feels like a dream. To think she didn't erase this section of her journal, the time when she was so naive. Perhaps this was the last thing Melonier could remember. He felt slightly resistant in reading further, but Li Xin-Wu resolved himself, and went to the next page. It seems like I have an aptitude for magic. Since I have an aptitude in magic, and am also loved by a spirit, I can become a talented elementalist. Am not used to getting complimented by others. Someone more talented than me entered. They're only 7 years old, yet they've been chosen by 3 high-ranking spirits. Moreover, she's the royal princess. Is it really okay for someone to have it all? Li Xin-Wu stopped at this part. If they were clearly this powerful, then perhaps Li Xin-Wu would meet them later. But if that were the case, then Li Xin-Wu had to read further. He continued onto the next page without rest, and was able to obtain more information regarding the princess from Melonia. However, Melonier's diary, which detailed her life in the palace, ended abruptly with one sentence. Silver died. After that, what was depicted afterwards was dark. Reviving a spirit, the research involved leaving the palace, as well as regarding where she disappeared to the forest of the Dryads, and when I had no way out and had fallen into despair, they found me. They said they would give me all the materials I needed, so I planned to follow them. I knew their resistance, their treachery would end in the worst way possible, but still, it doesn't matter. A world without silver can go to hell for all I care. That page ended with that final line. Ultimately, this was clearly related to his quest of uncovering the secret of the Empire, but not telling him about how things progressed beforehand. Li Xin-Wu sported a discouraged expression, and wanted to burn the diary to a crisp, but he suddenly saw something written very small on the last page. Does anyone have the key to heaven's gate at the very least? That is something that doesn't belong to either Anti-Skull or the Emperor. Putting aside the fact that she knew about Anti-Skull, what's with this clearly suspicious line? Li Xin Wu tilted his head. However, Jin called Li Xin Wu at just the right time. Xin Wu, we've arrived. When Li Xin Wu raised his head, he saw a completely ruined city before him. It looked a lot bigger than any other city he'd seen before, but because everything was broken, it felt truly empty. Above all, what was most peculiar was the disorderly traces of undead in various places, yet they had already left the city, as well as the presence of a hero who'd become an undead that had died alone silently within the city. What are you going to do? What do you mean? Li Xin Wu shoved the 5 volumes of Millionaire's books into his inventory and gripped one of the swords in the air. He pushed away the various thoughts in his head and sharpened himself, like a blade. He could progress the quest later. That was the appeal of quests. He would have a bunch of them at once and eventually he'd complete them one by one. There was only one thing of importance right now. He's my senior, so I have to pay my last respects. Chapter 22 Part 1. Chapter 22. The beginning of a Core 1. You are fighting against a higher-leveled enemy. The rebellion skill increases all stats by 10. All stats increase by an additional 5 because of your partner. All effects are shared with your partner. Good. I'm all ready now. Li Xin Wu gripped his sword and glared at the zombie. Unfortunately, he couldn't approach from behind without him knowing and attacking. The moment they got close enough to recognize their enemy, the zombie Shino Rendu also noticed them. Well, even a level 6 magician would've noticed their approach, so it would've been strange if Shino Rendu, who looked like a warrior, hadn't noticed them approach. It was pretty much impossible to hide, as well as ambush a higher-leveled enemy. Especially because Shadow Sprint isn't a perfect stealth skill. It would however help in concealing his appearance, as well as making it difficult to perfectly grasp his attacks. Before he was the one taking the first hit, he acted without wasting any time. All of his sprint-related skills had activated. By activating intermediate shadow sprint, you become one with your shadow. Your sprint speed and your secrecy increase. It has become more difficult for your opponent to grasp your form. You have activated low-rank twin horn charge. The force of your charge increases. The moment you ram into your opponent with your horns, your destructive power increases overwhelmingly. If I knew it would be like this, I would've summoned a Drake Horn Lance as one of them. Li Xin Wu hadn't looked far enough ahead. If his plan was to execute a charging attack on his opponent as soon as he noticed him, then he shouldn't have summoned 4 lightning tooths. Instead, he should've summoned a single Drake Horn Lance just in case. However, he didn't have enough time to unsummon one of his lightning tooths and summon a Drake Horn Lance right now. Plus, it was a waste of mana. He patted Jin whilst taking a mental note of not making the same mistake in the future. Let's go. Hup. The hero who'd become undead, Shino Rendu, looked exactly like a human from a side view, but the moment he noticed Li Xin Wu and Jin, there was a sudden quang sound from the flaw he had struck the flaw and piles of rocks shot up everywhere, hiding him. Li Xin Wu could tell that Shino Rendu's physical strength was much higher than his own after seeing that move. Fighting him face to face is risky. A red light went off in Li Xin Wu's head. They could only win with a hit-and-run strategy. However, Jin turned directions at that very moment. Immediately after, Li Xin Wu's head passed by a rock. He's throwing them. It'd be great if he hit them, and even if he missed, he would cause Jin to dodge, which would reduce his speed, as well as the resulting force. Was that his intent? That was the moment that Li Xin-Wu realized that their opponent retained his reasoning somehow, despite being undead. If that's the case, then the last thing he needed to check was the moment Li Xin-Wu gripped his sword. Jin knew what he was planning, and charged once more, dashing through the area covered in thick dust. It seemed as though they had instantaneously closed the gap, yet then they would seemingly be far away. It was because Jin had intentionally turned around. 3-2 now. Coup. And in the next instance, Jin's steel-covered legs momentarily stretched in a direction that they normally shouldn't be able to. Then he kicked off the ground. Li Xin-Wu and Jin's bodies bent at a 90-degree angle and turned to the right. This was their intention from the start. They launched towards the impact area like a rocket, and that impact area was where Shino Rendu was. He threw another rock at them, had missed due to Jin's charge, and tilted his head. Hit. Shino Rendu, who had belatedly noticed Li Xin-Wu, raised his arm, but at that moment, Li Xin-Wu's sword burrowed deep into Shino Render's head. Q-hark. After Li Xin-Wu had stuck his sword into the back of Shino Render's head, he gave it up. Li Xin-Wu's sprint skills, as well as Jin's frightening speed combined, resulting in the power that would blow away their enemy, regardless of if they were a level 6 elite. Good job, Jin. Nice drift. That guy's standing up. He can't stand up. What would be the point of filling the lightning tooth with Marner if he didn't blow it up? Li Xin-Wu didn't give Shino Rendu, who was arduously standing from the floor, even a little bit of time, as he immediately exploded. The lightning tooth stuck in his head, and Shino Rendu emitted an awful scream. TCH, did I screw up? You're sure you didn't kill him? Li Xin-Wu muttered, and Jin replied, stunned. However, immediately after, Shino Rendu dashed out of the explosion. Li Xin-Wu gazed at Shino Rendu and was speechless. He didn't think he would be able to instantly kill an undead who was once a hero, but he's regenerating, too. It happened immediately after the burrowed lightning tooth burst into a lightning explosion. It wouldn't have been strange if his bones crumbled and his rotten flesh was burnt. However, the occipital region of his head was regenerating from the lightning tooth's explosion, as if time had been rewound. His bones, his brain, his blood, his skin, everything. QRQ undead, he's even talking now. What the hell was that unbelievable super regeneration that even restored his brain? The warning bells rang in Li Xin-Wu's head. He was sure that his regeneration didn't even compete with Shino Rendu's. Who? Li Xin-Wu looked upon Shino Rendu, who stumbled while standing up, chuckled, and got back into position. He called another lightning tooth into his empty hand, and summoned a new weapon from Bone Armory to fill in the gap. The melting bone double axe. If lightning doesn't work, then I have no choice but to go with acid this time. His acid element had grown substantially. If acid didn't work, then nothing else would work. He could just run away if it didn't work. In any case, it was clear that they were ahead of him in agility. Undead die. In between, Shino Rendu had regained his posture, stretched out his right arm and charged at them. His right arm was just as impressive as his super regeneration. It was his right arm that had struck the floor upon discovering Li Xin-Wu. If he exerted force into his right arm, it would temporarily glow with a red light, turning his arm gigantic. That gave him supernatural strength, proving his authority as a hero. And his supernatural regeneration ability is the same. He's got both strength and regeneration, so he's pretty much invincible. Are all the other heroes this monstrous? But when he thought about it calmly, Shino Rendu obviously wouldn't have died to one of the 12 generals if he were invincible. There was probably a limit to his strength, and there would likewise be a limit to his super regeneration. Li Xin Wu's goblin fire didn't fade. No, it actually blazed even more than before. If I fight against a strong foe and defeat him, he'll grow even quicker. Jin responded to the charging Shino by kicking off the flaw himself. He was planning on using the same movement that they just used, but Shino Rendu smashed the floor with his fist, as if saying that he wouldn't fall for their scheme a second time. Pieces of stone surged in all directions. Was this a skill as well? Each and every rock possessed an unusual amount of force. TCHU thought that would work. Jin responded so quickly that their connection temporarily became faint, breaking through the area the skill was in effect. Li Xin Wu grit his teeth and grit the lightning tooth in preparation for the coming collision. His goal was to not get hit while simultaneously lodging his sword into the back of Shino's head. I won't fall for that twice. But before Li Xin Wu's sword came into contact with his head, Shino stuck out his right arm, as if taking Li Xin Wu's head on his stuck-out right arm created an intense pressure on the surrounding area. Despite not personally crashing into him, both Jin and Li Xin Wu's bodies simultaneously felt his absurd strength. His physical strength was augmented by a magical force as well. TCHG Dwarak. Li Xin Wu's body suddenly stopped midair. He momentarily thought it was a waste, and shot one of the lightning tooths that had followed behind him into the air. Shino attempted to intercept this one as well, but the lightning tooth, filled with an abundant amount of mana, was able to disperse the pressure, and struck the middle of Shino's forearm. It softly cut through the arm as if slicing through cheese, as it was powered by an overwhelming amount of magic. "QARQ bastard! Hup!" Shino cried out, and forcefully flailed his arm, but at that moment, the pressure that prevented Li Xin Wu from moving was released. At that very moment, Li Xin Wu stuck his lightning tooth into Shino's arm. It was a truly lightning-like combo. Hoot! Li Xin Wu had succeeded in his attack, and the moment he retreated, Shino's arm cut through the air, emitting a menacing piercing power. If he were hit by that, a part of his body would've been smashed to bits regardless of his defense. Fortunately, he had attacked after Li Xin Wu was quite a distance away. Explode. QARC. The two lightning tooths simultaneously exploded and Shino's arm broke into pieces. Li Xin Wu, who had evaded the explosion by retreating, gripped his last remaining lightning tooth and pressed Jin to dash forward again. If he regenerated his arm, things would become difficult. "Hup, you undead bastards, you hateful!" He had already activated his super regeneration, and his bones, as well as his muscles, were beginning to heal starting from his shoulder. Li Xin Wu, who thought that he would miss his chance to attack in just a few seconds, gritted his teeth and stretched out his sword. "Qurk!" Shino Rendu attempted to hold Li Xin Wu back with his left arm, which was tiny in comparison to his right arm, but unfortunately, his left arm wasn't able to stand up against Li Xin Wu's lightning tooth. Immediately after sparks were emitted atop the blade, Shino's left arm flew into the air. "Then rest in peace, Sinner. Did you really have to say something like that?" Li Xin Wu, gripping his sword, immediately lodged his sword into Shino's head. With a cracking sound, his head was cleaved in two. Before his super regeneration repaired that crack, his previously summoned melting bone double axe, which he had poured mana into and charged prior, precisely burrowed into the crevice. Even Li Xin Wu thought that his control was hair-raising. "Explode, the both of you." Kahark. The final remaining bombs exploded. Li Xin, Wu and Jin weren't able to dodge the ensuing explosion completely, and were swept away by the rear blast. However, it wasn't as bad as having their head blown off. Li Xin, Wu inspected Shino Rendu, who had fallen flat on his face, and sighed deeply. Jin also spoke as though he was sapped of all his energy. It was a battle where they used all available means to win in such a short time. He had used up all 4 lightning tooths saturated with Marner in an instant, and even the melting double bone axe as well. But in exchange, it was truly that effective. Perhaps because Shino had lost both his arms and his head in one fell stroke, his super regeneration had slowed down, and the addition of acid poison following the explosion would melt away his body, even if those body parts were restored. We won. Li Xin Wu smiled pridefully and stretched out one arm into the air. The weapon head summoned and gripped was none other than the Drake Horn Lance. Since he was his senior, should he give him a magnificent and screw that? Despite using up all of his weapons, he hadn't yet died and endured, so Li Xin Wu had no choice but to completely end him. You're ready, right, Jin? Who okay? As it was a short and intense battle, Jin was likewise pushing himself. He had been continuously turning his body here and there whilst pushing his concentration to the limit. As a result, he had sustained damage in various places on his body. If he went undead, he would've fallen over already. Likewise, if it went for Steel Heart, his lumbar vertebrae would already have been broken. Good, then. Did you say senior? But then, Li Xin Wu heard a voice that made his body feel cold. Were his vocal cords restored during that time? Of course, there were several who could speak without vocal cords in this world, so it wasn't actually something that surprising. Yeah. A hero, no, you're undead. Undead, let's finish it here. It would be better to finish it here than let things get out of hand, right? Li Xin Wu nodded his head and raised his lance high up into the air. Calling with a Marner had stored a ton of Marner into his lightning tooths, so he had about 80 of his Marner left he had remaining. Li Xin Wu infused his Marner into the tip of the lance, creating a dark blue lightning. I don't want to thunder die though. Why was it the moment he heard that, Li Xin Wu lost all strength in his body? He tried to figure out why, but his actions just came out as obviously illogical to him. Despite coming to that conclusion, he ultimately spoke like this. Do you want to live, even at the cost of living on as an undead? Chapter 22 Part 2. Chapter 22. The Beginning of a Core 2. Xin Wu. I have a lot on my mind right now, so don't talk to me. That arm containing superhuman strength and that super regeneration. It was obvious that if he were to obtain both of those, he would become much stronger. Can you even call this living? Fine then. If you want to die, then no. But because he noticed Shino Rendu was clearly regaining his reasoning, he couldn't thrust his lance. It could aptly be called a whim, but he didn't feel inclined to pierce his lance forward and end Shino's life. Let me live even if I have to live as an undead, all right. Sure, I'll let you live. Immediately after he said that, Li Xin Wu chuckled as he suddenly looked back at the thoughts he'd had the day he rescued Yi Jin. That it would be more advantageous to do that. How absurd. A human cannot always calculate the outcomes of a situation and then act. Life isn't a game. He didn't know if he would regret making this decision, but perhaps this decision would be the greatest decision he's ever made. He didn't know how the future would turn out, so it was an especially attractive choice. It was a choice that followed his heart. As a joker, he couldn't make any other choice. My name's Paul Zero. What's yours? Shino Rendu. Although he was undead, Shino Rendu was different from the other Pauls and precisely remembered his name. Perhaps this was because he was a high level before he died. Li Xin Wu nodded his head and spoke. Do you hate humans? No way. I was human, but you're not now. He remained silent for a second and examined his body. At the sight of the rotten flesh on his right arm being regenerated, as well as the splattering black blood, he accepted that he was an undead. A dead body. How about it? I can kill you if you've changed your mind. I want to live. Let me live. What do you want to do if you live? Revenge. He had roughly anticipated that. Li Xin Wu replied harshly. Who do you want revenge on? Metafel the undead. Good. That's enough. Since it's come to this, he couldn't help but accept it. His memories of being human were intact, and was acting in accordance to his goals as a human. Shino Rendu was undergoing the same phenomenon as the other Pauls. He didn't know why that was, since other heroes who became undead couldn't all go through the same phenomenon. If that's the case, is it because he met me? No way. Li Xin Wu just laughed at his unbelievable assumption. These guys possessed the disposition of becoming like this. Their strong tenacity as well as their deep-seated grudges would meet, allowing for them to be awakened. Follow me. I'll help you get you revenge on him one day. Anything else and I'll kill you. This isn't an offer, nor is it a request. It's an order. Li Xin Wu spoke in an excessively strong voice, and stopped Shino from voicing his opinion. There were two reasons for him wanting to make Shino Rendu his subordinate. Firstly, he couldn't let someone so dangerous free without some restraints on him. Secondly, if he can't have his abilities, then he would only be satisfied by owning the possessor of those abilities. Will you follow me? I'll follow you. Sparks flickered across the drake horn lance. He raised the lance into the air and then thrust it into the ground. Blue sparks spread everywhere, causing Shino Rendu to tremble. Li Xin Wu spoke quietly. I will follow you, sir. Good, Shino. Henceforth, you're my subordinate. Once Shino Rendu understood, and obediently accepted Li Xin Wu as his master, an unbreakable master-servant relationship was formed between them. Once that connection was formed, black light surged from Shino Rendu's entire body. And Li Xin Wu knew exactly what that signified. It was the same light that would appear when a Paul was reborn as an elite. You have succeeded in making a higher-leveled individual your subordinate. It was difficult to tame him, but so long as you succeed in taming him, he will become your greatest helper. The intermediate command skill has become LV3. All stats have increased by 1. The LV6 Zombie Elite has transformed into the LV6 Undead Avenger Shino Rendu. Li Xin Wu thought that was it, but he was wrong. In fact, they were only now moving on to the main topic. You have successfully inspired a ruined hero who had forgotten his past with a new purpose. Revenge is the most simple and most powerful emotion. That will allow him to remain an undead that is not truly an undead. Proficiency in all corresponding skills has greatly increased. The acting skill has become LV14. You can induce the desired response from an individual with even the simplest of words. The instigate skill has become LV2. Magic has increased by 10. The emotions of those who hear your voice can be more easily moved. The rebellion skill has become LV2. All stats have increased by 3. Whenever you satisfy a condition for the rebellion skill, stats increase even further. Currently, stats are increased by 12. Because he hadn't killed the hero, he wasn't rewarded with a quest reward, but as he had expected, a variety of his skills had grown. Leveling up his instigate and rebellion skills was especially huge, though he didn't really know why those two skills had leveled up. Around the time Li Xin-Wu was finished reading all the messages, the light began to wane, and Shino Rendu was revealed, being reborn as a never-before-seen class, the Undead Avenger. Not only was his once injured head and arm completely healed, but the pitch-black magic formed a bleakly glowing armor that covered his entire body, likely in exchange for the equipment that had lost from fighting against Metaphel's undead army. Those guys get some cool armor once they turn into elites, but what about me? Then why don't you stop being a hero and just start being an undead? My bad. After Li Xin-Wu honestly apologized to Jin, they approached Shino Rendu. Shino Rendu briefly examined his body, but soon nodded his head as if satisfied. It's not bad, sir. How much do you remember from before you died? Not much. Once he became an Undead Avenger, he talked more naturally than before. Li Xin-Wu was becoming more and more envious of this guy. He was an undead in name, but he had flesh on his bones. As expected, the higher leveled they were when they died, the more vibrant they were when they revived. If the starting point was a skeleton, then one would end up as a skeleton. Shit. But I do remember that I was originally a hero that was dispatched here, and that I had to kill all of the undead. That's all I remember. And lastly that Metaphel killed me. Very good. That's plenty. It was a comment befitting an Undead Avenger, who acted based on their hatred and vengeance. Pleased, Li Xin-Wu nodded his head as Shino Rendu glanced at him perplexingly. Who exactly are you? He sure was quick to ask. Of course, they had attacked each other when they first met, so he didn't really have the time to ask. An undead that goes around hunting other undead, moreover, that intellect, as well as that peculiar ability. Are you also an undead who was once a hero? It seemed like this guy became a lot smarter than when he was alive. However, he couldn't be honest with him, so Li Xin-Wu roughly concocted a suitable response. I wonder, perhaps I was a hero some time ago. It's been a long time. Right now, I just cut through any undead I encounter. I see how peculiar. I wonder why I've just been killing all of the undead I've encountered thus far. Why didn't I have any doubts about that? What about now? On the contrary, it feels like I can see things more clearly now, Shino Rendu said. Li Xin-Wu could see the pitch-black goblin fire beyond Shino's helmet. That was proof that he wasn't human, but undead. I see this world differently now. That's a relief. More importantly, since you fought against Metaphel, you should know his special characteristics. Tell me about those in detail. Since we'll face him someday. All right. I'll tell you everything I know. Li Xin-Wu listened as Shino Rendu told him everything he knew then and there. The tens of thousands of troops that the mercenary king Metaphel lead, as well as the fearsome strength of the level 7 Metaphel level 7. That's right. He has a few level 7 undead troops as well, but Metaphel's strength is on another level as expected. Metaphel was weaker than the other 12 generals. He had thought so ever since he'd fought against the level 6 corps commander, Veters, but it seemed like he was right. Li Xin-Wu inwardly marked Metaphel as the weakest of the 12 generals. Moreover, Metaphel often eats his subordinates to increase his strength. I feel like he was a ghoul. He was likely a high-rank ghoul at that. That'll definitely be troublesome. A ghoul normally eats corpses, restoring its vitality and mana. If there was plenty of prey, there was no enemy harder to face than a ghoul. That hard-to-face ghoul was the leader of a corps. He was just like Popeye, who carried spinach around with him everywhere. If he's a ghoul, how did you manage to keep your body? I was buried in debris during our fight. He ordered his troops to look for me, but because all of those troops were low rank, they're all idiots. So they couldn't find you. You remained hidden until the very end. He was just too strong for me, so I was buried under debris. That's all. I was lucky. Li Xin Wu remembered the superhuman strength that Shino Rendu exhibited. To think that Metafel was even stronger than that, though he considered Metafel the weakest of the 12 generals, he was still one of the 12 generals. He was pissed that he wasn't at that level yet, but he had no choice but to accept it. So, I became level 6 in the middle of the fight, yet I still died. TCH. Shino Rendu had definitely spoken like that. That he attempted to grow too quickly and would die as a result. He had died after achieving what Head wanted, so he couldn't even begin to describe the bitterness he must feel. Li Xin Wu thought that perhaps that bitterness allowed him to maintain his reasoning even after becoming an undead, and felt strange. Why did you go that far? I had a junior who was so talented, everyone liked that junior. Especially Sarah Huh. Heroes welcome exceptional heroes. I just wanted to become like that as well. That comment made Li Xin Wu feel dirty. After all, that junior he was talking about was him. Moreover, he had wanted to become just like Li Xin Wu. He should have been careful with what he wished for, as he became an undead just like him. How could something so stupid happen? Li Xin Wu sighed even though nothing came out, and clutched his forehead. Fine. Forget about the past. You've decided to live on as an undead. You don't have to concern yourself with heroes any longer. You're not a hero, you're an undead avenger. Of course. He sounded like he was full of regret, but Li Xin Wu ignored that. Didn't Shino Rendu say it himself that the heroes would kill the undead no matter what? If they forgot about that, they might be faced with a horrific end. Then what should I do now? Shino Rendu asked. However, that's what Li Xin Wu wanted to ask himself. He had wanted to pay his final respects to his senior, as well as gain some abilities, but he hadn't even paid his final respects. Instead, he had resurrected him. I have some other subordinates I've taken in already. But the Joker, Li Xin Wu, had already reached the pinnacle of acting. He subconsciously moved his lips after finding the best possible scenario. Join up and lead them, and destroy the undead. I understand. To think he already had other subordinates. He truly was an extraordinary individual. Shino Rendu became certain of this, and after clearing his mind, and nodded his head. While Li Xin Wu caused trouble here and there for no reason, the beginnings of an undead force that destroyed other undead was gradually becoming visible. Chapter 22 Part 3. Chapter 22. The beginning of a Ka 3. There existed something amongst his subordinates that allowed them to instinctually find each other. Had become sure it existed after observing the Pauls, and sure enough, Shino Rendu didn't really need to ask where Li Xin Wu wanted him to go, because he was able to figure out where they were. There are quite a lot of them. It'll just get bigger from now on. What do you wish for? The purification of the Empire. Like the heroes. Perhaps. Lately, he thought of something else, aside from just the purification of the Empire, but didn't say it out loud. Even he himself thought it was unreasonable, so the moment he spoke it out loud, he felt like he'd just be ridiculing himself. Are you okay with just that? I originally fought with my fists. There were times where I fought with a greatsword as well. Fists and greatswords, those two definitely fit his image of Shino Rendu. Moreover, that fist. He shouldn't have needed another weapon aside from that fist. Moreover, the moment I was reborn as an Avenger, all the armor within my inventory disappeared and was transformed into this armor. Because of that, I'll be able to better use my authority. Huh. Li Xin Wu tilted his head, and Shino Rendu seemingly knew that he wouldn't be able to understand what he meant by his inventory disappearing, so he explained starting there. The inventory is exclusive to heroes. It's like a subspace storage house. I became unable to use my inventory when I became an undead, and all of the armor within my inventory turned into this armor. All my accumulated Pyrium thus farther bones I hadn't sold equipment everything. Li Xin Wu momentarily couldn't believe his ears. However, he soon shuddered as he realized that he didn't even have any ears. He didn't hear wrong. Shino Rendu was saying not only were bones used in the formation of his armor, but also all the armor he possessed. Was that always possible? Well, it probably was always possible. Didn't the shop owner plain tell him before that it wasn't possible for Li Xin Wu to change Pyrium into a different type of armor at this point in time? That meant that it was possible to change the armor into a different form so long as one had the ability to do so. It's strange for me as well. It seems like it wasn't something normal. It was the moment your armor changed from being a simple zombie to an Avenger, so I don't think it's that weird. Indeed, if you think about it that way, it's not hard to understand. Seeing Shino Rendu calmly nod his head at his words, Li Xin Wu pledged that he would examine every type of armor he acquired from now on. Especially Pyrium, since there weren't any bones he could buy at the secret shop anymore. He might be able to create something more effective than just weapons or skill books. Then I'll get going immediately. I already told you, but try to avoid heroes as best you can. They won't believe that you're Shino Rendu. I'll keep that in mind. It looked like he didn't understand based on his expression, but so long as it was a direct order from Li Xin Wu, he had no choice but to obey. That was also the reason he formed a master servant contract with him. In this world, contracts were absolute. He was probably the one most informed about contracts amongst his fellow heroes. Good. He left. In the end, another Paul was created. When Jin could no longer see Shino at all, he opened his mouth. It wasn't like he was really trying to hide his identity. It's just that conversing with the undead was kind of awkward. Plus, he was an undead that was originally a hero. Talk is cheap. One wouldn't even think of talking with the undead, unless they were Li Xin Wu, that is. Are you going to do that for every undead hero we meet from now on? That sounds interesting, but I'm not sure I can do that every time. Li Xin Wu still wasn't very sure as to how he made Shino Rendu into his subordinate. If he met one or two more undead heroes, he should be able to figure out how he did it. He shrugged his shoulders and changed the subject. Shino Rendu definitely said that once they figured out he was a hero, one of the 12 generals was summoned here, right? Still, it's a relief that the men brought by one of the 12 generals were taken care of. It feels kind of disappointing to leave like this, so let's take a lap around the city. Unfortunately, this city, which had been trampled by Metafel's troops, left nothing to do or explore as it was all ruined. Li Xin Wu got on top of Jin and took a lap around the city. Li Xin Wu searched the surrounding area with Marner, which was an ability that level 5s couldn't possibly have. But even with his senses, he couldn't find anything of note. No matter what they did, they couldn't figure out how the troops contacted Metafel. The sewers are just regular sewers. Indeed, it doesn't seem like the right place for Anti-Skull to hide. It's possible that they awakened on their own without needing us and joined up with Anti-Skull. That's probably what they did, but still, I wanted to find those traces and follow them to Anti-Skull's headquarters. Li Shin Wu had been given a quest where he had to find an executive from Anti-Skull. Of course, he would eventually be able to clear the quest as time passed, but if given the chance, Li Shin Wu thought it wouldn't be so bad to search for them and find them on his own. The faster he found them, the better his plan would play out. Plan? What plan? What are you talking about all of a sudden? Li Shin Wu reprimanded him, as it seemed as though Jin didn't know about his plan. There's an organization that's resisting the Emperor amongst his troops. They'd be useful, there's nobody better. You didn't know that this quest was given to me as a hint that I should use Anti-Skull. That's what it meant. Oh, so you didn't know about it. Li Shin Wu softly patted Jin's neck, as if saying that he should work harder. That really pissed off Jin, and consequently began to shake his body like a rodeo, but because Li Shin Wu was so familiar with this rodeo, like he was a cowboy, he didn't drop from Jin's back. Ultimately, Jin could do nothing but accept his defeat. It's an organization that's involved with one of the 12 generals, Seagold. There's a lot we could get from them. You're always looking so far into the future. All right. Now that you mention it, let's start moving actively, now shall we? This was their first time entering a danger level 3 zone, but it was still the same as usual. There were still plenty of sewers that they hadn't cleared within the level 2 danger zones, though they had cleared most of the sewers in the level 1 danger zones. There should still be several Pauls waiting to be rescued, and before he earnestly moved onto the level 3 danger zones, he planned to finish saving them all aka brainwash them. If he could, he would level up in the process. What about undead heroes? Aside from Shino Rendu, most of them are beyond the level 3 danger zones. Of course, there are some in the level 1 or 2 danger zones as well, so I'm planning to do both at the same time. It'd be quite the sight to see if you made all of them your subordinates and put them all in one place. Jin recalled Shino Rendu bowing his head before Li Shin Wu and snickered, finding it laughable. Li Shin Wu sighed and shook his head. Even I think you're getting out of hand, so let's leave it at that. And it makes me feel ticklish when you laugh like that, so stop. What? Once they were finished with their very short break, if one can consider entering a level 3 danger zone and fighting a level 6 undead hero a break, they went back to the danger level 2 zones. With Jin's remarkable speed, as well as sometimes using the golem train, they began to go around to every city in the Empire. What about dungeons? I don't think those will really be helpful to me, so I'll leave them be. I have to leave something for my future juniors. When were you so considerate of your juniors? Of course, there weren't as many hidden facilities in the level 2 danger zones as there were in the outskirts of the Empire. However, if they found one, they would find a considerable amount of Pauls that hadn't awakened yet. Pauls 118-150 will only follow your commands. Paul 0. We're not anti-skull, but we'll try to become even greater than them. Oh, right. After Li Shin Wu labored in vain a few times, he gained 33 level 4 doom factors as subordinates, and realized that this entire region was an endless gold mine. As expected, the higher the danger zone, the higher quality the Pauls would be. Paul 0. Paul 0. Paul 0. He moved around busily, searching the level 2 danger zone cities. The more he searched the sewers where these anti-skull hidden facilities were located, the more materials he gained. Anti-skull's history, their test methods, as well as the location of each hidden facility. The chance of finding nothing lessened and he was able to easily find the most hidden of facilities, as well as exponentially increasing the amount of pawls. How can this be? This man must be a hero sent by God to purify the empire. Somebody already said that before. I was touched by your iron will. Why did we cower within this dark storage house? Probably because there's a giant level 5 poisonous snake lurking outside. Of course, there weren't a lot of monsters that could threaten Li Xin Wu and Jin in the level 2 danger zones. Because Li Xin Wu and Jin had to split the bones they absorbed, their rate of progression had gotten a bit slow. However, Li Xin Wu trained his skills in every moment, without wasting even a second of his time, which was allowing him to progress forward. Paul 0, that's too much for us. TCH. Watch and learn. Paul 807. How can this be? That's lightning. It's lightning. Lightning just came from the sky gradually and precisely. It was less than during the time of his explosive growth, but nevertheless, everything he had absorbed and learned thus far gradually connected and fused together. They harmonized, reforming his abilities once more. Your name is MMQ. QHIARC. TCH. As I thought, it doesn't work on all of them. How unfortunate. I don't know who you are or when you came from, but rest in peace, Senior. You have acquired 2 permits to God's secret shop, and 1,275,910 Kyrium. You have brought peace to a comrade who had gone past the point of no return. You have satisfied a portion of the quest's conditions, and have acquired 1 additional permit to God's secret shop. The maximum level of invisible heart increases by 1. Perhaps he needed an opportunity like this before. When constructing a tower, doesn't one always have to worry about the foundation? Because Li Xin Wu had only been fighting against higher-leveled foes, he was only accustomed to irregularity in the process of killing monsters weaker than him or possessing similar abilities to him. He was able to train his abilities from the ground up and further strengthen them. Silene Vieser. It's been a long time, Senior. Li Xin Wu. Oh, it's a relief that you're okay. Prince Altair. You act like he has the highest seniority around here. Silene Vieser. At the very least, I feel as though Senior Xin Wu is more experienced than you, Senior Altair. Prince Altair. What did you say, by the way? Why are you calling me by my last name when you're calling him by his Jin? Jin, please congratulate me. I've finally reached level 5. Li Xin Wu. Oh, that was really fast. Congratulations. Jin Hihirian Rupert Hart. Really does sound like Xin Wu is more experienced than Jin. Prince Altair. I've had enough of this. You guys are just outright ignoring me now. After parting ways with the now undead Shino Rendu, they had been on the road for 2 months going through the level 2 danger zones. It had only been half a year since Li Xin Wu had come to the underground empire. In the meantime, Jin had become level 5, and another extremely talented newbie entered in after Crasher. None of the other heroes had died, and were enduring in this dangerous empire. It was truly awkward to say that living in this awful environment that was an empire of undead was everyday life, but the other heroes were all leisurely growing, and the intermediate combat sense skill has become LV7. Agility has increased by 5. Your stats have surpassed 3,200. Your preparations are slightly, no, largely, perhaps even unbelievably perfect. It seems disrespectful to even ask if you are ready to accept your karma. Would you like to accept your karma? Xin Wu was finally qualified to become level 6. Chapter 23 Part 1. Chapter 23. Level 6 1. How unexpected. It turned out well, didn't it? Li Xin Wu and Jin got off the final golem train that passed through a level 2 danger zone, and rushed into the city, clearing it of the undead as well as exploring the sewers. After they were done fighting in the final level 2 danger zone city, there weren't any hidden facilities. Li Xin Wu's combat sense skill leveled up, as if it were waiting for this very moment. Thus, his stats had surpassed 3,200. Once we level up to 6, we can move on to the level 3 danger zones. Yeah, right. It's about time we move on. I was kind of spacing out for a bit, wondering what we should do once we hit 6. The moment Li Xin Wu heard Jin talk about level 3 danger zones, he thought he might have been living comfortably for way too long. It's not like he's been resting thus far. He was doing everything that needed to be done, yet he thought that perhaps somewhere along the way, had adapted to that calm and risk-free everyday life. No, it's not like we haven't been in any sort of danger, Jin thought. Li Xin Wu's response was absurd. Though they hadn't fought higher-leveled enemies that often, they had fought more than thousands of enemies, and they had even been surrounded by level 5 elites before. Since a level 2 danger zone area wasn't really safe for 2 level 5 heroes in the first place. But the problem was that their abilities, especially Li Xin Wu's abilities, had grown so much that these enemies no longer posed any sort of threat to them. Didn't the message say so that he was more than qualified to level up? Jin, you're still not there yet, right? I'm at around 2,950. I caught up quite a bit though, right? You caught up because I gave you most of the bones. In any case, I'll level up first. Don't talk like you're leaving and not coming back. Li Xin Wu chuckled at Jin's curt voice, and disembarked from him. They had completely cleaned up the vicinity, so there weren't even any level 1 skeletons. There wasn't any better place to level up. Alright, I'll accept all my karma now. The moment Li Xin Wu decided to accept his karma, blinding light burst from his body. His currently equipped equipment were released all at once, and his body began to noticeably develop. You have become a level 6 powered elemental bone joker. In the pursuit of countless changes, your strengths have been maximized. Your control over nature has become more powerful and diversified as a result. You have successfully broken free from the limitations of being a skeleton. You are no longer restrained by the title of skeleton, a low-rank species. After training a variety of ways of handling bone, you have become the one and only swindler, the bone joker, to both yourself and to the world. All stats increase by 20. The intermediate Marna bone skill has become LV8, and magic has increased by an additional 20. All elements grow. Intermediate fire has become LV2, intermediate ice has become LV3, intermediate lightning has become LV5, and high-rank acid has become LV2. Magic has increased by 110. So am I a skeleton or not? Li Xin Wu inwardly complained. While complaining, his body's bones became larger, thicker, and glistened with Marner, resulting in a whiter light than before. It was truly ironic. His bones had continuously gotten darker until he turned level 4, but starting from level 5, it went in the opposite direction. Li Xin Wu took a look at the magic that glistened from his bones. Marna, which possessed the potential to change in an infinite number of ways that blinding and resplendent Marna could harmonize no further with his Joker karma. You have become able to handle Marna more broadly and diversely than before. The disguise skill has become LV3. You can disguise yourself well with even less knowledge of your target. His growth to level 6 affected almost all of his skills and was complete. Li Xin Wu was still an undead composed of all bone, but the harmonization of the marner that made up his bones was vastly different from before. Who the hell cares? I'm still made up of bones. Are they messing with me or what? Someone said you weren't made of bones. No. Apparently, they're saying I'm not a skeleton anymore. But you are a skeleton. No one's arguing with you. Li Xin Wu complained, as if enthusiastically agreeing with Jin, and checked his status. It had been a long time since he'd checked it. Though it was true that his body had undergone some fundamental changes, he still needed to check his status. Li Xin Wu. Powered Elemental Bone Joker, Core Destroyer for others. LV6 Status Effectiveness 200. Strength 681. Agility 698, Health 699, Magic 1380. Passive Skills Acting LV15, Invisible Heart LV3, Rebellion LV3, Intermediate Bursting Thunder LV7, Intermediate Marner Bone LV8, Intermediate Shadow Sprint LV5, Intermediate Command LV6, Intermediate Assimilation LV5, Intermediate Combat Sense LV7. Active Skills Disguise LV3, Instigate LV2, Bone Reinforcement LV7, Rule of Bone LV7, Bone Armory LV5, Intermediate Regeneration LV8, Sacrifice LV1, Emergency Evasion LV4, Low Rank Twin Horn Charge LV9. Elements Intermediate Fire LV2, Intermediate Ice LV3, High Rank Acid LV2, Intermediate Lightning LV5. Resistances Holy MAX, Curse MAX, Acid High Rank LV1, Ice Intermediate LV2. So I need 3,000 more stats from here to get to level 7. It's starting to feel really far off. You know, you said something like that when you were level 5. Moreover, you got a 200 stat increase once you hit level 6, so you're really making a big fuss over nothing. The problem is that most of that stat increase is in magic. Compared to the others, only Li Xin Wu's magic stat increased incredibly fast. That was because most of his skills used magic as their foundation. But even so, he needed his other stats as well. It was troubling for him that his magic stat was almost double that of his strength or agility stats. No choice but to divide the bones evenly from now on. For now, I'll take care of the magic bones. What? That wasn't all. Another problem was that he'd only been training the skills that increased magic thus far. Of course, he didn't really have many skills that didn't increase magic, which was a problem, but if he looked amongst them, that's right. Does this or that? Jin's goblin fire blazed subtly, watching two horns protrude from Li Xin Wu's head. That's right. It was the skill that he'd acquired from absorbing a bone from the shop, the twin horn charge. It was certainly a close combat skill, as it increased the force of a charge, as well as increasing attack power through the horns. Twin horn charge was also a skill that had only been able to level up by one these past 2 months, as there weren't any strong foes to use it on. Let's get moving after I get this to the intermediate level. Just saying, weren't you not using that on purpose? That's true. There was only one reason for that. It was because Li Xin Wu didn't have any horns. Because of that, he couldn't effectively make use of the twin horn charge's increase in attack power, and couldn't hastily increase the skill's level to the intermediate stage, causing him to worry. But I've been training my other's skills, so I have a rough idea of how it works. Moreover, as I leveled up, my Marna senses further developed as well, so it's time I try it out. What were horns? They were a means to attack. And in situations where charging is required, Li Xin Wu had the lance. In that case, the answer was simple. I just need to use the twin horn charge in tandem with my lance. Sorry, but I don't get it, so do what you want. Jin retorted, distanced himself from Li Xin Wu, and began to run by himself. Jin knew that studying the skill would take some time, so had given him some space beforehand. That was also its own type of skill training, so Li Xin Wu didn't stop him. TCH. In the past, Jin would stand next to him, almost with a question mark above his skull, and genuinely listen to him. But now Li Xin Wu wished that Jin was like that again, and began to remodel his skill. Had already told Jin what he wanted to do. He wanted to combine the twin horn charge's horns with a lance. In other words, he would be changing the release of magic, as well as the intrinsic pattern a bit. Twin horn charge aggressively speeds up the mana, and pushes the body in the direction of the attack. In the process, the twin horns naturally jut out. The twin horns form at the target destination that's designated by the accelerated mana. In other words, if I'm able to change the direction of the skill to my lance, then when that charging technique is combined with Jin's speed, its force would be beyond his imagination. Li Xin Wu was sure of himself, nodded his head, and began to study the skill immediately. Had taken out the Drake Horn lance simply because they were both horns, thus, he thought that maybe they could work together somehow, but there wasn't really any meaning to it. Hey, monsters are coming, I'll take care of them myself and come back, okay? Don't forget to bring back the bones. In a sitting position, Li Xin Wu repeatedly activated and cancelled his skill a few times, and studied the change in mana upon the skill's activation, as well as the flow of mana. Between these two, he would probably have to keep the change in mana the same, and control the flow of mana. However, it's not hard. Li Xin Wu was quite surprised. He seemed to grasp the changes in the mana upon activation of the skill, and was likewise able to figure out how the special flow of mana was created without difficulty. The only thing left to do was to change the structure slightly, but even that was way too simple. Is it because it's still a low-rank skill? No, that wasn't the issue here. It was just Li Xin Wu's extraordinary ability of handling magic. While he was at it, he added another skill as well. It was Shadow Sprint, which was treated like a charging type skill. Shadow Sprint had the special ability of adding a shadow to the charge, whilst also increasing one's secrecy as well as their speed. It was certainly lacking in terms of destructive force. He was attempting to fill in that weakness with a twin horn charge, but it wasn't very natural to use two similar types of skills at the same time. Shall we combine them? Though his skills had combined with other skills on their own in the process of evolving, Li Xin Wu had never actually tried to fuse the characteristics of two skills on his own before. It was clear by his face that the thought had never even occurred to him before. But I feel like I can do it now. Li Xin Wu focused on controlling his interior mana. He activated both Twin Horn Charge and Shadow Sprint simultaneously, and tied both their mana properties together. Stealthily, yet sharply. Agile, yet weighty. All of those characteristics were fused into one to create a forceful thrust. I got all of them. Hu Jin, who easily swept away the group of level 4 monsters, saw Li Xin Wu's body engulfed in a dark red energy and stopped in place. The two horns that burst from his head slowly receded, and a giant horn appeared on the lance in his hand, as if engulfing it. And soon, the lance was covered in a black mana, causing its form to become unclear. Even though he was staring at the lance with both of his eyes, he couldn't tell exactly what it looked like. Xin Wu, I did it. Immediately after, Jin carefully called for Li Xin Wu. Li Xin Wu's eye sockets blazed with dark red goblin fire. The dark red energy that tinged the lance blended together and covered the lance. The low-rank twin horn charge skill has become LV10 and is evolving, absorbing the intermediate shadow sprint skill. You have learned the intermediate skill. Shadow horn LV1 strength and agility have increased by 10. Crap. What's wrong? Didn't it turn out well? But the moment he created a skill that would overpower anyone, Li Xin Wu lamented quietly. Jin, who couldn't tear his eyes off the completed shadow horn, asked why, and Li Xin Wu sighed deeply and replied, "It became a combat skill like bursting thunder rather than a sprint skill. It's a skill that accelerates the speed of the thrust itself, not the charge, so you focused too much of the charging force into the weapon. Huh. Shit. I should turn it back into a charge type. Forget it." Li Xin Wu could feel it instinctively, that this skill he made might actually be amazing, and with this amazing skill he might be able to grow. He had succeeded in combining the two skills, charging force, stealth, and attack power, into one skill. Li Xin Wu thought it might be better to leave the skill as is. If that's the case, then there's only one answer. I'm going to go visit the secret shop. After clearing out all the bones in the secret shop, he didn't really feel like he needed to go there, even if he leveled up. He had no choice but to find a new charging skill in God's secret shop. Chapter 23 Part 2. Chapter 23. Level 6-2. Cute Napped 1. Congratulations on the level up. Then, sleep well. No, wait. Please don't lie down. Perhaps had come at a bad time. The merchant behind the counter, Plain, congratulated him whilst wearing a nightgown and bent her body over the counter. Li Xin Wu, taken aback, stopped her, and Plain, as if expecting it, sighed and raised her head. "I don't usually take customers when I'm about to sleep, so you have times when you don't take customers, huh? But you're special, mister." Li Xin Wu, she said, and tapped her own cheek. It was a teasing gesture, but it seemed to work, as she awoke slightly and barely opened her eyes. "Thank you for the consideration. Harm to you understand me how I feel, right?" As there was an empty wine bottle rolling atop the counter, even Li Xin Wu, who didn't understand women very well, could tell exactly how she felt. He was sure that she was a woman who loved her alcohol. "It was such good liquor that I wanted to drink it with someone else. Would you like to drink with me? That's right. You can't drink it, customer." He. Plain, who was always teasing him, sounded tipsy. Li Xin Wu felt like it would take quite a long time to do his shopping, shrugged his shoulders, and approached the counter. Plain still looked at him with drowsy eyes and spoke. "Is it urgent today?" "No, but since I used up one of my permits, I'd rather finish my business or it'd be a waste." "Are you saying you have some time? Then please listen to my story." She wasn't asking him to tell her his story, but rather, she wanted him to listen to hers. What was this granny talking about? With that in mind, Li Xin Wu looked at Plain vacantly. It seemed like Shed understood the doubt within his goblin fire, so Plain added on, "I'll give you a 20% discount on one item. In exchange, please don't tell this to anyone else." "Then please go ahead. I don't have ears, but I'm still a really good listener." To think Shed deduct 20 of the price off an item just by listening to her story. Li Xin Wu knocked on his chest, as if he were ready to listen at any time, and sat down. Plain chuckled at Li Xin Wu's trustworthy figure, and opened her mouth, releasing a pink sigh. "You're fine in this regard, mister. Li Xin Wu, but given the opportunity, the other male customers will hit on me. You know that, right? You see, today. Wait a sec. Where did you just look? Where were you looking when I said you were fine? You know that's sexual harassment, right? I suppose you can't even sexually harass me. At any rate, that customer bought wine, drank it on the spot, and kept sticking to me. I should put up a sign saying no eating or drinking because seriously. Plain completely ignored Li Xin Wu's protests and continued to speak. Plain started with that drunk customer. Li Xin Wu felt like he knew who she was talking about for some reason, who drank alcohol and attempted an unbecoming trick on her. She also told him about how much her usual customers pestered her, as well as the fact that she couldn't meet with God very much and all the things she was trying to figure out, like God's intent. It's better above ground, since I'm just one merchant amongst many up there. It's just a clean business relationship up there. How is it up there? It's completely unscathed. Everything is plentiful and peaceful up there, excessively so. I wonder if they're even aware of their impending doom. She started by talking about business, but when he thought about it, this was the perfect chance to hear about what happened on the surface, as she had a link to it. Li Xin Wu asked her naturally. I heard that there have been times where heroes were dispatched to the surface as well. It's only happened a couple of times. You should already be aware of this, Mr. Xin Wu, but this curse that has completely covered the empire hasn't invaded the surface yet. It'll invade the surface at some point though, right? I believe the humans above ground won't allow it to. Excuse me. This was news to him. Li Xin Wu's non-existent ears pricked his ears. Before she continued, Plain brought out a new wine bottle, and immediately bit her lips. As she was beautiful, even the sight of her vigorously drinking from the bottle was quite nice. Gulp, gulp. Oh. You see, they're overconfident in their strength. After they received the first oracle, they sent heroes down underground a few times. When they didn't return, they just decided to seal off the underground. So did they succeed? They thought they did, at least. But no, at this rate, the curse will someday take over the surface as well. This is the price of their arrogance and their sin. Sin, that's it with the bonus information. Part ended at the most exciting part. But, as Plain could read Li Xin Wu like a book, it didn't seem like she'd tell him anything more about the surface. While Li Xin Wu clicked his tongue, Plain continued to curse at the secret shop customers. So, about the customer I had last time. Who's your most handsome customer? Lloyd HK. Then what about the prettiest? Sarah von Rietadane. She replied and then nodded her head. She's a beautiful woman, though she's quite rude. Really? Who? I suppose it's time I let out all the curses I've been holding back. Plain cursed at Sarah von Rietadane for quite a long time, as if it was the right time. Plain looked so happy as she cursed at Sarah with every single word. Li Xin Wu couldn't even think of stopping her, and just stood still whilst listening to her. Thus 2 hours passed. Oh my. It's already this late. I'll be going to sleep now. Go after you've sold me something. TCH. Plain plainly clicked her tongue. He looked at her in astonishment as she looked like she was saying, you could've just let me go. Before she played another trick on him, Li Xin Wu cleanly and firmly spoke. Please give me the best charge type skill you have. A charge skill? Are you saying that you haven't acquired a single charge skill, even though you possess the bone reinforcement ability? Customer elite monsters all have a couple of charge skills. I had 2, but I fused them together, and it became a combat skill rather than a charge skill. You fused them just for reference. What is that skill? Li Xin Wu created the shadow horn with his bare hands and showed it to Plain. This skill was a special passive skill like bursting thunder, and would passively buff faster and stealthier his thrust-like attacks, but it was still possible to physically manifest the skill by using mana. By doing so, shadows would envelop the weapon, turning it into the shape of a sharp horn, but it was also possible to activate the skill with his bare hands. This wasn't gifted through God's grace, but was actually created by you, Mr. Xin Wu. Yes, there are some parts that are sloppy, but this is tremendous. Divine skills that are recorded as legends are typically born this way. Like the bursting thunder you possess, Mr. Xin Wu. She soon clapped her hands and made a suggestion. Would you like to reinforce this skill by adding in more skills? It'd definitely be possible with your ability, Mr. Xin Wu. I said I wanted a charge skill. I think it'd be better if you became even stealthier. In terms of power, it was originally based on horns, so I'll go find some materials from other tough monsters. You'll be able to extract their characteristics from them. She had already stopped listening to Li Xin Wu. Seeing Plain rummage through her inventory here and there, Li Xin Wu felt like he was out shopping with his girlfriend. Of course, he didn't have a girlfriend. Here, I only picked out 2. What's this giant growth? So this is where it was. Though it's only one part of it just from looking at them, Li Xin Wu could tell that the skill books Plain had brought out were really subtle. The first was intermediate horn giant growth, and the second one was low-rank shadow extension. Just by reading the skill book names, he couldn't help but feel that they were unclear, such that he couldn't even describe them. The first can only be learned by those with horns, but that shouldn't be a problem for you, Mr. Xin Wu, as you possess the bone reinforcement skill, which can absorb anything. The second skill is also a skill that is meaningless unless you can control shadows, but this should also be no problem to you, Mr. Xin Wu. Plain stressed that there were no defects in her goods, and Li Xin Wu's goblin fire softly blazed. How much are they? Both skills are extremely subtle, but also extremely rare, so they're quite valuable. In total, it'll be 16 million Pirium. You swindler. Since we agreed that there'd only be a 20% discount on one item. He thought they'd gotten closer, as Head listened to her drunk talk for 2 hours, yet it seemed like she would only allow the discount on one item. As expected, he couldn't take this merchant lightly. If he had his wish, he would have just asked for a charge skill, taken it, and then gone home. But don't you feel it that you can strengthen the shadow horn skill significantly with these skills? Ugh. She was right. As expected of an outstanding merchant, Plain had brought out items that Li Xin Wu really wanted to buy. Horn giant growth would increase the destructive power of his horns by increasing their size, and was a truly simple skill that was effective in an extremely limited range. On the other hand, he didn't know how effective the other skill would be, as it would disperse shadows and confuse his opponents. However, if he applied shadow extension to shadow horn, he would be able to create quite the diverse skill because Head gained so much money from going around the empire, especially from cutting down the forest of the dryads. He had enough money to buy both skill books. He possessed 57.52 million Pirium. It wasn't an easy sum to acquire for even the level 6 heroes who had been in the empire for a few years. However, perhaps she'd expected that as well. No, was her story for 2 hours also a way to lower his decision-making ability? Probably not, but I'll take them. I love you, customer. Plain smiled beamingly, and Li Xin Wu sighed as he accepted the skill books. He immediately learned the two skills. Plain gazed at him with wide eyes. "You're not going to try it out right away. I'm not a genius, you know. I'll attempt it after I've studied both of the skills. I feel like the fact that you were even able to fuse two skills together makes you a genius here. This is the charge skill you were looking for. You'll probably like it." Perhaps she had prepared it beforehand, as she placed a book onto the table without delay. It looked a lot different from all the other skill books had found or bought before. The edges of the book were decorated in gold, yet the cover of the book was in tatters. "This is cute." The moment he stretched his hand towards the skill book, the book emitted sparks that flickered across Li Xin Wu's hand. It was powerful lightning. The glitter in Li Xin Wu's eyes changed as he gazed upon the book. Plain spoke with a satisfied expression. "Spirit Arts Lightning Sprint. It's a high-rank skill, but I believe you should be able to use this skill, even without the help of spirits, Mr. Xin Wu. What do you think?" "I really like it. How much is it?" Plain smiled brightly. Seeing that smile, Li Xin Wu felt slightly uneasy. "With a 20 discount, it costs a clean 41.5 million Pirium, customer. 1 Tn good night in German. 2 Tn yawning sound." Chapter 23 Part 3. Chapter 23. Level 6-3. "She got me again. Why did you come back so late? What's wrong with you?" Jin looked at Li Xin Wu oddly, who'd just returned after being completely robbed at the secret shop. He wondered whether he should tell Jin that had been caught up in Plain's business acumen and only had 20,000 Pirium left, but decided against it. "Did you get a charge skill?" "I was able to get a good one." "That's a relief, but wait, why were you late in the first place?" Jin was extremely curious, but Li Xin Wu didn't tell him the details. That's because he had promised Plain that he wouldn't tell anyone else what they'd discussed. Therefore, when Jin suggested that they practice the charge skill together, Li Xin Wu shook his head, saying no to that as well. "Let's try it after I gain lightning resistance." "Lightning resistance. It's a good skill, but I didn't think it'd have that kind of a problem when I bought it." "No, I'd probably still have bought it even if I knew about it beforehand." After paying a sum total of 41.5 million Pirium, had learned the high-rank skill, Lightning Sprint, which would wrap the entire body in lightning and charge with an impressive speed and destructive force. A wild skill. Ordinarily, the skill could only be used when one is contracted to a lightning spirit, but Li Xin Wu was able to use the skill without any problems, as he could create lightning by himself. It also had a high compatibility with bursting thunder as well. High-rank skills aren't often sold in the shop, but when they are, they're sold immediately. But it seems like this one hadn't been sold because of the troublesome conditions. "You're saying that you've satisfied all the conditions, but you can't use it because of me." There was no way the lightning would inflict damage on its caster, but the problem was Jin. Because it would create such intense lightning befitting its high ranking, he couldn't use it before Jin learned at least intermediate lightning resistance. If he himself possessed lightning resistance, he would be able to share it with Jin, but he didn't have it. "I could also just not ride on your back and use it, but that's pretty pointless." "That's true." The reason Li Xin Wu's charge attacks possessed such destructive force was because of Jin's formidable speed and reaction time. He couldn't match it even with a high-rank skill. They don't sell lightning resistance in the shop. It's not just lightning. They don't sell any resistances. I didn't really know, but apparently resistances are really amazing. Yeah. That sounds about right. There was the problem of obtaining the resistance, but there was also the issue of training it. Resistances level up when one is heavily damaged by an element, but most people weren't stupid enough to continuously put themselves in that kind of situation. Even if one possessed resistances, low rank to intermediate would probably be the max for them. But that means that you can't use that charge skill of yours. I guess we have no choice but to substitute it with your skill and Shadow Horn for now. Though he spent pretty much all his money to buy these 3 skills, he couldn't even use a single one of them immediately. It felt as though he'd been robbed, but had already learned the skills, so he couldn't get a refund. Jin threw something out there. Why did you even go to the shop again? It hurts enough without you reminding me, so could you lay off? Li Xin Wu, who'd been hurt both physically and mentally, traveled to the closest golem train station. There were only 2 trains that went to level 3 danger zones, located in either the western or eastern part of the empire. They were areas he couldn't have even imagined going to when he first rode on the train, but now they had to go to at least level 3 danger zones to grow. They would've moved onto the level 3 danger zones earlier had it not been for the Paul expansion plan. When I look back, we've traveled through about 60 of the empire in a few months. But the tough part starts now. After they'd heard an explanation regarding the concept of danger zones, a few months had passed, yet nothing changed amongst the other heroes. Most of them were still residing near the level 3 danger zone satellite cities that were connected with the large cities. Apparently, they would only be able to see level 6 or level 7s in level 4 or higher danger zones, so it could be said that Li Xin Wu and Jin's experiences were just a taste of what is to come. Their adventure, as well as their bone reinforcement, had just begun. Level 7 elite's bones that are tasty and good for you, man. You're already starting to talk about that. This wasn't the first time that he'd looked at Li Xin Wu and thought, I guess I'm going to die this time, but it seemed as though that time was actually quickly approaching this time. Even after he'd seen firsthand that Shino Rendu had died after invading a satellite city, Li Xin Wu was still ready to attack it. Even I won't do something as stupid as Shino Rendu. Yeah, I'm going to attack the city, but I'm going to get out quickly too. So in other words, you're going to invade the city and then rely on my mobility. You noticed that you really are the best partner. Yeah, though you don't have any of that sense. Who, me? Whilst conversing with Li Xin Wu, Jin had become uneasy, and checked how many blessings of death had accumulated. Because of Li Xin Wu's instruction, Jin was better able to absorb the surrounding curse and had accumulated 9 lives. However, he was still concerned whether or not this was enough. The speed at which your blessing of death stockpiles will increase from now on as well. We're going to a place really close to death, aren't we? The 2 arrived at the train station and unhesitatingly rode the train. They were now used to the sudden acceleration, and Li Xin Wu was no longer weak enough to fall from its speed. Li Xin Wu had realized just how much had grown from such an unexpected source. However, the moment the train stopped and they got off and onto the platform, Li Xin Wu felt a powerful but familiar wave of mana. He tilted his head and instinctually hid his mana. Huh. It's been a while, Paul. 0. In the center of the platform where all 9 trains were on standby, they saw Guillotine Steelworker, someone they hadn't seen since being given authorization to use the trains. It seemed as though he'd confirmed that the train had entered the platform and had come directly over. It's been a long time. Were you waiting for us? That's right. Guillotine looked quite serious, causing Li Xin Wu to inwardly feel quite uneasy, yet he maintained a calm expression. To be honest, the only thing he needed to do was keep his goblin fire blazing at a steady rate. But we haven't been causing much trouble lately. You're right. You've also been disposing of the low-rank golems for us. I was thinking about spying on you, but I chose not to. I wasn't waiting to interrogate you. Then, do you have a request? You're really quick on the uptake, you rascal. Guillotine sported a bitter smile at Li Xin Wu's words. Despite being a golem, the way the skin on his face moved was truly sensitive. And when he thought about it, he was also jealous of his natural hair. It wouldn't get like that through hair transplantation. I hope you lose all your hair. You should already have some idea, but we've been keeping an eye on you whenever you've come and gone from this place, since we had no choice but to be suspicious. So what's your request? We're not as suspicious of you as we once were. At the very least, we're sure that you're not one of the Emperor's men. I told you that at the beginning, didn't I? Har har. They both knew, whether it be the uncomfortably speaking Li Xin Wu or the awkwardly smiling Guillotine, that they couldn't truly trust one another. But they could agree that they wouldn't act to harm the other. It had taken this much time to reach that conclusion. Like you said, I have a request for you. It may be difficult for you, as you're level 5, but it should be possible with the help of your group. Li Xin Wu's eyes gleamed for 2 reasons. Firstly, Guillotine didn't get his level right. That meant that Li Xin Wu was concealing his manner from a higher-leveled individual. And secondly, I don't have a group backing me though. Let's leave it at that. Li Xin Wu only inwardly smiled bitterly at Guillotine's reply. At the time, Li Xin Wu had told him that both he and Jin were the result of their test, and that only they were the survivors of the test, but so long as the golems weren't idiots, there was no way they'd just trust him. It was obvious that they'd assume that there were others backing Li Xin Wu and Jin. And from the very beginning, that was what Li Xin Wu was aiming for. A small lie is exposed when trying to hide a larger lie. In order for them to believe my lie that Jin and I were the only survivors of the test, I clumsily acted like I was hiding the fact that there was a group behind me. And they focused on that. Thus, they thought of Li Xin Wu as some sort of secret agent for some unknown group, just like he had planned. Doesn't it hurt your head to always be thinking so complicatedly? Surprise! I don't even have a brain. Li Xin Wu and Jin exchanged trifling jokes through their connection, and Guillotine Steelworker went to the main point. As expected, he had quite a serious tone. Do you remember what the general told you last time regarding our creation? Of course I remember. Good. Then that quickens things. At the time, the Emperor sacrificed promising knights for his own protection. The Golden Army was established with 500 members, but thousands were sacrificed in order to make that 500. Thousands. So what would have happened to the thousands of knights sacrificed? They were discarded. In order to conceal how wicked the Emperor was, the testing facilities were completely buried. No way. Li Xin Wu momentarily froze at an awful thought that came up. Guillotine Steelworker nodded his head calmly. It's probably as you've imagined. They likely were resurrected and became undead. We made a mistake. We should've cremated them, but we didn't. I ended up hearing something that puts a bad taste in my mouth. If I could, I would take care of it myself. But the day following the curse, the general forbid any of us from going outside. That's why I'd like you to do it in my place. Huh. He spoke as if it were completely unrelated to him, but the conversation ended up going back to him. Li Xin Wu's goblin fire narrowed. Guillotine steelworker continued. It's time for them to rest. I hope that Yao let them rest in peace in our place. I'll tell you where they are. It's near the satellite city Kadinan. Yao'll be right there if you take that train. Is that all? Of course. Li Xin Wu momentarily didn't respond to Guillotine's unnecessarily brisk response and acted as though he were thinking about it, but like always, he made his decision right away. Fine. I'll take up your request. There's a reward, right? If you return, I'll give you something beyond your expectations. I promise, as Guillotine Steelworker, one of the 4 commanders. Considering that he called himself one of the 4 commanders, there must be 3 other level 7 golems aside from Guillotine. Li Xin Wu roughly nodded his head at Guillotine's confident declaration. Though Jin looked like he was feeling uneasy, Li Xin Wu just ignored him. Then I trust Yao'll keep your promise and go immediately. Good luck. Guillotine, who was worried that Li Xin Wu would ask some more questions, saw Li Xin Wu accept his request unhesitatingly and immediately get on the train. Once they were inside, he smiled without them knowing. The train soon departed. Guillotine was the only one remaining and turned around, but suddenly, he heard a dignified voice from within his head. It was Aramer Steelworker's voice. Guillotine, I believe that was an order I gave to you. I wanted to reduce our casualties. Moreover, there's reports that the other generals are getting more involved now, so I thought that we'd be discovered if we went outside, no matter how careful we were. But if they were to discover the facility, even if they were to find it, they don't have the right to enter it. Aramer hesitated once he heard Guillotine, and Guillotine continued to press. Paul Zero only possesses general administrative authority. Unless you're a golem, one cannot possess an authority any higher than that. Isn't that what you said, Sir Aramer? It's plenty surprising already that he acquired a general administrative authority from just studying a golem. That's why I originally thought he was one of the Emperor's men. Indeed, it is surprising. It's something we need to pay attention to. Thus, if he were to come back safely after completing the task, I'm planning on watching him through hidden surveillance. This task was a good excuse to give him that. Aramer, who had been pondering, was persuaded by Guillotine and looked favorably upon his plan. Fine. I entrusted you with this, so do as you please. But you have to take responsibility for it as well. I'll keep that in mind, my lord. As soon as Aramer Steelworker's voice, which took hold of both his mind and body, disappeared, Guillotine instinctually ended up sighing. Then, he walked over to the production facility in order to create a surveillance unit 0 to give to Li Xin Wu. Chapter 23 Part 4. Chapter 23. Level 6-4. What could possibly be hidden for him to act like that? Are they trying to kill me? If not, then are they trying to use me to provoke someone? But unfortunately for Guillotine, Li Xin Wu didn't trust his words at all. He spoke once he got off the golem train and stepped into a new area. Xin Wu, can't you try trusting in people some more? It's not between people, it's between a skeleton and a golem. The genre's completely different, so what's the point? Even as Li Xin Wu spoke, he activated the administrative seal naturally, like flowing water, and came into ownership of the abandoned golems on standby in the production facility. Had already become quite familiar with the process, as had done this several times already. In honor of Steelworker, I will protect you with my life. Yeah. Oh, it's a level 5-1. I am an iron golem. I will protect you, Steelworker. I will protect you as well. It's not just one. As Head roamed the Empire, Li Xin-Wu had a rough idea as to the value of golems. Firstly, level 3 stone golems were pretty much worthless to him, while the level 4 bronze golems were normally quite strong. However, they were pretty pointless once he surpassed the level 2 danger zones. However, it's different when referring to the iron golems, which were level 5 elites. They're definitely the bully of the level 2 danger zones. They would probably be useful, even in the level 3 danger zones with their level of durability and power. But I haven't found any golems that are a level higher than them. They're probably in those rooms that they didn't let us in, right? There might be some of those golems in the level 3 danger zones already. Yeah, there's a high chance of that. The two chattered on whilst Li Xin-Wu led the golems outside. There were 5 golems standing by in the underground facilities, with another 5 outside as well, so in total, there were 10 iron golems by their side. Waiting for your orders, Steelworker. It's an honor to be guarding you, Steelworker. Command us. They're quite loyal so Armor Steelworker doesn't really care about the level 5 iron golems. Haha, that's what this means. Look, there are iron golems right outside the train underground even without us going above ground, so they didn't bother picking them up. That means that these iron golems hold no value to Armor Steelworker. The fact that Armor Steelworker sent them on their way on the train, despite knowing that there were iron golems there, meant that he considered these iron golems trash yet to be disposed of. However, Armor treasured the level 6 golems. Li Xin-Wu and Jin were able to roughly estimate the level of the golems in the areas where they weren't permitted to enter. He didn't care about the level 5 golems, but he did care about the level 6 ones. There was one thing that suggested as such. He has no way of creating cause. If he were able to create cause, he would've collected the level 5 golems, and even the level 4s and taken them apart, and would've created more level 6s, but the fact that he didn't means that you're probably right. The iron golem's cores were high class, and were very similar to the original core. Honestly, Li Xin-Wu was confident that he would be able to make an original bone core with just 4 or 5 of them. However, Armor Steelworker was leaving those iron golems alone. I wonder what Armor Steelworker is thinking about. What does he intend to do? Why did he send us here? I wonder. I suppose that's for us to find out. If there were one thing he was sure about, it would be that Armor Steelworker made a huge mistake. He hadn't taken into account Li Xin-Wu's latent potential and had thoughtlessly revealed his secrets. It didn't take long for Li Xin-Wu to come to that conclusion. You guys, though, back. If we keep going like this, we should be able to reach the level 2 danger zone without any danger. As you command, Steelworker. I will follow your command by working together with my comrades. Though Head just gotten command over the group of golems, Li Xin-Wu sent the golems away in the next moment. To be exact, Head sent them to the designated gathering place for his troops in the level 2 danger zone. Go to the meeting place as soon as possible, but if you think there's any danger to your cause, run away and take a detour immediately. If you can't escape, collect your comrades' cores and keep them with you. Remember that. I understand. Thank you for taking us into consideration, Steelworker. Once they group up with the other golems, their mission would be to roam around the Empire, collecting information and hunting monsters. If they don't overdo it, such that they don't incur casualties and cut down the number of undead, they would help in very gradually purifying the Empire. If they worked together, they would at worst be as effective as one hero. Unlike the Pauls, the golems can't grow. But the bones that they collect can be used to reinforce the poles, right? Moreover, there's something else I'm thinking about, too. Li Xin Wu sent the golems, which departed for their long journey, off with a delighted smile. Li Xin Wu had frantically picked up the iron golems, while Aramer Steelworker had thrown them away and considered them useless. From the outside, it clearly seemed like a completely one-sided superior and subordinate relationship, but it was strange, as it felt like if it were Li Xin Wu, it might be different. Then, shall we get going secretly? How you don't have shadow sprint anymore? That's right. At the beginning, Li Xin Wu thought he'd be able to change skills as he wanted, like how he could so naturally change Marner as he wished, but he couldn't. If it were that easy, they wouldn't be skills. If it had a particular element to it, then he might have been able to recreate it, but the shadow element didn't exist in this world. Whenever I try, I just keep making shadow horns. Damn it, it can't be helped. If we need to, we can just run away. Let's go. Soup like with all of the golem production facilities, their destination was in the highlands, northwest, a ways away from the center of the empire. When they looked down, they saw the satellite city that Guillotine had told them about, Katanan. He inwardly thought that this city might have been cleared out by the other heroes, but considering the abundance of Marner he felt, it meant that the undead were still stationed inside the city. Is the Lord about level 6? Level 6, don't smack your lips. Yeah, we're going to charge in, but now's not the time, right? You're right. First, we didn't know if it was done on purpose, but the golem testing facility was quite a ways off from the production facility. Katanan was at the center, and the testing facility was at a place that they could only reach by departing from the highlands and going all the way around. Katanan was like a basin, and the testing facility and the highlands all felt like a part of the enclosing mountain range. It's really strange. How did they make this kind of natural environment underground? If the Emperor's this good at magic, to the point that he's able to do something like this, then isn't it pretty much guaranteed we'd lose? It's not the result of some transient magic. Let's go with the idea that he's stockpiled power over many years. They chattered on like usual, but as they traveled, Li Xin Wu's expression stiffened unexpectedly. Fave way too many patrols. We've already gone past a lot of patrols thus far. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? No, I'm saying that there are way too many people patrolling around our destination. Had thought it unusual, but it seemed like they already took notice of them. Li Xin Wu was dumbfounded. Did Guillotine look down on him? If not, then was he not truly aware of what was going on around here? Either way, it didn't matter. Li Xin Wu was starting to become curious as to what lay at his destination. Hey, you, stay there. It wasn't very long before Li Xin Wu was discovered by one of the patrolling skeleton knights. Since he didn't even have shadow sprint, it was impossible for him to move without being discovered. However, both Li Xin Wu and Jin looked relaxed. Whoa, what a nice horse. My thanks for the compliment. Are you a knight under the Lord's command? 9 times out of 10, someone who doesn't recognize him would say something like this. That's correct. If it's not too much trouble, may I ask where you came from? Even after dying, knights and aristocrats were idiots and still respected ranks of power regardless of how suspicious he might have looked. He wouldn't be able to treat him so thoughtlessly. Moreover, Li Xin Wu was currently garbed in luxurious armor. He purposely kept his helmet open so that others could see that he was undead and spoke gallantly for someone who can't even breathe. Jin acted as if he could and drew out his breaths. The knight couldn't help but wonder about his identity. I am one of Marquis Satan's men. One of Marquis Satan's men. Marquis Satan was the lord with the highest standing amongst the lords that controlled the level 2 danger zone cities. He had retired to the countryside after passing his land over to his son, and he was sure of the family's power and precision. Li Xin Wu had cleaved his skull and absorbed his bone, so he was able to perfectly imitate him, but he was purposefully posing as his knight instead. You know of these unruly and strange individuals moving around throughout the empire. Yes, the Marquis was quite worried about this, so he sent me and some other knights throughout the empire. Thus, it is my duty to capture and torture these flies and report back to the Marquis. As expected of Marquis Satan, a noble loyal to the empire, even after passing his position to his son. Thus what are you all doing within? I have already discovered quite a few knights patrolling around. That's the skeleton knight was flustered and stepped back. He had already accepted that Li Xin Wu was Satan's vassal, but if he was too forceful, the knight may become angry with him. So Li Xin Wu purposefully made his voice less forceful. As a mere knight, I have no plans of interfering with the Lord's work. We are all loyal to the Empire, are we not? I just asked out of concern, so there is no need to be alarmed. Har har har. Thank you for your consideration. What is your name? You can call me Setter. Sir Setter, it wasn't something that I couldn't tell you, as you're under orders from Marquis Satan. To be honest, the Lord received an imperial command. Ho! He even told him about the imperial command. Seriously, dumbasses like this are the best. This is what the Emperor commanded. Rebels will definitely appear here, so if anyone suspicious comes, then we should report immediately. Then, one of the 12 generals will come and personally execute the rebels. Is that so? Li Xin Wu completely understood now. For some reason, the Emperor was sure that Armor Steelworker would appear here, and Armor Steelworker was also aware of the Emperor's motives. If I thoughtlessly entered, then around the time I exited the dungeon, one of the 12 generals would be there to meet me. Was Armor's plan to get rid of him? No, if it was, he would have just told Guillotine to kill him. In other words, it was a test. It was a test for Li Xin Wu, as well as his group. Armor trusted that a group backing him existed, so Armor could gauge their abilities. There could be something else as well, but this is probably it for now. He could just figure out the rest starting now. Li Xin Wu nodded his head and spoke. So you were following the Imperial command. If it is not too much trouble, may I help as well? I will go and talk to the Lord personally. It would be a great help to us if you were to assist us, Sir Setter. I will personally guide you to the Lord. The deeply touched knight yelled. Jin, who had heard it all, inwardly cried out. What the hell are you doing? I mean, if we just barge in, one of the 12 generals will show up soon. Even so, we can't just go back. I'm too curious as to what's going on in there. So henceforth, we're beginning Operation Bro 2. Why are you there? There were so many parts about that statement he wanted to retort about, but Jin decided to concentrate on only the one he was truly confident about. The two operation words were overlapping. 1 Tien in Korean, he says something along the lines of saying that he's similar to a force of 1,000. It's just a saying that emphasizes how helpful he would be. 2 Tien Hyung, or Big Brother. As it's comical, bro is the more contextually correct English translation. 3 Tien. The first operation uses the Korean word, while the second uses the English pronunciation spelled out in Korean. Chapter 24 Part 1. Chapter 24. Operation Bro, Why Are You There? 1. As expected, impressive, very impressive. You're too kind. Li Xin Wu was meeting with Count or who used to be Niloper, the lord of the satellite city, Kadanin, in a reception room. He was like a mummy who was all skin and bones, and according to Li Xin Wu's assessment, his name showed up as LV6 Undead Commander. He was already well aware that the higher leveled the undead, the more likely they were to not be bound by the form of a mere skeleton or zombie, so he wasn't very surprised by it. At the same time, he could easily tell that the Lord's intellect was higher than a normal undead as well. Is Marquis Setipin doing well? I have not been in contact with him, as it has been some time since he left his estate, but there are trustworthy knights by his side. Marquis Setipin's knights are renowned for their valor. Indeed, I had thought he would pass on all of his forces along with his estate, but to think that he had kept people like you by his side, what a sly old fox at home. He's a powerful man. The undead were truly mysterious. Even if the undead possessed a similar level of intellect, when thrust into a combat scenario, several undead recklessly threw themselves into the fight. On the other hand, if they met other undead, and remembered their status when they were alive, they would act the part. There was an extremely thin line between insanity and normalcy for them. Only by understanding and arbitrating between that line would one be able to command them. For the past half-year, Li Xin Wu had encountered countless undead and had roughly been able to ascertain how to do this. But is it really alright for you to help us? The Empire is in danger. Must I say anything else? You're right. Absolutely right. You truly are extraordinary. That sense that allowed him to turn the conversation to the present situation, regardless of what the other was saying. He didn't know how he felt about Marquis Setipin, but now wasn't the time for Li Xin Wu to be worrying about something like that. As he thought, because of his statement advocating their cause, the undead commander, Count Niloper, nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, could I ask you to do something, since surveillance has been tough with just the knights we have? Of course. Please do. And thus, Li Xin Wu much too casually and successfully infiltrated the city, Kadanin. The Lord didn't call one of the 12 generals. Li Xin Wu had entered the city, and they got the opportunity to scout out the area all at once. Jin was speechless as he saw Li Xin Wu march out of the reception area, as Jin obviously couldn't go in, where the level 6 undead lord, the knight leader, a level 5 elder knight, as well as undead wizards, resided. You're really nice. Then, shall we begin? Now, Operation Bro. Why are you there? Had begun in earnest. Li Xin Wu volunteered to patrol the outskirts so that he would avoid the Lord's suspicion. He pricked his ears and activated his Marna senses, and then began patrolling his allotted area. Sir Setter, thank you for all your hard work. You're working hard as well. Are you on your way back from patrolling? That's correct. I was patrolling an important, protected area. Hundreds of knights go through dozens of routes in order to patrol so that there's no gap in our defenses. Impressive. And in the process, Li Xin Wu got closer to the other knights, and obviously acquired some information as well. For reference, they were telling him about the protected area. All the knights that had participated in human testing were buried there. Your horse is quite splendid, Sir Setter. Har, thanks. You're a full-fledged knight as well, don't you have a horse as well? That for some reason, all of the living horses in the city died. There are countless knights in the city without a horse. To think that all of the horses had died. There should only be dead horses in the Empire by now, is what he thought, yet Li Xin Wu didn't utter those words. How unfortunate. If I have the chance, I'll find a good horse for you. Thank you very much. There are two over here. and it looks like they're the only 3 disguised on the western outskirts, but there's actually one more hiding there as well. Though they were all undead, the dead in Kadanin, and especially the knights, trusted Li Xin Wu as he emphasized loyalty to the Empire. The most important virtue for a knight within the Empire was strength, while the second most important virtue was loyalty. It seems that the north side's defense isn't up to par. Shouldn't we adjust the patrol route a bit? Moreover, Li Xin Wu made it seem like he was concerned about the defense of the city and their patrols, while in actuality, he was fishing for information. He acted like he actually had some recommendations for them, so the undead didn't even suspect Li Xin Wu in the slightest. There was no way for them to be suspicious of him. You truly are perceptive, Sir Setter. However, there's a hidden magic trap over there, so as I suspected. As I thought, Kadanin is truly an impressive city. Okay. I wondered if they knew about it, but it seems like these guys really don't know that their magic trap is broken, and still think it's working. If that's the case, then I can say that there are really no reserve troops over there. Li Xin Wu enthusiastically continued patrolling and collecting information. As a result, he figured out their patrol routes, the scope of the patrol, when they changed shifts, and even the route by which they were deployed and returned. It only took him a couple of days to successfully figure this all out, and organized the information in his head such that it was much simpler. Good. Then we should. How the hell did you get such detailed information? Jin, who had definitely been with Li Xin Wu at every moment, watched as Li Xin Wu organized the information on paper. He started with the outskirts and their complicated patrolling routes. Once he saw Li Xin Wu detailing where and when the knights were stationed at each and every moment, he couldn't understand how he had come up with it all. However, once he looked over the details, he couldn't deny that it looked accurate. This is way too easy. We can already infiltrate the facility, Then let's get rid of that operation, or whatever you call it, and just go for the facility right now. But think about it, Jin. Do you really think all they're doing is patrolling the area with some knights, especially when they're so protective of this place, even when they have a way to communicate with the 12 generals in place? Then, there was a single level 6 magician along with several level 5 magicians in the city. Above all, Li Xin Wu was most wary of the magicians, whose ability was to change manner to enact miracles. He had no idea what they could do. Li Xin Wu was sure that they were involved in all this, so he couldn't move in haste and make a mistake that shows any sort of weakness. Rather, now was most important. Sir Setter. Thank you for all your hard work. Sir Setter, please rest well. You guys worked hard, too. Good work. One would think that you were born as an aristocrat. Li Xin Wu, who'd completely explored the outskirts in only 2 days, was off duty, and after changing shifts with other knights, observed the magician's movements in a way that wouldn't arouse suspicion, whilst also searching for the hotline that he assumed allowed the Lord to communicate with the 12 generals. In order to do so, he would need to get closer to the Lord. My lord, it is I, Sir Setter. Sir Setter. Have you been comfortable here? Yes. I am quite comfortable due to your consideration. Though that consideration only really included accommodations outside where he could keep his horse, that was more than enough for Li Xin Wu. The location of his accommodations was also excellent. Though he could inspect the outside from the inside, the same couldn't be said of the reverse. In order to watch their movements, one would have to get within a certain distance, which was especially pleasing to Li Xin Wu. Then, what have you come for? If you wanted to ask about the Imperial Command, I apologize, but I can't tell you much. It's not because I can't trust you. It's quite sensitive information, so please understand. Please don't apologize. I don't have the authority to ask for such information. Rather, if it's all right with you, my lord, I could take over some of the patrols in the inner city that have been ignored as a result of the knights following the imperial command. Announcing his intention to break away from the main task at hand, upholding the imperial command, meant that, in other words, Li Xin-Wu really wanted to help, but he wasn't really interested in detailed information. You truly are the Lord, was slightly moved by his words. This man was genuinely trying to help him. He was acting loyally to the Emperor, without any suspicions or putting up any fronts. To think that there was still a knight like this in the Empire. Of course, I've already explored as much as I could on the outside, so now it's time I look inside as well. Seeing the undead commander, who was completely moved by him, Li Xin-Wu inwardly smiled a rotten smile. If Jin was with him, he would be shocked by how the meaning of words changed based on how one said them. If that's really what you want, then can you do it for me? This is also a part of upholding the imperial command. The more important the mission, the more one must focus on the task. My lord, you are the one who was issued the imperial command. Does that not mean that your safety is paramount, my lord? Indeed. Marquis Setipin must felt reassured having you by his side. Ho ho ho. Though it was a special situation because he was upholding the imperial command, Li Xin-Wu was much too easily able to gain access to the inner city. Since most of the knights were assigned to the mission area, Li Xin-Wu could move freely through the inner city. Of course, because he didn't know who was watching and where, he kept up the facade of a truly earnest guard. He wasn't even this perfect when he was in the army and assigned to a guard post. How is it over there? Jin Taylor, there are magicians above the walls, but they're not really doing anything special. Move around and look for places that have an excessive concentration of mana, or check if they make any sort of suspicious hand gestures. Jin Taylor, okay, I got it. If he's going to search the inner city, then Jin would be responsible for exploring the outskirts. Li Xin-Wu asked if it was okay if Jin could move around, since he would be bored being tied down. The Lord readily nodded, stating that so long as Jin didn't cause a fuss, there was no reason that his horse couldn't move around freely. And that was really a mistake. Of course, it wasn't easy to figure out that Jin was an undead horse, let alone a hero, especially when the other heroes couldn't easily figure it out either. There are quite a few magicians, but there are a lot less of them than the knights. If I can just figure out when they all gather in one place, it shouldn't be difficult for me to wipe them out all at once. Outwardly, it looked as though Li Xin-Wu was emitting a cool-headed vibe, but in actuality, Li Xin-Wu's head was turning, busily studying the state of the soldiers deployed on the outskirts and the inner city, all while keeping a close eye on the movements of the magicians, especially on the level 6 magician leader. If this guy can't, then the Lord must be the one who can communicate with the 12 generals. I'm sure of it. If he could just figure out which one for sure, then Operation Bro, Why Are You There could move on to the next stage. Li Xin-Wu's goblin fire blazed. The plan was going really smoothly. End Vol 1 Part 3.